Can you hear me? Hey man, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I have no experience with streaming, unfortunately. I also have to speak quietly because it's very early. Hmm. What's damn. Hello, bro. Any chance you can hear me? You can hear me. If you can hear me, then everything's good. Okay, man. I would like to join on the Discord, but I don't feel it's all right to take over Steven's Discord. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so why you guys are even crazy enough to? What do you guys want to do? You guys want to join? Uh, do you guys want to join me? Have you guys done Bridgman before? Or like, why are you even interested in doing anatomy, or why are you even interested in doing Bridgman? Okay, let's see. I also don't want to record you guys unwittingly. Okay, nice. Do you have constructive anatomy? Let's see. We're only on page 16, man. I only just started. Okay, we're doing construction anatomy or constructive anatomy. Oh my. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Just let me know if you need a link for the book. Um.
This voice, I know the author.
These guys. Hello.
Yo, guys.
Oh, hey, Ben.
Not confused.
Hey, guys.
Oh, hello, Ben.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
We are-
Yo, but I feel bad joining because this is like being streamed. So I just please tell me though we could I feel not so good recording if that's yeah.
I mean,
I just want to do this challenge.
Oh, good shit. Okay. So I say Magdalena? Magdalena. Hello?
you have my full consentment from my part.
Yeah. Um wait, so where are you in Japan? I had no idea you were in Japan.
Yeah, Magda, you can call me Magda. Please, Magdalena is when things get very serious.
Okay.
I want to change my
I
drawing
just,
view.
I moved with a friend. It gets reverberate from the YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna try to
Uh
focus what I'm saying.
oh, you can mute the stream. You can mute the stream.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, I'm gonna do that. Sorry, a stream. Here. Oh, I'm still looking for. So I found the book, but I'm having problems with the files. 1 second. So yeah, I came to Japan because I was trying to be an illustrator over the UK, but then I found myself doing like a lot of silly jobs. So I thought one of my friends from childhood, was coming to Japan, and I was like, yeah, I always wanted to go. Why not? So I came here to study 1 year, and then the next year I just found a job, and I'm illustrating here. And
What? You're doing illustrating work.
yeah, like I'm working for for a company. It's not a video game. It's not like I'm gonna say the name. It's like educational, so I'm preparing all
Yeah.
the curriculum and everything, which is great. It's just the contract is gonna finish soon, so I need to get things done. And here we are, warming up with you.
Yeah, see, that's also like I wanted to go to Japan. Somehow that was also in my like wish, but who knows? We'll see if it's possible.
Yeah, right now it's a pain because all of the bans that we're having with the traveling, like if you
Yeah,
have a family or a proper contract here, you're not allowed to come in,
exactly.
which is it's a pain.
Yep.
But yeah, but the rest is fine. Like I'm surprised how people are still afraid of trying Japan when it is. One second, I'm still having problems with the file and I want to draw something.
Yeah, take it.
So we have many tools to understand Japanese people. They're improving their English. The Japanese tools to learn Japanese are so much better than 20 years ago when I started. So yeah, I mean, it's a good time to come to Japan. As soon as the pandemic it's a little bit down over here,
Okay.
everything should be fine. So come over.
Oh man, I wish. Maybe in like a couple of years. But, yeah.
Yeah, I hope probably next year. I'm trying to book a flight for Lightbox for this year. I couldn't go in 2019, I think.
Mhm.
And because of the pandemic, basically. And I still wanted to just go because I've never been in the States, and I don't know. It's just I'm so close
Wow.
now. It's not compared to. I mean, I'm from Spain, right? So
Yeah.
compared to Spain, that the prices are crazy. Here you can find flights for like 500.
$500.
Yeah, like if you have the right offer, you can go and come back with one of those. In Spain, it's like double it and 1,200 maybe, and you need to go from New York and then you need to go to California. It's insane. So I was like, yep, this is my time. And then pandemic came over, and I was like, well, this is not my time.
Yep.
Shit.
Yeah, it was a bummer.
So
Now have the pages. Page 16. Let me see.
So it's nice to meet you guys. Also, I've only talked a little bit with Ga. I haven't talked with BDO wife, Phil, guys. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah,
Yes.
nice to meet you too, Ben.
Oh yeah.
You guys.
Nice to meet you.
Eh?
Let me see. Yeah, it's super daunting because there are so many people, and then
Yeah.
you know some people's art, and you're like, oh, these guys are cool, and then you have some people comment, and you're, these guys are very cool, and you never get to actually. Well, unless you're Sam. Sam has been in touch with everybody, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great, yeah.
I think he's the
It's like, wow.
the extrovert of our group.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Definitely.
He
Yeah.
can
Alright.
reach. He can reach. Or I don't know you, but for me it's like I get stressed when I see a lot of messages. So I try to get a coffee and try to read over. And then there are two more groups. Like for example, I'm also in the art friend from Janus, and now it's really nice. Like if you can go into that group, people share like super nice stuff. But it's overwhelming. So many messages like and yeah.
Have any of you guys gone through Bridgeman before?
I tried
No.
his faces.
Ah, okay.
Scrolling the book and I'm very lost because this PDF I have it's weird. I'm still on hands. The hand. Okay, then I'm in the right.
Yeah. Okay. This is the beginning. This is basically the very beginning.
Okay, I'm by the thumb. No, the thumb is too long away. Okay, I'm getting it. Whoop. The hand. I got it. Page 46. Boom, boom.
I didn't knew him. I just asked earlier, who's Bridgeman?
Ah.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? You have the right, because this is very, very, very old.
Yeah. It's like 1920s. He was teaching in New York.
Okay.
Historic.
Nice.
There's a lot of mixed opinions about him. He's very messy. but very blocky. I think he was a sculptor.
Oh, that is beautiful. I didn't know.
So I don't know. Somehow I'm drawn to his work.
Yeah, it's like very constructed and like blocky, but also very dynamic at the same time.
Exactly.
Makes it so nice to look at.
When he's emphasizing how these forms are fitting together, he actually doesn't care about anything else, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah,
His
these
forms
hands.
get exaggerated pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it.
God, do you have a copy of the book? Do you need a copy?
I am drawing from the copy right now.
Okay, so maybe we have a similar friend who gave us the book.
That's the book Constructive Anatomy.
Yes,
Yes. Around 500 drawings in it.
yes.
Brown cover.
And you want to copy every drawing.
Well, that's a, yeah. I'm actually already regretting this. Um,
These drawings are very complex sometimes, so
yeah.
there's no way to do them in 45 seconds.
Well, so have you guys know Frank Frazetta?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I love him.
Got it.
So he said that he did this book twice in a night. So I just want to. Yeah, he's a liar. But I want to see like what would that actually mean, like to do this like in one night. How is that even like I want to see what is that? What do you say?
I guess you could do it. It's not. I mean, if you know Bridgeman already, and you know your blocks and your lines a little bit.
Exactly.
If you're not familiarized, I'm gonna say that the book is already solving for you many problems, right?
Yeah.
So it's doable. It depends on the music and the Discord channel.
Oh. Yeah.
And the tsunami alerts, like.
Oh man.
Insane. That was insane. Because I turned off the alarms in my phone, and you could still listen the ones from your neighbors, because the bells are here like thin like paper. You're like,
Oh,
okay,
boy.
yeah, we're not sleeping tonight.
Yeah, like are you in danger?
No, we're fine. If not, I would. The world is ending. I'm gonna sit down and do some Bridgeman, because the last thing I wanna do.
Dedication.
Dedication.
That's it. Like, hey, my friends on Discord are there. I should totally jump in.
Yeah.
Grab your stuff. We need to run. Nah.
I mean, if the tsunami is gonna hit you anyways.
Ah, man.
I can swim. You've been watching too many movies.
Oh no.
Oh goodness.
Man, you are too fast drawing these hands.
But bro, I'm feeling very like nervous, messy.
I'm still blocking the first one. I'm like, what's going on?
How are you so fast?
But bro, also what's sad is like this. Even if I do all these, it doesn't make me good. Sadly, like it doesn't. Yeah.
I think it's a super nice reminder for the anatomy.
Yeah. Just like yeah, that's a good way. We just think of it like that, not anything else.
You're good in my eyes.
Oh wow, thanks.
There you go. I also think you're good. It looks super nice.
Yeah, God. Oh wait, I can't skip.
The thing on the bottom left looks like a bone, but I don't know what finger.
Yeah.
It looks a bit confusing.
Index finger, I think.
Yeah, I would guess index.
Then what index finger bends like that?
Looks hella funny, like some kind of weird flower or something. Huh?
Well, so what is he trying to
I would say it's the thumb.
It looks like a dog.
What the hell is that?
Drawn it anyways.
Yeah, what is he even trying to tell us with this drawing? That the finger, well, the finger has 3 parts, I guess. He wants to just emphasize that. Oh god.
Or maybe like the bone, like I don't know.
Yeah.
Silhouette or something.
Okay.
Like the.
Oh god.
Or maybe it's like black lacquer looks good on thumbs because like the nail is black.
Mhm.
It's like yeah, everybody can use that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wish his lines were a bit more clear so I could know where he wants to connect what lines.
Yo, that's the thing. Yeah.
Often there are multiple lines to interpret. That is
That's usually people's big problem with him. Yeah, big problem with Bridgman. It's just so messy.
I like it though.
Yeah.
it's a bit of an interpretation work.
Mhm. Interpretive. Okay. Okay.
The big shapes are like really delicious.
I think I'm done with the first hand.
Nice, man.
You're already done with the first page, like
No,
almost.
not the first page. But
Man, you're speeding.
yeah, I think I gotta.
I'm still figuring out like I got recently an iPad Pro because I wanted to recently when I got all the hospital problem. I don't know if you're up to that story, like Discord has been there, but basically I got like health issues. I couldn't see with one eye.
Oh, shit.
Apparently, this was less restraining for the view, and it was really handy to be in hospital with the tablet. So I'm still getting used to it because there are many features I don't know. So I'm like messing around with the apps,
Mhm.
and I'm still in the first hand. This is a lot of excuses to say that I'm still in the last page.
But this is a good chance to get some practice with the iPad.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Like, oh goodness, this is different. Very cool, and very nice. The touch is super nice, but it's like
Yeah, I wanted to get myself like some kind of matte screen protector
Mhm.
because it's really like smooth and glassy and
yeah.
it's too
Mhm.
smooth for me.
Mhm.
It makes it. I mean, like I've been all my life super broke. So anything you throw me, I'm gonna use it at some point. But it's true that I tried the mat at work. Like one of my coworkers has one, and it feels so good. Like ooh,
Oh,
like
nice.
yeah, it doesn't glide so much. Like this
Mhm.
might be a key.
Yeah, it's like too different from regular drawing for me. That's why I'm a bit put off by it now.
Mhm.
But I want to make it work eventually.
Hmm.
To draw that finger.
Look at the thumb. It's there
Yeah.
on the screen.
I like how he's fitting it into that fat of the palm.
Oh yeah, the connections are just
Yeah.
delicious.
So guys,
but
where are you from?
Me.
Yeah, no problem.
Me.
Everyone.
Yeah. Wait. I am from. So I'm from America, U.S., the U.S., but I'm now in Nepal.
What?
Yeah, yeah, man. I actually don't know how I arrived here.
Ended up there.
Yeah.
No way. No way. There are a lot of points you can connect in between because I mean, you don't teletransport just yet.
But I know. Wait, it's Phil. Are you also from Germany?
I'm from Switzerland.
Switzerland, okay. Wow, this is a very international group.
Oh yeah, because
Mhm.
So
I am
Phil is in
indeed.
Switzerland?
I'm
Oh,
indeed
sweet.
from Germany.
Ooh. What about? I mean, so wait, 1 second. I'm gonna get everybody like Ben. You say you're from the States. Where
Yeah.
about?
Okay. Like upstate in New York, so near to Canada.
Okay, so you're like Steven's neighbor, and you decided to
Yeah.
find the truth for Nepal.
Yeah, man. And now I can't.
Goodness.
Yeah, but now I can't leave until I.
What?
Yeah, we'll get into it in a little bit later.
Till
Oh
he
no.
Okay.
till he gets the 7 gems of the dragon.
Yeah, let's do that.
Wow.
Government keeps him hostage there.
And then you say that sorry, Phil is in Switzerland.
Are you already the next page? Come, slow down. Come on.
Oh god.
Oh, this is too fast. I'm doing the next page as well.
No, but bro, don't worry about the speed because I feel like I'm doing a terrible job. So, I just want to see like why is Frazetta? Why is he just lying? And like if he actually did, yeah, well, that's true. But if he actually did this in 1 day, like what would he actually have learned? I want to see that. Like,
Bridgman is good at drawing.
yeah, fuck. Oh, yeah, man.
That's okay.
I assume the benefits. I assume that the most benefit you can take out of such an exercise is just to know your instrument, the pencil,
Mm.
flow, because you taking fast and trying how to make lines.
Yeah.
In one of his videos, a guy mentioned earlier from Broco when he was in this comic mess or whatever, and just asked some artists what's the best practice, or just asked the artists these questions, and one of them said, I don't remember which one, said just drawing some lines,
Ah,
and there was like what?
that's the best practice. Yeah.
Yeah, he explained like the knowing how the instrument feels in your hand, like how to play when you play guitar, how to use the guitar actually. It's not even about the knowledge, just to have a feeling for the flow.
Yeah.
I found that really important too.
Mhm. It feels it's fun. Like that's the part that there's no like I don't know how it feels is independent of how like the final picture looks. So if we can enjoy like when we're doing it, I think that's like that'll keep us going
Yeah, most of the time.
most of the time.
Okay, next page.
Nice.
No, I just
That's
read
fun.
it.
Fast.
What?
I just like, yeah, I'm catching up. In your
That's like-
dreams.
In your
Great. And there are so many there are so many forms to connect on this and to wedge into each other. The hand is so complicated. I think it makes sense that he has the most content on the hands.
yeah.
He loves his
Yeah, he loves
hands.
it.
Knuckles, bones.
I drew most of the book of 100.
Nice. I think this is all repeats actually of that. Most of it.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of these are similar.
Fuck. Okay. This is getting tough.
So Gabriel, you said you were from Germany.
Yes, yes.
What about? If I may ask.
I didn't get the question.
What about? Are you from like? If you wanna answer that. But,
I am. It's
yeah.
close to Cologne, so on the western part.
Yay.
West. Yeah. Because the eastern part is still a little bit. I don't know. It seems to still be influenced by good old Russia.
Ah, okay.
Remember the DDR and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the
Yeah,
people.
it's a little. Yeah.
What about Berlin?
To sense it sometimes.
What's Berlin like?
I don't know. I have like never been there.
Ah, okay.
It is depressing. I'm gonna tell you, depressing.
You've been?
There are
Ah.
some. Yeah, I was. Okay, I do not remember any German. Okay, so no, but I was studying German.
Wow.
And I used to live for 1 year in Magdeburg, which is. It was funny because my name is Magda, and the place was called Magdeburg, so I was basically sheriff of my own town. And yeah, that's a city that is near Poland, and it's near Berlin, and yeah, you can see all of that area. It's really, I mean, it's kind of depressing because Magdeburg, you won't know this city, but it was known because what was this band that everybody hated back in the day? Tokyo Hotel was from there, and they used to get in fights all of the time. Like the year before I went there, someone, I think the drummer, got his head smashed with beer or something like that, with a bottle of beer.
Oh well.
It is, yeah, one of those places. It's okay, but
Yeah.
it's just kind of depressing. It's the buildings are really communist cut.
Well, the further you go into the east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
like,
was my Erasmus, so I didn't have a choice. I was like, okay, let's go. But yeah.
yeah, but my parents they come from like Sachsen, like also the eastern part, so I have some heritage there.
Wow.
People are. The problem is probably they're too old to adapt to like how things are nowadays. So they're like invested in their old life, and they're like confused when people are like from other countries, and that's it's like
Yes.
you shouldn't take that too seriously because they're literally like old and confused. Yeah.
I always thought of Germany as like a kind of an art city or like an artist hub in Germany. Is that not true?
There's like there are like places for this stuff, and they probably advertise it like like that. But if you talk about art in Germany, you're probably not gonna meet many people who are like, oh yeah, I love art.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, the people are they like the only time we really talk to people who are like excited about art is like in like at an art course or like in an art college or something like that. Like outside these areas, you would tend to not meet many of those people who are excited about art. Which is why I for all my like almost 20 years of age now, I didn't have any art friends that are actually interested in art in my age and in my area. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Not once.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Like we're surrounded by it, but it's not. It's specifically in our place. Like we're the epicenter. Each one of you are the epicenter of the art interest, and that's so weird because it's like, come on, we're so many people in the same town. How is this possible?
Yeah. Why is no one interested in culture and art? What is this?
Yeah.
There weren't even enough people in like my high school year to make this this course for like there are these like specified classes for certain subjects, you know. I don't know how to call it in English, but like there's usually always 2 for maths and for German and for English and stuff, and when you're lucky, you get chemistry in there as well. But this time we didn't even get arts.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's so frustrating.
It is a little sad. I mean, I still had regular art class, but like these courses are also like they're important for how many hours you have the subject in a week. And if you had it like with these specific subject, like the extra one, you would have 5 hours per week, and like if you have it just as a normal subject, you have it like for 2 hours a week. So I was like, yeah, okay. I guess I just do a more at home than probably.
Oh, and what is that? What is the motivational essay about? What do you have to write about? Motivation.
Essay. Wait. You said you mean the motivational letter?
Yeah.
There's no essay because it's just 1 page.
But it's giving you trouble.
It is giving me big trouble because I'm like trying to appeal to them and have them like take me for the application.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not make it like too obvious. Yeah, it's like hiding some things, making other things, like trying to put some personal stories in there and stuff, and like making it really, making every sentence really dense with important information because I only have 1 page. I basically have to compress a lot of information into 1 page of packed, readable, and like inviting letter. Yeah,
Wow.
the entire point is like, tell me why you're motivated to study art at our university.
So general. Yeah, it's such a general question. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, you have a lot of room to do this basically, but they probably want to hear more about yourself and your own story than how nice the college is. But just at the end, you can just put in a little bit, you know. Yeah.
Wow, that's the kind of essay that you need to make just a good impression. Because how are you gonna solve a problem that we've been trying through human history? Like, because you do art, it's like, what's wrong with you? I would just, I don't know, my
Yeah.
turn into like a hate letter or something like that. Are you trying to make me to solve your problems? You work for this, okay? I'm paying you to solve this. Damn it.
You know, if I have the better reasons to make art, then I can take. They choose me to study at their university. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also have like the portfolio and stuff, but it's a nice addition to have the motivation letter in there.
Okay. So yeah, okay.
Shows more interest, you know. You have to be very interested.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Yeah, I
of
guess-
course, the fuck I am, but
Yes, of
come
course.
on. That's why I'm applying to you.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. It's like, I guess we don't work like that in Spain. We're like really infantile in that way, because in the States or Germany, you have like to introduce yourself, try to elaborate the text, and say, hey,
Yeah.
I'm this kind of mature. So let me in, because I've been thinking about it, right? So I guess you don't need to be brilliant. You just need to show that you've been in the right places, asking the right questions, I guess.
Yeah, interested, yeah.
Interested, yes.
Because, yeah, in Spain it's like, hey, have you been passing your test for the normal school? Yeah. Have you been doing extra other classes? Maybe. Here, and we're gonna do a test, and this is the trial, and wish you the best.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that's not even for university. You just go in if you pass your exam from, you have like primary school, then high school, then you have like a 2-year school prep, and then you go into university if you want. But if not, there is list like a Fachhochschule, like the specific, not university, but yes, 2-year formation thing. And that thing, university, you need to pay for it, but the professional school, let's say, it's for free. So imagine all of these hundreds of people trying to pass this test and try to show they're the right ones, but without any essay. You don't go through interviews. You go through tests. Like, hey, you're being good in
Interesting
school.
system.
Yeah, it is. It is like really like a paperwork thing. And then how do you measure? Imagine someone. For me, it was really frustrating because I got in right after studying languages. I went into one of those. But I wasn't good at drawing. Like I needed to prove I was good enough. And like from I don't know 20 people that got in, I was number 21, I think, and there was someone drop off and I went in. I don't know. I don't remember. Or I was one of the last ones. I was like, it was weird. It was a weird situation. And then I think, wow, this is so unfair because there were many talented people. I'm not telling you that. But half of them, they're not working as illustrators right now.
Yeah.
And it's like if for one or two people I'm not doing what I want because you're not giving me the opportunity, that's so frustrating. Like
Yeah, the system is
insane.
not quite
Yeah.
making too much sense at all the time.
No, so I still think the essays are weird. Yeah, but maybe you get some kind of humanity in there and someone sees something. I don't know how.
I think it's a bit more about how good you can market yourself. It's not about
Yeah.
like the actual skill. It's more about how good are
Yeah.
you at presenting yourself and your
Yeah.
idea and your like being a businessman and communicating that. But I suck at writing, so I take really long times to get that done. I think I can talk about the topic a bit, and that's like easier because I can say the points that I want to say in different ways and make it apparent that way. But making one text that is very compressed with info and like full of information and like showing motivation and personal interest and like personal story and everything as well, that's a bit complicated.
Yes.
Of
Yes.
course, man.
Yeah,
Have
it's
you
a bit
read examples?
I have tried to read examples, like a lot of them, and then I thought I'm not going to use any of them because they're not for my specific situation. But it's nice to have some kind of structure to follow. But yeah, I think it's very easy. Like when you're talking with someone in person, you can sense their energy and like their entire personality a lot more when you actually have them in front of you. Like it's a completely different type of engagement, and
Yes.
it's so different. It's completely another thing, yeah. But getting people to talk to you in person is sometimes very difficult in Germany. That is true.
Wow.
All the damn paperwork.
That's so.
God, did you say you were from Berlin?
I am not from Berlin.
Oh,
I have
okay.
never been there, in fact.
Oh, okay. I misinterpreted.
That's fine. But yeah.
Mark.
Well, good luck with that. I mean, I
Yeah,
didn't
Mark.
get there like you see because I didn't pass any of those, and I've been super interested. Like I was watching all of these how to go into MTI panels that you can find on YouTube, and I wanted to see what they are MTI people. You see, it's MIT. Sorry, MIT people. They do science. How do you get someone through personality? I don't know. They
Yeah.
are really interesting panels. Just how to figure out a person through those meetings and their investigation and so on. It's just I was obsessed because how can you figure out someone like that? I don't know. So I binged through a lot of those for a while, and yeah, there must be something. So don't worry. I mean, if you keep drawing, even if you cannot make it to school, should be fine. Like if you keep doing your thing.
Yeah, I think for this school it's a bit different because usually the school is like the state pays for the school stuff. So but this one is a bit different in the sense that it is kind of a private school, but it's still like approved by the state. So you still get a degree and stuff, but it's actually a private school and they can do more of what they want, but you actually pay them the money. Yeah,
Nice.
this is why they want the people to come there to give them the money. So my chance is a little bit higher here. Also, I have a bit more experience because last year I tried to get into into school, and I got rejected. But that might
Yeah.
also be because of Corona and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think there was a certain school that didn't accept any students whatsoever because of the situation.
Yeah.
Yes, so that year was
That's
just
so
over.
odd. But
Mag-
that's always,
Magda, you're self-taught.
Kinda. Wait, who? Sorry.
Yeah.
yeah, no. Keep going,
Uh,
keep going.
Was it about me? I'm confused.
Yeah, man. Why not?
Ah. Well, I don't think that really counts. Like I have had some public courses and stuff, and I talked to the mentor, and I got in touch with her, and I know her a bit more personally now, and we did some of the portfolio work together, at least for the first one, because I was really lost and I didn't know anything about this, what the universities wanted, and she helped me out. And yeah, I still go to the courses when they're up, and yeah, she helped me with my development a lot, and she pushed me to do things that are actually really important for me that I couldn't see for myself. I might still be in a very weird place if I yeah, hadn't listened to her. That might be possible. But I couldn't see them at the time. Like, she was talking to me and I was like, why? Why would I try drawing something else? Why would I try letting loose of control and stuff? Why would I just give up on trying to craft everything by hand perfectly?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was very rigid and stuck in a certain way. Oh no, the timer's off.
I mean,
Hmm.
I would be. I totally feel your situation. Like I would be like, what's going on?
Magda, you're self-taught.
Me?
Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, like I like to. What was his name? Marko Djurdjevic. I guess you know this name. This guy from Six More Vodka. That, well, they recently closed the company, I think. But this guy was very like famous comic illustrator, and then he went into video games and so on, right? This guy said once that he was like a really, what was his name? Highly self-motivated. So it's saying
Yeah.
things of myself. I think it's unfair because I was lucky that in primary, high school. I mean, in primary school and high school, I got really good teachers. So I mostly seen like a lot of things there. But then at home, I would just because in my family the problem is art wasn't well.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't accepted. Let's say this was like an eternal hobby that Magda had. It's like no, Magda is doing this for real. Like, I was super convinced I was doing this. It's just I was trying to surf the situation, and I would. Because I wasn't related to art, and even though I was going to libraries, I didn't know you could get art over there. So one day I was browsing comic books in my local shop, and there was this book from How to Draw a Manga, which was super basic, but
Yeah.
it gives you the keys. Like, if you don't like the perspective they're showing, you at least know there is some perspective to learn, right? If you cannot buy all of these screen tones that they were selling in Japan, because we're talking like 20 years ago, you know now that there are like gray tones. At least you need to know what panels are hitting light, what panels are like, all of these phases in the light, right? And then you know anatomy that maybe it was super simplified, but then hey, there's anatomy to learn, and then you go on your own, and you keep doing. And I guess that's why I passed the test to go into this technical school later, because I did my university, and then I say, I don't want to do this. I want to do art.
Yeah, well.
Arts. So I went there, and I guess it's because of that, because I had an understanding of we needed to do for the test study of drapery. And it was like, I knew how to do drapery. The problem is we needed to use watercolors for the test.
Oh, no way.
This is insane. Like,
This is
watercolor
unfair.
is like the hardest technique ever. Like, not even. What? I was super confused, so I tried my best by doing some gradients. It looked like really poorly done, obviously. And I did, because I was into comic book, what I knew was the traditional. So you line work, coloring, right? So I did the coloring, and then I did like inking, like an inking process, and I remember the teacher. Oh my god, that was insane. So we were doing this drapery, and I was like, we're not using reference. Like for me, reference is key. Like if you don't have reference, what are you doing? You're not studying. Like you're just I don't know. And they say no. And as soon as he turned around, I took because we're doing watercolor. I took my towel and I just handed it in a way that it was like in the illustration, so I could copy it from life. Because I was like, I'm not getting kicked out because you didn't want to give us a reference. I was like, I was fighting, I was biting, I was no, let me in. I was like, no, give me my place. I want to be here.
Oh no.
Because I needed the paperwork. It's not even that I couldn't draw. It was the paperwork, like to show people, hey, I have this 2-year degree. I can do the thing. For international, I mean, like travels and stuff. And then when I was inking, after doing all of the reference with the watercolor and everything, they came back around and I was like, they were talking to each other, the two teachers, and were like, oh shit, she's inking. I think she's not gonna pass. Like, what the fuck? You cannot see that in front of me.
That's so mean. What the heck?
It was so weird. So when I came in, I was like when I got in, I mean, in the school, I was so relieved. Like, okay, I made it, but what a shitty exam to pass. Like, it
Yeah.
was so stressful. But yeah, then the rest is not like I'm sorry to say this about my school, but I didn't learn much.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, and you know what? I'm here for the paperwork. Give me my stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, I know this girl she's living in Texas right now, Austin. We met at that school in Spain. She's half Spanish, half English, right? And she already knew how to do her thing. She's fantastic. She's a tattoo artist. She's doing like tours and she's a singer of a metal band right now. She was a lot into rap music when I met her. So this woman knew her thing already, and because of her the final project, they didn't like it. She didn't pass, and she went. You know what? I don't need you, and she just left. She didn't do the thing. She just quit at the last, very very last step, and she's doing her living with art. It's not like you need that.
Does she? I live in Austin, so I'm curious if.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pass a link. Let me just see.
Yeah, let me see, because I'm in the art and metal scene here in Austin, so I wonder if I know her.
Wow.
Probably Chloe from Wolf. Let me just see if I can find
They have like an Instagram or something?
yeah, let me just check. Because I'm on the computer, but the Instagram is on the phone, so I see if I can find something. She has like 3 different accounts, so I'm just gonna pass one link and then figure it out. Let's see. So Chloe, she's just a freaking star. It's just most of the time it's part of the attitude, right? Like whatever you're doing, you're breathing through art, you're expressing yourself. You have these. Well, she's also a model, as you can see on the account. She does like many things, but what I mean is like she also needed the paperwork, but at the end she was like, you know what? I don't need you. I don't need you.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm more of a good girl, so I thought, yeah, no, I'm having my paperwork done, and actually that was very helpful to come to Japan.
Yeah. They need to see
You're
a degree, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but that's it. I had my university degree. If it wasn't for the university one, I studied languages. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here. And then because I had a paper saying, hey, I can do art, and I've been doing this and this in a company in the UK, I wouldn't have this job. You know what I mean? Like, I'm solid paperwork raised. I don't think it's the real key, but I'm playing with the rules I've been given.
exactly.
That's what I can do right now. Yeah, I find inspiring people that, well, Steven Zapata, he just said, hey, you know what? I'm not finishing this. Bye. He got this. I don't know if you've been listening to the last stream. he found this job that a friend passed to him, Ahmed.
Yeah.
And he said it was the last year, but he was like, you know what? Money. I want money. I want money, and I can do the job. Goodbye, school.
Nice.
I think that's awesome. You do your thing. So yeah, please check out my friend's Instagram account or any other account that she might have. She's very good. It's trash metal though. It's quite hard.
I followed her. Do you have an Instagram?
I do. My name. If you look for my full name, my like Magdalena Palos Granados, you can find me. But I have. Let me just write it down so you can copy paste. Freaking. Oh, 1 second. 1 second.
Magdalena Pablos Granados. Here we go.
That's it. The one from the YouTube. But I can put. I think the profile is freaking Hananitsu. That's mine.
Ooh, very beautiful.
Okay. Let me see. I'm not being connecting lately because I'm trying to get into the zone. Like I don't know you guys, but I realize that if I'm all social media and stuff, I need like I don't know, like 3 days to get into my brain and know what I want to do. So in 3 days, I won't be like connecting into different social media and stuff because I need my headspace.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I become a slave to Instagram. Not really, but it's an interesting challenge. Drawing for the square is harder than drawing landscape or portrait.
You see, I just connected to Instagram and now I'm replying texts and like, oh no, this is what I was running for. It's gonna just take me, and I'm gonna take it away. Um,
Man, I tried to draw this hand in like 3 minutes, and I'm like, this is impossible. It's just not. No. I would have to like I'm not getting these muscles here, these connections. Shit. It is very hard.
Yeah, man. It takes time.
Not the muscle connections, yeah. Oh.
that was good. Hey.
Okay. How many hand drawings do I have to do?
Oh man, a lot.
Christ.
Too many, yeah.
Done like a dozen.
A dozen more to come.
5 more dozen. Okay, let's keep going.
Yep.
If I was doing this alone, I would have probably quit like 1 hour ago.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it is hard. Like you really need to be with some self motivation here, like
Mm-hmm.
strong self
Yeah.
motivation.
I need some caffeine.
Man, I'm gonna sleep well after this. I'm gonna sleep really nice.
Yeah. No kidding.
Wait,
For
bro,
example, as I said, oh yeah, sorry.
in Germany, it's what, like, it's what, 2 in the morning?
It's 1 a.m. right now.
Uh,
It's still fine. It's still within my boundaries. It's good.
okay, man.
But yeah, what I was saying before about getting into like a mental space to be creative and everything, I think like right now with the internet, you can just, if you ask the right questions, you just get the answer,
Mm.
right? The same as what we were saying before, like, okay, this thing about anatomy, maybe I should try Bridgman, maybe I should try something else.
Yeah.
Hogarth, I could try. So maybe I don't feel attracted to Bridgman as hard as many other people.
Yeah.
But I couldn't miss this opportunity because you just invited us so nicely. I was like, this is a really nice opportunity to get in touch with Bridgman because I always see and I'm like, I don't think this is for me. I'm actually enjoying this, but I don't think I will be doing this.
Yeah, man. What do you like? Have you used any anatomy books before? Like, do you have anyone you like?
I mean, like I really like that one from that Steven recommended, the one from Hogarth. That it's not the Frederic de la Bier, but the other one. That it's like
Dynamic anatomy,
history.
maybe? Or what?
Yeah, something like that. I have the file somewhere. That was really. It gets you like in like a really flowy state of mind. This is more to know to put the Bridgman is more like putting the pieces together.
Exactly.
Everything fits. Everything has beauty in its angle, and every part of the puzzle is going somewhere. Yeah, for me, it's because I grew up after finding those manga books that were not enough. I found this thing from Paramount. It's an editorial in Spanish. Paramount, basic anatomy, blah blah blah. It was really technical. It did the job. I used to copy those. The same. It wasn't the perfect one. It's just it was the one that I could reach. Like so. Yeah, I don't have a favorite. Like I love the Loomis methods. More than anatomy are more like the figure drawing, the how to harmonize the facial proportions and everything. I totally enjoyed that. That came to me when I was finishing my university studies, and I thought, oh, this is what I needed. everything was Loomis this, Loomis that. I think I have all of the books. I went through all of them. I didn't copy them because I'm not that kind of person. I'm more about to reading and trying to see what the author is trying to tell me. Oh yeah. Loomis. That's my guy, Loomis.
Okay.
I'm gonna say. That's my final.
Yeah, I tried to study his book like a figure drawing for all it's worth, but I was so much perspective stuff in there, and I just
Yes.
I got confused, and then I struggled, and then I got bored.
Yeah, it's like in the beginning I was like, this is too much, but one day it just clicks in. It's but the same with Bridgman. When I see it, it's like, wow, this person has been thinking a lot about all of these pieces, and I guess that's why I didn't touch it before. Cause like, yeah, it was the same because I was on my own and I wasn't having that support. No, I needed to really maximize what I could learn and make it look nice. So even if some parts were not fitting in my head, if they were looking nice on paper, I was like, good enough, next. Like I needed to really, really speed up the full thing. I don't think it's the right practice, but hey, I needed to survive. Okay, I
Yeah.
sometimes when people say that, it's like, look, I was like this rat on a sinking boat, and I needed to be quick and do things. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, hey, I gotta go.
Yeah,
I
bro.
was listening to your talk.
Oh.
Thank you. It was very interesting to listen to you guys.
Man,
Yeah. Next time
Yeah.
we talk a bit more about drawing, and I wish you a great night and
you too, Phil.
much passion
Thank
to your
you.
challenge.
Take care, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Nice. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Come back soon. Hey Gabriel, so when are you meant to go into everything? Like, are you preparing now the text? Are you getting guide from your friend? What's the stage now? What are you doing?
I need to get a bit of like I need to get some answers. I did my
Mhm.
portfolio. I finished my portfolio. Like the stuff is done. I got the PDFs. I put it all together. I'm just waiting for like my mentor friend to give me an answer. Like, well, this is okay the way it is, or if I have to change some layout stuff and that stuff. Or the next thing is I sent the motivation letter to my sister, and she's like 12 years older than me, and she's been through this stuff already, and
Yeah.
she kind of knows what they want to hear and what would be interesting. Probably she's a yeah, a bit more wise, a bit older, and what else do I need? I need, oh yeah, the person to contact. Usually you write a name on the motivation letter who you were actually talking to, like directly addressing.
Wow.
Um, yeah, that's like you're supposed to address the letter to someone, and I don't really have a name to address the letter to. I could just say the university name, but I wanted to know because in most of the examples, there was like a insert name of contact person here,
Mhm.
and I was like, I don't know who I'm actually contacting. So let's get on the phone and ask them what I'm gonna do about this because what am I gonna do? There's nothing on the website, so I just call them. But it turns out they open again on Monday at like 8 a.m. and I have to wait until Monday now. So
Oh.
I was gonna send it out like um, today or tomorrow if I get all the information I need in. But yeah, I can't do it now because I need some information
Yeah.
and probably gonna do it like Monday. So it is quite close to getting like a sent in disclose.
Yeah. Ooh, it is really. It's very. What's the name for that in English? Like really ripe. Everything.
Mm.
Oh
That
yeah, it's
apple
all
is gonna
coming
fall
together.
from the tree soon. Ooh.
Ah, and I'm quite excited to get into a place where people are like young and interested in art because
Yes.
the thing about the courses is the public courses with art. Um,
Mhm.
there's a 99.9% chance you are gonna meet um, women around the age of 60 and older, and that's the entire group who's there.
Yeah, people that have time, basically.
Like only women and only over 60. And I'm like
Ooh,
the
would
guy
you
who's
like
like
some fricadelle?
yeah, some fresh 18-year-old boy was like, okay, I guess I want to do this. Just lower the average age, yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, I mean, uh, the nice thing, how can I say? It is not the same if you just jump into a bunch of old people. You're like a little bit out of place, maybe. I get
Yeah.
that. But when I went into this professional school, there were people from many different ages. We had people
Hmm.
50 years, 40, 30 something. I was like 20 something when went in.
Hmm.
And I'm 33 right now. Like I'm gonna be 34 this year. Anyway, so I learned so much from them, like a lot. But you see, that there wasn't that much of a breach, and they were not interested only in doing still life paintings. They were like real people that wanted to be professionals. I mean, like one of them
Oh,
was super a lot into animation. One of them, and not only the old elder people, also the younger. Like I have this friend. I'm gonna try to find her Instagram because she's amazing. We didn't do any animation in there, but she just wanted to do animation so crazy, and she couldn't get out of Malaga, our city, to do the studies that she just learned on her own a little bit after after getting in school and so on. And let me just find the profile because she's just so good. Like, and she found a place where you do animations in Spain, like at her level, and they wanted her, and she's now hired. So
nice.
like it's really inspiring how well, okay, I've been given these tools and this is the school I can go, and I have many friends from many different ages that are interested in different things. um I'm gonna try to do my thing too, and she did, and that's awesome. Let me see.
I mean, the old people were nice and stuff, but it's just like it's unlikely you're gonna talk about the same subjects because they do art for their very own reason, and most of the time, like 99%, it is because they see it as their hobby. And I'm like, I want to do this like for yeah, for my life basically as a profession as well when I get there.
Yeah,
Same, bro.
that's it basically. Yeah. And yeah, it's just that it's more um like we're already talking to us saying like maybe this is not possible when there are many other people out there saying it is not possible. Well, I'm not gonna be one of the people in that team. I prefer to be in my team, so I'm gonna say yes, I can do it. It's gonna take work and time, yeah, but when I see when I see the right motivation, I see people just doing the thing, and that's really nice.
It is. Got to change my pencil here.
Yeah.
Are you guys winning? Are you winning?
You are here.
Who's that wonderful person?
I'm Magda.
Oh my god! Oh my god, Sam! Oh, this is the first time I hear your voice. Oh my god!
That's right. We've never actually talked before. We only are best friends through text.
That's so good. Beautiful voice. How are you doing?
I have strep throat.
What?
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Yeah, but I somehow have never gotten COVID during the pandemic, but I got strep throat. I think from my goddaughter's birthday party. Kids are disgusting, so
Damn.
I probably. Uh, I actually feel okay. I actually just got back from the pharmacy to get my antibiotics, but so I'm gonna draw. Wait, Ben, is the Bridgman thing today or tomorrow?
It is on right now.
Yeah, bro, we're all
If you
we're
if you
kill
scroll
Misunderstood.
we're killing it.
if you scroll up the
We're
meeting
done.
room, you have the
I
link
see
that
it.
Vito
Okay.
wife
Okay. Well, I
put in there.
will. I'll join you guys.
But bro, how are you feeling? Like, is it? Are you feeling fever or anything?
No, but I just feel tired. But I
Yeah.
actually don't have. I don't have a fever, so I'm going to draw with a fountain pen. Which thing are we on? What drawing are we on?
Oh, I
Man.
don't know the page. I can look it up for you.
I'll find it. I have both the physical copy and the PDF copy.
We're working through the hands slowly.
This guy is not slow. Don't trust him.
Ben's not.
It is page 37. At least on my book it is.
Danke.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Hey Sam, do you speak German?
Nine.
I'm okay. We've been like talking about life and going into school, our school or not going, and the usual when we feel like we're enjoying ourselves here with different techniques, and we were just checking out which techniques we enjoy better or the
Yeah.
most.
Yeah.
Um, Actually, I wanted to ask you, Sam, because you've been going through a lot of material in in the past like year.
Yeah.
Which author would you say it's better for you to learn anatomy? Like we were talking about Bridgman and how Ben is here doing the impossible with a one night going through the full book.
Well, this is it's a tough one. I've been through a lot of anatomy books, and I want to clarify that I myself am not especially fantastic at anatomy. But Magda knows very well that I am also a person who researches until the cows come home. So for some people were here, some people were witness to my first oil painting, and like I had never oil painted before, but the way I talked about it sounded like I had been oil painting for years because that's how much research I had done on oil
There
painting.
you go.
Yeah, like I know oil painting techniques, even though like I've not used them. Like I know what glazing and scrumbling are, and I've never actually done either of them. To answer your question, I in my experience, and for me, what seems to be working is to actually try to split up anatomy into two
Mm.
buckets, and one is understanding the reference, so having reference books, right?
Yeah.
These are not books that one would presumably copy necessarily. You can if you want, you can copy the plates, but I don't know how beneficial that is. But just having a reference to look at, because if like if you're ever drawing something, you're like, fuck, how does the bicep, like how does it insert here? Like
Mm-hmm.
just you can look it up. And so there's actually more than books. Like I actually talked to my doctor friends about it. They're like, oh yeah, there are apps and stuff. The apps are very expensive though, because they're targeted to like
Yes, they
med
are. Oh my
students.
They are shitty
Yeah,
expensive.
Oh my
yeah,
god, I was checking because I'm really into touch the thing to understand it because I'm that kind of weirdo. So I
yeah,
got myself this school from Proco when it went into sales like 2 years ago. It was
yeah,
super cheap, and I thought I'm getting it because I need. I've been studying the school before, yes, all of my life, but touching it and watching it around 3D and turning it, it just makes the difference. So I was checking for like real anatomy pieces of the body that you could just
Mm.
put together that they're not for children. Okay, the ones for children are like
Mm.
$30, and they're not fine because it's like few blocks that you put together. No, I'm talking about doctors' actual references that are half of the size of a normal human being, but you can put every single muscle attached to the everything. You get every single muscle. They're like $600 to 1,000.
What?
Wow.
I
It's
think
like,
because I think for one thing, because they're actually pretty expensive to make, and then the other thing is that they're
of course,
typically directed at like med students and doctors who are typically very rich,
yeah,
and so
and
it's a supply
schools
and demand.
like proper
Yeah,
schools that get the material. That makes total sense, but it's so
yeah,
sad because they look so good. And then I
yeah,
realized by watching of those, I'll try to find a link for you now. If you go and find those, they show you the full reference how they pull it together and put it together, the full thing.
yeah.
And that teaches you because it's like, oh, they're taking this muscle here, oh, now they're putting it here, oh, of course that goes here, and it's a cheap free experience
Yeah.
that you get to
And,
see all of the muscles.
oh, by the way, this is a reminder for those who needed to turn on your timer if you have not turned on your timer.
I
Sometimes,
forget
yeah,
it every time.
I
yeah,
didn't, and I will do it later.
yeah, yeah. Cause I just turned mine on. I almost forgot.
Sam, Sam,
Yeah,
Sam.
yeah, Ben.
Yo, what's your impression of Bridgman? What's your relationship with Bridgman like? Because I know there's a lot of
So
mixed opinions.
yeah, so I took Marshall Van Job's Bridgman course,
Yeah, yeah.
part of it, and which really helped me to think about it. And I would say if I learned anything from that workshop, I learned that Bridgman is really good to learn anatomy from if you already know anatomy. Okay, I know that's a weird thing to
Mm,
say, but it's if Bridgman is hard to learn from, it's because Bridgman actually did not intend on his drawings to
yep,
be what they are now. They were
yep.
lecture notes essentially. He used them as like lectures, like he drew them as lecture drawings while he was explaining them. So not having a good guide is a little bit dangerous, but there's nothing wrong with copying Bridgman. I think you imbibe in his process. I think over time returning to Bridgman is useful, and I think that's what I got from Marshall,
Mm,
because as you get better at anatomy from looking at just from practicing, you'll start to appreciate one of the things you start to appreciate is how economical Bridgman is
Yeah.
with his drawing. Yeah, and like some marks you think like they don't do anything, and then you realize, oh, that single line actually does a lot of fucking work. Like let's look at the plate that we're on right now, the page that we're on. Do you see like in the middle the most refined drawing, the hand in the middle?
Yeah, okay.
See that? Yeah, see the lines on the left, on the pinky finger, that knuckle.
Yep.
That's a single stroke where the knuckle is, and that does so much work. It shows the fact that there's a knuckle. It shows perspective as well, right? It gives you a sense of the form there. It's also a contour, so it gives you the sense of the edge. All that stuff he did because he's a master, right? So he understood. Now, I don't think the goal is to copy that mark. I think that goal is to appreciate that wisdom, that insight, and then apply that to your art. And so I think it's a danger to copy Bridgman and like try to copy his style.
Yeah.
I don't even think he would say he has a style, you know. So yeah, I love Bridgman, but I think that, and I also, the reason I'm hedging is because I totally think Bridgman's available for beginners. I just think they have to know what they're getting in for. I wouldn't like give this to a 17-year-old and be like, this is how you're gonna learn anatomy, right? I do think that
Yeah.
it's dangerous, I think, because even Bridgman himself, I don't think would agree with that. He's like, no, that's not what these are for. But yeah, so so that actually leads me to the second bucket, which is like, what are good anatomy books to learn kind of general anatomy from? But that totally depends on the student, right? It depends on how hardcore you want to get with anatomy. Again, I want to clarify. I think everyone who cares at all about representational anatomy should have a reference book. Like, even if you're a cartoonist, I think it's good to have a reference book because there may be some angle or pose where you're like, actually, what goes there? Like, I don't remember. But after that, like for me, I am actually not that hyper realistic, but I'm also not hyper stylistic. So the book that I always go to, that I always have on the right side of me, is Michael Hampton's figure.
Analytical figure drawing?
Yeah. It's it's figure drawing, design, and invention.
Design and invention. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an anatomy book. I would call it a simplified anatomy book. Like, it's really good for understanding basic, like breaking down basic shapes and forms. So that's good enough for me. And then I have underneath that book, Paul Richet's Artistic Anatomy, which is a very, very scientific, like relatively scientific book, right? That's my reference book. And so that's how I have hand in hand. But I also have like Bomis. I have like 10 Bridgman books, like including old printings of his books, and I love that I have Bridgman, but I don't. That's not where I've learned most of my my anatomy, to the extent I've learned any. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, man. That was a very complete answer. Like, should I ask you about my future now? Because you know me things.
Well, I am a wizard.
That would be awesome. No, but yeah, well, that's it. What you say about Michael Hampton's book, that it's not super detailed, but it has its information, but it doesn't go super crazy into. That it's like the book I was talking before that has let me see if I can find it's something I found in Spain. The author is not even famous. It's just the book was so complete and functional that I thought, this is my book. I'm gonna paste the link.
Hampton is pretty popular these days. The first printing was 2013, right? Oh, by the way, for those who don't know, Magda and I have been talking for like almost like at least 6 or 7 months. Like even before I took Steven's workshop, when I joined the Patreon server. So actually almost a year now that I think about it.
Yeah,
So this is our first time. Yeah.
You're so approachable. It just sparked. It just happened.
I mean, I don't think anyone thinks I'm approachable. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a sarcasm. I'm self-aware enough to know I'm approachable.
Keep talking. The faster you go, the better. Come on, go.
Yeah, I'm curious about others' thoughts on anatomy books. I will say I have Proko's. Oh, are we moving on? No, not yet. I have Proko's anatomy course. I actually think that's good. But again, I think it's important to ask like why anyone would care about anatomy.
Exactly.
Steven will be the first to say like things don't need to be, not just anatomy. Nothing needs to be correct for it to be art, right? But if you do care about having something like I try to think of anatomy as expressing language, right? The human mind, the brain has evolved to understand and identify anatomy as meaning certain things. When the first 2 to 3 lessons that Marshall did for the Bridgman course was a Bridgman workshop. What he actually had us do was act out our favorite poses in Bridgman's book, The Complete Guide.
Nice.
And he's like so a couple of insights I realized. Number one is some of his figures aren't actually, it's not possible. It's not possible to hold some of those poses. You will fall over. So that's one thing, is that Bridgman himself stylized, so it's important to remember that. The second thing is that even the ones that are fairly accurate, we are moving on now.
Oh yeah.
The ones that are fairly accurate, you start to understand why Bridgman drew them the way that he did. Like for example, when you act them out, you start to feel the weight, like what foot is carrying the weight of the pose and things like that. You're like, oh, and you'll realize that that's why he drew that line at the bottom to give a sense of it like carrying all that weight. And some of those things you don't realize if you're just copying the lines blindly. Even right now, as I'm drawing these, I'm actually drawing cross contours. I'm drawing the form of the hand, and that's helping me to think about the hand. And then it's like, oh, I see why Bridgman added that mark there to do X, Y, and Z. I sound like I'm an artist, but it's all bullshit.
Bro, don't.
You're getting the right information.
I will say, actually, that's always been a thing that I've been good at, is even if I'm not good at the craft of something, I'm like, I just absorb knowledge, and so it becomes like encyclopedic. So I actually do, I like to think I have that to offer.
I know, but I think you're grasping the everything. It's just we're pretending like there are like two sides of it. It's like, oh no, I'll never be an artist. But of course, if you don't practice like regular, I'm not even saying every day, but you know, if you don't have like intention to it, of course you're never gonna be. Like people say, oh, that's a miracle. But in your case, like when people get into it so profoundly and at like over 20s, over 30s, even 40s, they grasp it like even quicker, because as kids we have some other understanding of the shape and the form. It's just the brain doing its work, and when you grab it later you totally get so much more info that you can apply faster because you understood it just faster. So
I just didn't get it when I was like 16 or stuff. I couldn't see it.
right? Yeah, totally. Like I'm still figuring out a lot of stuff, and of course it's quicker now because I'm having another vision. But what I mean is, like, when I see your work, Sam, I can see all of the maturity going on. It's like I'm doing this because I want to do this, and sometimes I can see, okay, this is completely experimental, and that's right because I needed to see it by myself. I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, you are actually. It's something that actually Gordon, who was in the June workshop, commented on to me. Gordon's a very, very good draftsperson and painter, and he's like something you have, Sammy, that actually I think I forget is that I actually have just been on the planet longer, and it's easy to forget because it usually is not relevant. Like in this community, especially, like I learn from everyone, no matter what age they are, like
Yes.
and all that. But then it's like I do absorb things a lot faster because I have learned how to learn over my lifetime. And that's a meta skill, and I forget that that's true. So when people are like, God, you're picking this up way faster than I ever did, I was like, that's not, it's apples and oranges. Like when you started when you were 15 versus me being 39, like those are not those are not fair comparisons, right? And also you probably weren't trying to learn anything back then. You were probably just fucking around, whereas I'm all like taking 5 million courses at any given time.
Yeah.
So I need to remember all this too. Yeah, Magda, you're meeting me at like I'm at especially high art mojo these days, and yeah, this community really helped me get there too. Or actually, maybe the more precise way of putting it is like help remind me of what I have within me. So I've just been really grateful. But yeah, I'm actually gonna do more work on my Michael piece after this, and then I'm gonna do some oil painting tonight.
Ooh, So you're jumping from oil to I mean from pastels to oil now, or are you still?
I'm still doing all the above. Yeah, I still want to do pastels, but I just like could not wait with oils. I just got over myself, and I was like, let's just fucking go. Let's just do it.
No, but yeah, before Gabriel was mentioning that here in his area and there in Germany, he's not surrounded by many artists or anything that could,
Yeah.
you know, start another conversation or even like a coffee meetup at I don't know, weekly, you know, or something like that. It is funny how all of these people that they were not surrounded by artists then find people here to, you know, talk about exactly what we want. But
Yep.
then the magic happens. Like artsy people start coming up in like real life. I'm saying real life because you are all artificial intelligence in my computer right now.
Of
No.
course, yeah. That's
Like
right.
voices generated by computer. That sound really awesome. But
By the way, I'm curious
yeah,
about people's observations of what we're drawing right now. Here's another observation I made. See the hand in the left side? It's the left hand. Do you see the
yes.
on the thumb where the knuckle is at the base of the thumb where it connects to the
Okay.
hand? See that single vertical line? That how much work that does. That's an awareness of 3D logic, and you need that line. Now, without that line, without that mark, you still understand what's going on, but that mark is identifying. It's like a box, right? He's essentially saying this is the corner of the box. It's just amazing how. I think these are the insights I try to pull from this. Not like how do I exactly match his work, but rather like why did he put that mark down?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is he doing actually right there? Oh, I think he's trying to show how the thumb comes off kind of perpendicular to the wrist. It's like on a whole different. It's on a whole different plane. Yeah.
Yeah. It's that whole thing is like basically he's turning it into a box or
Yeah.
a rectangular box. Yeah, it's good shit.
I mean, yeah, that
It
was
could
what
be.
we were talking about before. Like Bridgeman is so much more about pieces and putting things together than
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why we were mentioning all of these books, and I prefer the Hogarth book about movement and everything because I need a little bit more of flow. But it's true that it's what you say actually that if you know anatomy and you wanna totally put everything together, this is the book.
But also, Sam, feel free to go at your own pace. I think we're just going as whatever we like. I'm just skipping.
Yeah, no, I'm just fucking around.
Okay.
Fucking around right now.
Okay.
That too.
Yeah. I'm not actually trying to like copy every single drawing.
I realize I cannot go at Ben's speed because I'm still waking up. And
Waking up, yeah.
Figuring out how to put the tablet and the references and everything in the iPad. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just enjoying the lines and checking out some forms I want to see.
There was a period where I would actually, when I was really just uninspired, I would just copy Bridgman and like exactly like this vibe of just not even trying to make it look accurate, just kind of enjoying, like Max just said, just the lines and the marks and I don't know if I'd say I learned a lot. I will say that I like was morphing my brain in that direction. That I of just being comfortable with drawing in this way.
Yeah.
Actually, who all is on our chat? We got a Ga, we got a Sky, we got a Cedric. I like them. I like these people.
Yeah, we just realized today one big truth in the universe that it's Gabriel.
Oh, is that your name?
It's just a short, yeah.
It was like, oh my god, like mind blowing. Like
Well,
I don't need my brain doesn't need to say anymore.
Yeah. Wait, what do you want me to call you though? Other than Daddy.
Daddy.
That's completely up to you. If you prefer that, go for it, man.
Okay.
Oh.
So what are you gonna be painting on oil paintings?
I think I'm just gonna fuck around today. I really want to, instead of actually painting anything in particular, I want to get familiar with the mediums and the solvents I have. I actually got some lavender spike oil, and I haven't tried it yet. I want to try it. So I think I'm just gonna like make a palette, just like a palette study, and just draw draw values
Wow,
and
when
colors.
when
Yeah.
I read that, I wish I knew that before, because I remember first time I wanted to try oil paintings that I never tried, by the way. But I bought like few little colors, a little panel, and a medium that was not the medium. It was the solvent was like ecological mix something, so they are not harmful to the
Yeah.
ending. And it smells so awful. Like I used it once, and then work took over and never painted, and then I moved away from that city, so I gave everything to a friend I met in a comic con that he was painting a lot. I was like, that's for you. Like it's like two pieces of nothing, but better than artists. I'm gonna take
Yeah.
anything for free, right? Yeah, so when you say that on the chat that you were getting some lavender or something, I was like, what? Is it real? Is this? I want
It
to know
smells. I
everything.
gotta say, it smells great. I already got it, and I just haven't played with it. But you have to like lavender, which I do. So I
Yeah, I love
actually
it.
love it, and I'm actually okay with my painting smelling like it because I'm okay with associating oil painting with that. I also got this. As I explained in the chat, I have done a lot of research, and when people talk about solvents, the reason why most oil painters use solvents is to solve two problems. One is to thin the paint, like for washes and
Yes.
so forth, and then the other is to clean your brushes.
Mhm.
But you can solve each of those in non-solvent ways. So for cleaning my brushes, I um I have this thing called Bristle Magic Brush Cleaner. That's actually a US company, and my local shop recommended it to me. It's completely non-toxic. It's environmentally friendly. It smells like nothing. I use it in a silicone jar, and it worked great. I've never used mineral spirit. Actually, I have some mineral spirits just in case, but I haven't used it. But for my purposes, it works fine. And then at the end of the session, I use that, and then I use soap and water to clean it off completely.
Mhm.
So that solves that thing. And then to thin the paint, there's a lot of ways to approach it, but that's what I'm going to use the lavender spike oil for. So I'm going to play around with that today, see how they feel, see how much I need to add to get the effects I want. I'm really into into underpaintings. I just don't like white canvases and pages.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to like just lay down like I have a burnt sienna, I just like lay that down. Um,
Mm.
right away. So, yeah, I'm gonna do that. But if I do paint anything, I might paint a nose. I want to start working on portraits, so I'm just gonna start painting facial features to get used to it.
Hmm.
I'm thinking of
Good stuff.
painting actually. I have the 4 plaster casts of David's facial features, Michelangelo's David, and I got them for my atelier, but then I never got to that point
Yeah.
in drawing or painting them, so they were very expensive to get, so I might as well paint them now.
Oh yeah, please. I would
Yeah.
love to see that.
Yeah, they're
Oh
very
yeah.
simple on purpose, and I think it's good to like think of how Michelangelo simplified the forms. I got them from a U.S. company called Caproni Collection. They're in New Jersey, and they're highly recommended by academic artists. They're kind of the place to go to in the U.S. And then there's an Italian company that ships worldwide as well.
My
Nice.
God, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, you see that when you have clear what you want to do and everything, like, yeah, that sounds like encouraging.
I
Everything
mean,
sounds
when
better.
Magda, when you and I met, it was like I was so aimless. Like I was just sort of like, I'm just doing this because I'm supposed to. I'm just drawing Bridgman because I'm supposed to, because that's what everyone's
Yeah.
saying. I'm doing Loomis because I have to be an artist.
Hmm.
And none of that's true, right? Because like it's
No,
like
I don't. Mm-mm.
Steven would say Michelangelo didn't have figure drawing for all it's worth, right?
Yeah.
So it's like all as artists, part of our meta skill set, I think, is to be resourceful. Um,
Yeah.
and to be discerning. So it's not just about like I need X, Y, and Z to do. I honestly believe still that if an artist really wanted to, she could use a dirty branch to make art.
Yep.
You know, so it's the tools are there for us in our artistic expression, but we still need to like learn how to think. Like I think that's why that oil painting was so meaningful for me, was because it was so validating. It's like, okay, I know value. I know, like, I even spoke with this painter I'm working with now, Desmond, and he's like, it's very clear to me you understand how to render form, Sam. I was like, that's a very good compliment. But it's true, and I can do it in any medium. Like, it's like that's not specific to oil painting or anything, you know. But I think that when I started, I always felt like, God, I have to have this black wing pencil and these mechanical pencils exactly. I have to use these brushes on Photoshop. None of that's true.
Yeah, I totally understand you, and I wish someone was there for. Hey, where did Ben go? He just
Hey, oh no,
showed me
I'm.
romantically the pen
Oh,
in
well.
there, like the pencil, super cute in the middle of the.
Aw.
I had to quickly take care of some bodily function.
Gross.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, that's a
okay.
good idea.
Or hot. I don't know. Could be hot.
Oh God, it wasn't.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
what you were saying? Oh, sorry. That I felt that when I was like 10 year old. Oh, he picked up the pencil. I was obsessed with art, but no one would listen to me, right? And I finally got this little book of watercolor. It was super tiny. It was like not even $6 or something like that. And the problem, I felt overwhelmed. I never tried. And I'm talking when I was like 10 or maybe 11 years old. I never tried because I was going through the book, I was reading it and seeing the techniques, and I needed so many materials. Like, I couldn't grab those because I was a broke child that wouldn't get
Mhm.
art material, right? Like, if I'm telling my mom to get me these, what's the name for those gums that you apply on paper so you don't get water on those?
Mhm.
Well, all of these materials, right? That watercolor um, look like easier when you use them.
Yeah.
But no, I actually, if I had someone next to me to say, no, you start rendering forms, try to get even with tip watercolors, maybe for me, in watercolors, what it's important is mostly the paper so it doesn't get too wrinkly, but any paper. Um,
Yeah. I even did that plein air I did recently. I did that on Canson mixed media paper. It
there you
it
go.
did it warped a little bit, but I just like put a put something heavy on it to flatten it out, and that was it.
That's it. Mm,
Yeah, but you're right, and like it also reminds me of something Steven said many times, which is like the
mm,
best tools are the ones that you'll actually use.
Yeah.
Um,
mm,
yeah. So like I will say I feel like I have a lot more courage these days. Like, so I have all these old things that I like am pulling out and using because I'm much more intrepid. But I mean, yeah,
mm.
what was the point of getting all my fancy Daniel Smith watercolors if I never painted with them? Literally,
That's
do
it.
you know what it took me to
Yeah.
finally go outside and paint with watercolors? Was a shitty Winsor Newton student grade watercolor set that was like $30 at the art shop,
Mhm.
right? Like that's what it took me because it didn't feel precious. Where versus the like
Mhm.
Yes.
$100 I
Yes.
spent on Daniel Smith watercolors, and
What?
yeah, and it's just like,
Yeah.
because I went to the art store and I know I have money to throw around us, and one of the guys who works there is a watercolor painter, and that's his primary medium, and
Mm,
he was very good about being like, I don't think you need this high end stuff, but it sounds like you want to put down a little bit money, so here's like this like medium to high end, travel kit. And I never touched it because it was like,
mm.
this is what he uses, and it's like, but he's such a good watercolor painter, and it was very intimidating. So, now I'm using them, but it took me like a year and a half to get to that point. So dumb.
But that's it. But that's the problem. If you don't have even that conversation with someone and you
Yeah.
can try to get that figured out. So I understand that the most, like the bravest people do it because they don't mind. It's like, yeah, because I'm in total control of what is happening here, but I'm in control of what I can do, but not in control itself of the technique because I'm still learning, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone tell you that. Like
Mhm.
you're at home and no one will approach you and say, look, these are materials and you have two hands and you can use them. You might have different
Isn't it
results in the
so
beginning.
crazy?
Don't worry.
If I honestly feel artists need to hear that. Like I think I need to hear
Yeah,
that every
yeah.
once in a while. Because
No,
I honestly think that people
yeah,
buy this shit and then they're like, it's just gonna like magically turn into art somehow. And it's
Mhm.
like, no, you're
Yeah.
supposed to actually use them.
yeah, right. Like, so yeah, you just for me it's like a sad conversation. It's like, man, I wish someone just just get there and say, nah, just do it.
Just
I
do it.
remember the only time I remember my mom saying that I was super pissed off because I couldn't draw some hands. I was like, I don't know, 7 years old, something like that. My mom looked at me and say, uh, girl, this is actually difficult for people. Like, don't worry, you're like seven. Just keep doing hands, and one day will show up like a hand. And I needed that. No one will say like, just one day. My mom decided to support me. Or like that. That's nice. That's really nice. I was happy she did.
Yeah, you never forgot
Yeah,
It's
that.
just sad.
yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I wouldn't forget that. That sounds like a core memory. Like it's real,
Oh
and I
yeah,
agree with you.
totally.
But like like Cedric and Gabriel and other people here know, like all sometimes I needed to hear from a Michael piece like, Sam, your piece is really complex. It's like, oh right, like this. Of course it's hard. Like I like I chose multiple things that by themselves would have been a hard challenge. Like I chose a fucking dragon, and he's not even the most important part of the composition. Like what? And I'm all like, why is this so hard? It's like, yeah, you just decided to run like 3 Tough Mudders in a row, or Iron Man competitions in a row. But you're right. Like it's, I will say the sign of my mental health when it comes to art is the fact that I have more reasonable narratives in my head. But when I started, it's like we all, and even then, the old stuff creeps in now and then, and you know, there's the common stuff like imposter syndrome, but there's like some really insidious stuff around like what we actually think it takes to make art. And some of it, if you actually say it out loud, you'll realize it's dumb. Like it's like like some people I honestly think they like, yeah, like I think some people honestly like think that like what Craig Mullins does is he sits down and just he has an exact images in his head, and then he literally paints every mark exactly like he sees it in his head. That's not true. That's not true. Even Kim Jong-il, like that's not how he draws. If you really pay attention, he puts down marks and then he responds to those marks, right? Yes, he has had understanding and perspective and form that he's internalized over many years. Definitely worth celebrating. But like, it's not like part of it's because when we say that we see something in our minds, that's actually not true. We don't. If anything, our minds feel things, right? It feels form, but it doesn't see in 2D, right? It hasn't translated into 2D in the mind. So an illusion. So it's yeah, so it's like once you start to break this stuff down, you realize how foolish these narratives are. You I don't know, you just don't put a lot of credence into them, and you can breathe and just make shit.
Amen, brother.
Take that, art demon. No wait, my art demon is actually the one that actually is actually doing good shit. So.
Give me more.
One thing I love about Bridgman's hand, or just all of his forms, is he uses a lot of like angles that meet, or just like the lines meet, and it adds these corners. He's really into like corners and edges.
Yes.
Right? Like totally into that style. So with hands, it's like really cool how the things will swoop out, like the knuckles will swoop out and meet each other. So sexy.
Yeah.
Oh, that is really.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. I want to get good at drawing hands.
Yes, same.
I guess we'll just keep doing this until I become the hand master.
I don't tell like my mom told me just keep doing hands.
Yeah, one day you become Bridgeman. It's easy. It's that easy.
I totally cheat with hands in my paintings. I literally just take photos.
Oh, go ahead, please. I struggle with hands a lot as well.
Yeah. In the case of Michael, since Michael looks like me, that's what I. Is it really cheating? It's not really cheating.
I'm the reference queen, so no, never cheating.
Yeah, no cheat. There's no such thing as cheating, man. You're doing fine.
It's all the reference.
Damn, that's hot.
Yeah, that is.
Do you want to see, Magda? Do you want to see the current state of my Michael piece? I'll share it on my screen.
Oh yes.
I'll be right back.
Oh, what is this? Wait, I've never done this before. What is this thing? So. Wait, no, it's true. Like this is the first time I ever chat here through the thingy, and I'm like figuring out stuff. And I don't know. I can see like an live thing. Better see transmit. Wait, I can see your screen now. Okay, wow, that's been some progress. I'm in love with that dragon.
He says hi. The dragon says hi.
Hello.
He could chew your head off, but he's not going to. He just wants to be friends.
Is that the creepy friend that whispers something inappropriate to your ear, and you're like, "What are you talking about?"
It's like go strip naked through the office. It's like what? Why would you say that to me, dragon? Don't say that.
But this is so epic. I was thinking to do something similar, and when you did it, I was like, "Oh my god, he's doing it!"
I mean, you could do it.
I know, of course. I mean, at some point when I get the energy and everything, but it's just the composition and everything. Like, oh my god, this is so like such a coincidence. It's so cool. I wanted to do something completely different, though. I mean, it's similar but different. I wanted to have a dragon, and there was this little witch running away from it. So it's but it's kind of the mental process of having this big creature behind.
You need to figure out what to do with the values of the dragon.
Yeah, that stuff is complicated. It's complicated, especially because he's supposed to be in the background.
And
Cool
yeah,
thing,
it's
I thought he was like the head is approaching, right? So you have like the tail back in the background, like really back,
yeah.
and then you have the head approaching. I think to me it reads well. Like I wouldn't
Yeah, I think it probably
have a
is
problem with
fine.
that.
Yeah. I don't want to make it too dark because then it'll seem closer. But see, it's a challenge because the skyline is dark because it's buildings. But there is a bit of a mist coming out of the water.
Yes.
There's some atmospheric perspective, so I almost feel like this is me a layer where I'm playing with to see what it looks like if this is pushed back.
Yeah, the problem with the mist is like you have so much information, and now you're gonna intense that mist, and a lot of information is gonna disappear. I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and it's just sad. Like you've been spending so much time doing some information there,
but
and you're gonna be like, oh shit, I need to go now and cover it.
You gotta kill
Well,
your
cover it, like-
darlings, though. You gotta kill your darlings, you know. Gotta be willing to kill it.
You're so strong,
But
Sam.
thank you, Sky. But I feel like the dragon would not like the tail of the dragon is the confusing value. What would that look like value-wise? It doesn't it? Would it be darker? Would it be darker than? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little darker. Yeah. I gotta think about it though.
I know. Okay. Let me
see.
Life is so hard. Life is like so hard. Okay. Here, let me try this. Thanks, digital. Oh, it's too dark. Maybe this way.
Well, like it would still be. I think it would be that bright. The contour would be, but I think the form that's facing us
would be darker because it is away from the light.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah,
not
I
too
agree
much darker because it is still pretty far away.
Yeah, it's because, as you said before, this is a really complicated composition because you already the colors are already playing mentally against you. I'm not just take this with a pinch of salt, okay? Because we have the sun going down, so you have those warm colors in the background, and then we're having cooler here, and that typically reads as the warm it's closer, but it's not. So that's going with the classic information, okay? I don't like that information because I think sometimes plays against our compositions. Because you have the light back there, that's gonna be what's the name for that in English? Like you're gonna have like strong shades, like contours.
Yeah, silhouette. I think is the word you're
Does
thinking.
it make any sense? Sorry. Uh, so that means in my brain I would shade down, like make it clearer because it's going far away. But then as I read the light, it should be dark because it's against the light, right? So for me, that it's a really complicated composition. Like
yeah. This is another thing. It's like sort of I shouldn't feel bad because it actually is a pretty complicated set of problems to solve. So at this point, I think I'm gonna rely on intuition just to be like, does it feel right? Yeah. I think I have to do
I
that.
will normally look forever in the internet just to check out a reference that I could just steal because I'm that kind of person. I can stay for like 3 hours looking for what I need. Because my brain doesn't have that intuition or power of rendering to go for it.
I also just don't care about solving it that carefully. It's just not even close to the top of the. Well, it's a little bit close to the top of the contrast hierarchy. I also have given up on this being a perfect exercise in perspective and scale, in part because if I cared about that, I wouldn't have chosen this composition, right? This is a religious composition. Religious compositions do tend to be flatter because the idea is you're looking up and you're meditating on the scene, right? The fact that it's symmetric, the fact that Michael's in the center, the fact that the shape of the dragon's really beautiful. Like this, I don't think anyone questions the shape design of this piece. Like I don't, like I love it, but that means I have to sacrifice all those other things. Like if I really wanted to care about scale, like look at the references I chose some to study from. Like well, Pete Morbacher is a bad example because the guy's like fucking like this one, right? Like this is a great scale exercise, but it's not a symmetrical composition. There's so much going on. Likewise, like this is semi-symmetric, but the Kraken's kind of taking up the entire screen. And I would actually argue this, like, I mean, the scale works pretty well here, but it doesn't work as well in these other pieces. Like this one works great. This is one of my favorites. There's the foreground, middle figures, like that's really great. There's all
You
these
see,
scale
but that's insane. But then the light again is going the other way, like it's from the left, right?
Yeah.
So and for me, I mean, it's impressive, but it's still like easier than the one you got because you need to read so many. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably stuff coming off the water, and then arguably Michael's emitting his own light. He can't be that dark. That would be wrong. So, yeah, I think I have to surrender some of that like desire to be correct and just make it look cool. Like I mean, it has to look cool. I mean,
It's looking already cool. So you're winning. You're winning this battle.
Thank you. That
As
means
the
a
scale
lot.
said, you're strong. Keep killing babies.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know where that's from, but that sounds amazing. I love that.
That's good.
I love that energy.
But this one is looking good. I don't think you need to kill it. You just keep nursing it.
Look at the birdies. I love the birdies.
Yeah, I was totally looking at that. Like it attracts my attention because I normally like these pieces where you have like obviously the focus, but then you have details. I love those. I have like this internal battle against all of these people that want to read shapes super well and have everything super clear and everything is super. No, I like details and little stories in my little composition. So I love those birds.
Me too. Yeah, especially religious pieces, just symbolism all over it. I think the value of the dragon reads better. I actually went in and I actually shaded in the bottoms of the underbelly so that they're rounder. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Nice.
Yeah, so that yeah. I think that's good. I'm really happy with the skyline. That's thanks to Steven. Steven was on earlier today and he helped me with that. And it looks like San Francisco. Oh, so this is looking pretty good. It's gonna when I start rendering the water, it's gonna really fucking pop. This is gonna really pop. I've been it's funny. I was on Obsidian Grove server the other day, and one of our friends was like, "I feel like you're avoiding the water." I was like, "No, it's on purpose because since the water's on top, I want to render everything underneath it first because the water's gonna be translucent, right? So I need to know what's underneath before I render the water." But I think once I do that, it'll look really, really finished. I'm gonna add wavelets to the water as well. And then I'm going to render the scales. I'm pretty happy with the clouds. I don't think I'm gonna do much more with the clouds actually.
I'll touch it.
Yeah, actually, except that I don't like this weird little bit here. I'm gonna move that up. Thank you, Liquify tool.
So how long do you spend normally with these pieces? Because this has been like
It's been
from
5
what
months.
I'm seeing online
5 months.
on Instagram and so on. You started like some weeks ago, and I don't know how much time you say I'm gonna sit down and do this.
This great question. This is by far the longest piece I've worked on. Now, it's been sitting on my desk for 5 months. But most of that time I wasn't working on it because I was just so depressed about it. I would estimate thus far, if you count all my early iterations that I threw away, which is what thumbnailing is, I would say I've spent about 60 to 70 hours on this so far. I would estimate I have about 10 to 20 hours left on it, I think. Maybe 15 to 20 hours left on it. So I'm really close to the end, and I think the rest is going to be super fun. I'm having fun right now. But the first like 30 to 40 hours were hell. It was just like, except for the brief moment when I got the thumbnails that I liked, and then I ran with it, and then I lost faith in that thumbnail along the way. And now I've come back to it. Yeah, especially because it's sort of like several people Cedric reminded me of this. because Cedric went through something recently as well with a piece. I don't want to speak for you, but where you described it really well to me, Cedric, and I already forgot the words, but like at some point the piece gets away from you and you start to take in this feedback, and then it doesn't even become the original thing you wanted to make anymore. And there's I think obviously it's good to have a little bit of that, right? Because the reason you ask for feedback is to bring in new information to adjust, but like when you lose the spirit of why you were excited about the piece, it just becomes hell.
Yep.
Like it's just, you just don't want to work on it anymore. So but this one, I remember the day that I had a breakdown, I kept asking several people, like, does the dragon look big? And it was such a weird question because that wasn't even something I cared about when I started working on the piece. It didn't matter to me if the dragon was big. It just mattered to me if the dragon looked like it was connected to Michael and that it was powerful, which clearly it is, right? Sorry, Cedric, you were gonna say?
No. That day, yeah. I just remember.
Yeah. And everyone was so wonderful because you guys saw what was happening within me, and then you like responded to it. Like, because I asked for feedback, you guys gave it to me. I was like, I hate this, I'm gonna quit, and everyone adjusted because they're like, oh, that was a big deal for Sam. I was like, that he clearly something just happened there, and what happened was that I realized that wasn't what I should have asked. That when I asked that question, I was seeking validation, which is the wrong thing. It wasn't even guidance I wanted. That's a bad sign. When you ask for feedback you don't even care to get, that's like not a good sign.
Yeah, that's a complicated one because we're all like, you know, a little bit of please, I'm doing this, could you, I don't know,
Validate.
we all say that, and whoever doesn't do it, it's like, okay, because that happened to me, as I say, as a kid. I was just, you know, the usual, you run to your mom and you don't want it to be maybe on the fridge, but at least that they spend some time with you saying, oh, well, this is nice, or this part, you know, you could do, try this, or I don't know, something. Just something, please answer me.
Yeah. Oh, Ben, you moved ahead so far.
Oh, damn.
Oh, he's just. I actually believe he's gonna do the full book tonight.
Oh no, I am gonna do it, but yeah, I am regretting it.
This is insane. Absolute madness.
But Ben, I'm very curious about. It's very clear to me that you are being very loose and very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Discerning about how you draw. Like, what's your thinking right now? What's your thought process?
Well, I'm trying to make them look nice. Like if something's and I'm just doing the boxes. I'll take some pictures. Like if anything's good, yeah, we'll take a look at it when it's over with.
But it seems like you don't care necessarily about fidelity, which I respect, because I'm not trying to be completely loyal to what Bridgman did.
Yeah.
But like here, let me just take some photos of what I've done.
Oh, good. Yeah, good.
Yeah, let me send. So you'll see, like I captured the energy of what Bridgman's doing, but I'm not trying to like be completely accurate to it.
Okay. I do want to be Bridgman today.
Yeah. See. I just got like how many pages did I get? One.
Yeah, good. Anything is good.
4. I got 4 pages now.
Oh,
4 is good.
I only have 1 page because I've been working on my.
I started earlier. This is unfair, yeah.
Shit, also, I also forgot, I promised my friend I would play Valorant with him for an hour.
Oh, but this is sick.
Jump and do that, but I just dropped in the single page I did.
Yeah, this is sick, man. This is good.
Thank you. It's, the anatomy on the left hand is terrible. It looks like it's almost like someone's splaying it out. It's too wide. Anyway, whatever.
But those box ones on the left in pen, those are like the key things. That's what he's doing. That's what I'm also trying to... That's the key.
It is totally key. It is absolutely key to what he's doing. Yeah, is that his whole exercise is like basically sculpting. He talks about it. He actually talks about it in the book.
Okay.
And it's like essentially you're sculpting out of like the basic forms, right? The primitive forms. I'll be back in like an hour.
Okay, bro.
Or so.
Yeah, good.
You're still here.
Okay, bro.
Okay, bye, miss you, bye.
Bye.
Bye. So Ben, you're using like these massive papers.
Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
There's just like a paper, like a bulk paper shop, like a guy. Maybe I could take a picture. He just like he's just sitting like with a bunch of paper, and he has like a scale, and we just ask like how many kilos paper, and he gives us kilos.
Oh my god.
Nice.
That's insane.
Sounds like a good shop, man.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Maybe I can take a picture when I go. I'll show you
Yeah,
guys.
please, because that sounds amazing. Yeah, because I remember when I used to have like my own studio room in the UK when I was there. I bought this big roll, like it was literally one of those rolls that you use in hospitality
Yeah.
for the tables,
Yeah.
and you can do so many whatever you want because it's a massive scale, and you want to mess around with acrylics, you go because the paper is gonna take it.
Mhm. Was it
And
cheap?
also like not too much water, but anything like dense will be, and also carbon. I mean like charcoal or anything. And it was super fun just because of the size. It was like there you go, big.
Nice.
Yeah, and that looked like that. I thought maybe you went to I don't know to some
Yeah.
hospitality.
It's like that. Is it cheap? Was that paper cheap that you were using?
It was cheap, yeah. That yours looks so much better. Mine was
Okay.
like extended on the floor and just
Ah.
mess around. You can tell Sam left the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, oh, goodbye.
Sam does a lot of the talking work. That's true.
That's the thing. Most of the artists aren't like that extroverted, I feel like. Maybe.
I've met many people, and I think when you have something to tell,
Mm.
it comes naturally. Like I've met a lot. I remember this girl on my class. She was super shy, and she was one of the best ones. But when she needed to explain something, wow, she will
Yeah.
just go straight to the point. Like you never thought of it, right? Like yeah, they have things to say. It's just they keep it in their heads. But when you get so much info, I think you also need to share, right? Because it's gonna like disappear somewhere in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Like talking about this is some kind of affirmation. Also, that's also studied in like psychology when you transformational behavior that you say some things and you slowly get into that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if in art that would work, like talking about art to reinforce the practice itself, but I think it works. Like when you guys start talking about art, I get all pumped up and like, yeah, I'm gonna do this, gonna do this.
Yeah, you guys are helping me through it.
Yeah, well.
Like I wouldn't be doing this Bridgeman warm up for me, not like for usually like the proper challenge Ben. But for me, it's like I'm happy I can do the warm up because I need to really stay in this state of mind for one more day so I can start doing more things.
Okay.
And it's super helpful.
Do any of you guys have? Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Oh, no, I was about to say, you guys make me feel relaxed.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
That's nice to hear sometimes because I feel like my voice is super like and I'm kind of like a weird like a weird voice actor muppet, which I'm happy about, but I wouldn't say it's relaxing. So thank you. Yeah, sorry, Ben, you were saying something, or was it?
I was just gonna ask if you guys have any other like art community, or if this is like your only chance to talk with art people.
Currently it's the only one for me. I
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
Yes. Yeah.
Same here.
I tried others, but they usually died out. So this one's been pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard. It's also the vibes, no? I guess if Steven is attracting people like we are, like we can get along through him because we have that common factor.
Mm.
Um, I'm in other communities, like in here in Discord. I mean, let me see, 3 more channels maybe.
Okay.
For example, the Lightbox one is super noisy for me. Like too many messages, I cannot get in there without stressing. The Janus one is really good. Actually, my New Year resolution is going more into there because people know what they're talking about. They are really aiming to go places, and so their art is really structured in that way. That's pretty cool, and they're really nice people also. So my bad that I don't get there because I get stressed because of many messages. But I would say yes. But then in real life, it's harder. I have like few friends that are artists.
Mm-hmm.
We sometimes gather to do like exhibitions and stuff, like on our own, just because we enjoy being around. But I don't get to see them much lately because I'm busy, and and the new pandemic start again, and
Yeah.
Japan is really strict about going places here. Um, but then there is this, like, when I was living in Malaga, I used to love to go to these meetings that they have what was it? It's called urban sketches, and you just go and take
Mm-hmm.
sketches around the city with other people.
Nice.
And those were really nice. I love doing those, but when you go with more people that you take the full space is even better because you don't have people talking to you and interrupting you. They understand you're a group, and they just walk around looking at what you're doing, and you might get interrupted by one of your colleagues, but it's not like an interruption because you're doing the same, right? It's not
Mm-hmm.
like someone is gonna start talking about their niece doing art in somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Those are nice. Yeah. Also, there is now in here. I mean, living in Tokyo is what it gets, right? Like you can find anything you want, basically. So there is also these urban sketches, but I think you need to pass like a test to go with them. And I'm like, nah, I'm done with tests. If they want me, fine. If not, I'm not doing anymore. I'm not proving myself to anyone. I'm
Mm-hmm.
tired of that. And there is also this group that does like life figure drawing, and I really want to go to that. That's not for free, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm more into the free stuff. I'm a rat.
Free is the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, there are many. If I wanna do gesture, I understand it's not 3D, but there are many websites that you get like the images every 1 minute or 30 seconds. They start just swapping, so you can
Yeah.
really sketch quickly. And I know it's not the same because 3D it's awesome, but then you can go into a park and just draw people without their consentment. But yeah, just just don't stare at them. It's just, but it's for free.
Yeah, just don't sit in front of playgrounds. You'll be all right.
Oh man.
Yeah. Stop eating my children. Yeah, here in Japan, like for example, it is mandatory that you get the sound of your cell phone picture on, so people know when you're taking a picture.
Mm.
Because it gets super crazy, of course, around girls in the train or kids and so on. So yeah,
But
I guess
how do
people
you
will understand that you're an artist and you're fine. You're just doing some sketches.
regulate the
Yeah.
camera?
I mean, I bet half of the population don't do that. But
Yeah.
if someone sees you taking a picture or recording or something without the little boop boop or the sound that you make, some people might get upset.
It's like a law though? Or like a
Like a what? Sorry?
bylaw? Like it's a law?
No, that's apparently yes. I mean, like I'm not really sure. Like when I came here first time to the school in to learn Japanese, they told me that it was an official law. But to be honest, I didn't take it for myself. I just went with the thing because I thought, well, I think that's fair enough. I'm actually for it. I don't mind. when I taking a picture in the train and people know I'm not taking their faces but something in the train, they feel good looking at my screen because they realize there is this sound, right? So they will kind of see what's going on. And if someone sees my screen and see that it's safe, that it's just some advertisement or something I'm taking a picture from, I don't know. It feels good that I'm not taking anyone's privacy or something.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just check. I'm gonna do a little research now. I'm curious. Um,
There was a foot in this group of hands, right? Or is it just me?
Yeah, he's throwing that in there to show like how the ankle is similar to the wrist, or how it's kind of similar. I also thought it was a mistake, but he's like trying to show some similarities.
Yeah, when I felt comfortable and confident drawing hands, feet came intuitively.
Ah.
So
Mhm.
I don't doubt it.
Oh.
okay, I just found some information, and basically, it's not like an actual law, but big companies like NTT Docomo or Apple, they've been selling their devices with the sound on that you cannot turn off. So if you come from abroad and you have it in silent, and well, we'll hope for the best for you not to, for foreigners to not do anything weird with the cameras. If you're Japanese and you buy your phone here, you most probably won't be able to shut down
Well, sound.
the sound of the shutter. Yeah, yeah, I think it's fair enough when all of the population density and everything. But yeah, sorry I interrupted someone. I just came like blah blah blah. What do you do, Ben? What do you do with all these papers and practices? Are you gonna? I don't know.
It's a good question. I want to. Yeah, I want to. I would like to get some commissions for painting, but I'm sure you guys know it's like what it takes time.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the meantime, just enjoying, just learning.
Yeah, totally.
You're a professional. You're already professional. I want to be like that.
Nah, but I'm doing like small gigs like here and there.
Yeah, that's a good thing though. That's like hustling. I want to do the like I want to do that. I want to like yeah. I want to be working with art.
Thank you. But yeah, but that's it. It's like Steven says. Sometimes you get like the worst things ever, and sometimes you
Yeah.
like actually enjoy the job.
Yeah.
So it's like yeah. But yeah, I was thinking like if you have all of these big papers with all of the Bridgman stuff, what are you gonna do with the actual paper that you used? Are you gonna wallpaper like a studio, or are you gonna use it to grab presents for friends?
That's a good question. I have like a bunch of old drawings. I don't know what do you do with your old drawings? What do we do?
I have like a lot of big bunch of junk back in Spain that my parents already say that it was a lot of rubbish that they want to get rid of it, and I'm like, I don't want to pay for a container to keep it. So at the moment they're keeping it, but it's like files that I selected before moving, so I knew I had the drawings there, so they're in files because I've never painted like that big. I didn't have the space. Or if I painted something big, I gave it away. Like, right now, because I'm moving all of the time and everything, I try to make everything digital, which I miss. I mean, I miss my paper and stuff.
Yeah.
I have sketchbooks that I take with me around Tokyo. But by the end of the day, the tablet is so good, the iPad Pro is so good, so handy, and everything. It's just I prefer to get used to it because I don't have all of these weights, and then I can select the images I like and save them somewhere in Dropbox or. But yeah, I think it's easier for me because I'm not using like actual analogic stuff. I have here few paintings though, like I mean not paintings, but I have canvases that I bought like super cheap for some shop. I was close. It was closing. The shop it was closing. and I want to use them eventually, but
Mhm.
because I've been so long in this art block, I didn't figure out what I
Yeah.
want to do with those. They're like A3 canvases, let's say, a little bit bigger maybe.
A3, okay.
Yeah, kind of. So I was thinking wash. I love wash. So by the way, talking about wash, have you seen the Proco challenge this month? It's doing landscapes with like a really precise tools on Photoshop or with like 2 by 2 inches on a real canvas with gouache if you are gonna do it. And it's just like a study of landscapes. And I was thinking maybe I should do that because I'm already doing this week like the portfolio, let's say, a new one. And I wanted to warm up on landscapes, and I think that's a really good warm up exercise.
Okay.
Apart from this one that I'm doing with Bridgeman and all of you guys now, I thought, hey, today this, and then later maybe wash or maybe the digital version of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you hear about this challenge?
No, not yet.
I think it's because they're posting it more in the community side. So if you go to the YouTube channel, they describe it, but there is no actual video announcing it, I think.
Ah.
It looks amazing. I don't know if you're. Let me just check for the link because it's. I think her name is Mang, Victoria Mang, no, Jennifer Mang. Let me just check 1 second. Okay. Community. Tiffany Mang. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. Boo, I cannot just take the post on anything. This is super weird.
Oh man, these hands have so much information in them sometimes. Like
Yeah.
there's some simple drawings, but the others which are like packed with information.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's hard is that he only shows his contours, so we can't really. It looks too like effortless, his drawings, but
Yeah.
it's tough.
It's a mean trick.
Yeah, it's a trick. It is an illusion. Yeah.
I just put on the link for the challenge thingy, but I'm not saying, hey, let's do it all together. I'm just saying that it looks interesting as an exercise.
All right.
Same, this is interesting as an exercise. Like I'm feeling much comfy doing what I'm doing right now.
I got stuck on one hand.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but to be honest, let's say that those are not the most. That's not the kind of hand you're gonna paint in a portrait. At least your model is interpreting dancing or something. Like those poses are quite.
I love hands like these in pictures.
Yeah, totally. But how many times you're gonna be doing like? How many times
Just
you're
for
gonna
the
be seeing
expression.
those? Yeah, that's it. It's just the because you can do it. It's like I can do it. I can see it. I wanna do it, but not many times you're gonna have them.
Is that Cedric? You said you liked.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is. I'm realizing again that like the way we kind of intuitively draft hands is kind of similar. Like this is. It feels like I'm drawing hands how I normally would.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, nice.
Like I don't know the process that I'm feeling through these drawings. It feels the same.
Cool.
Oh my God! You just found home, the home of drawing practicing. I think that's magic because when you find something you like and you feel like, hey, this is what I do. Bam! That's
Yeah, it feels
winner.
nice.
Yeah, that's a winner chicken dinner.
like super tapered and graphic.
Yeah.
And like not, I guess they're not really realistic in that sense, but like hands like that, I really like them.
So are you all guys doing graphite now, or how's that going?
Yeah, I've switched pencils like 3 times now.
Yeah, I'm using graphite as well.
Oh my god, Ben, he moves so fast. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. And
Uh,
I skip like 3 pages to catch up.
Yeah, but please don't. But please don't.
You're like, you know what? I'm doing what I like.
Yeah, please don't think too much. Like, because there's no, even though there's no guarantee that these are even good at all. You know, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
No, it looks beautiful on the screen. It looks like, hey,
Fuck.
this guy has been doing this for a while, and he's
Uh,
doing it in a magical country while he meditates. And
oh my
does
god. Oh my god.
Can I do something like that? But no, it's a slow process here. To be honest, I love copying stuff. This is my chill zone because
Exactly.
to think.
Yeah.
I'm just having my medium against the paper or the surface I'm using.
Exactly.
It just feels nice.
I sometimes oddly get stressed by this. I don't know.
Mm.
Like I'm always comparing something to my own drawing, and this is like yeah, my brain doesn't feel good about it.
Yeah, please don't. It's hard not to compare ourselves against people, but that's just a recipe for disaster. That's just a recipe for depression, man.
That's what I usually do.
Fuck.
No.
Mhm.
I've been like when I draw like from my imagination and stuff, and I just listen to music, I can zone out and just do whatever. That's fine. Usually that works. But then when I want to learn something and study from a copy, then I sometimes go into this other stress mode.
Yeah.
Which I cannot stay in for very long.
But what's interesting is like, have you ever, if you studied math or, can you give me a subject? Can you name one subject for me?
Probably like figures of faces.
Well, no. Okay, can you give me an example of something you liked or you studied in school, like a different subject, like science or math?
Subject.
French.
I didn't like math. I also didn't like French because the language is weird. What did I like? Usually it was the part that was about art, but sometimes there was some interesting stuff in chemistry, but because it was odd. It seemed I wanted to find the connections, how things worked in chemistry. I thought it was interesting because it also related to like stuff in normal life sometimes.
What's tough about drawing is that we want to be good immediately, but like, I mean, we're not good at chemistry immediately. Like drawing it, even though we do put that pressure on ourselves, like.
Yeah, I would totally compare that to. I have 2 examples for that. I mean, from personal experience, like because I studied languages, and in the beginning I moved from a city in the south of Spain to another one, and when we were moving, it was kind of late for the school year, so they wouldn't take us in any school, and the only one that accepted us, my brothers and me, was this place with like a bilingual education system with French. So we would do philosophy, math, and a lot of hours of French everything in French. Not everything in French, but math and philosophy, yes, in French. And it was like a really hard situation where I would cry because I wouldn't understand anything they were saying. And but then I understood, like, one day I was freaking out because they wanted me to do some like a resume from a text that we were all studying, and I just started crying, and the teacher was going on like, I cannot do this because they've been studying French for much longer than me, and they are doing this and that. And like, no, look, I want you to stand up and look at your colleagues here, like classmates. And I look, and everybody is scratching their heads. They're looking on dictionaries. They're trying to look, everybody's struggling because this is the level we're requiring. So don't worry, sit down. Check the information. If you need to talk to yourself in Spanish to understand it, do it. And then try to find the key words to try to reconstruct that in French, and then try to recycle as much as you can from the blah blah. She gave me like a lot of techniques, and I didn't realize that everybody was struggling. Everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
And a language is not something that you just acquire in like. I mean, if you have like a pretty good damn course that you're doing in 1 year, like a really crash course, maybe. But that's an adult. We're learning that in school and high school, and we're not ready for that information. So art and languages are so similar. Like, you're trying to translate forms and figures, also 2D and graphic and color and feelings. But also you're trying to express yourself, and there are books out there that might try to explain it to you. But some books you're not gonna understand it because the teacher is like that, and you won't get it.
Yeah.
Languages and art are actually the same. It's just it takes time and another round of doing it, and again until you get the key. Sometimes you're just repeating things without understanding them for a while. For example, in French, it's like "Comment allez-vous?" How are you doing? But it's literally "How are you going?" Because they were saying that to this king that couldn't go to the toilet. Okay, he had like a lot of hemorrhoids problems. All of these bad problems. He couldn't go to the toilet. So the doctor, in the morning, the first thing he will ask to him is like, "Comment allez-vous?" Like, are you going to the toilet? This is absolutely insane. You keep repeating this forever to anyone, and when you think about it, it's like, wow, that sounds insane. I don't want to know how your bowels are doing. Okay, but you do it. And one day you understand the meaning, and it's like, okay, I got it. I might ask it in some other way one day. That's the same with art. Some days you're just copying legs and doing these forms, and then one day you understand the 3D of it, and it's like, of course.
Yeah,
And
the understanding of 3D is like the juiciest part. Like, if I can manage that, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Like understanding life, understanding not only 3D but the material, the rugosity of the texture is just such a full trip. And then it's not only that; it's your own expression, right? Because you might know so many things about everything, but then can you actually sit down with yourself and express what you want to try to? Like, it might be as simple as an iconography, or it might be as complicated as I don't know, like a full painting or comic art, and I don't know, just overwhelming.
It's a pretty great analogy.
Sometimes it is, yeah.
But then the other example I have that it's something that I learned by experience is like art and cooking. Like, Craig Mullins is always talking about doing the plum job, right? What's the name for that? Like, he was talking about fixing a house and you get paid to do the what's the name for that in English?
Plumbing.
Plumbing. That's it. So he compares that to you do a job and you don't go fully artistic. You just have some tools and you repair the thing, right? I'm not sure if there is that much artistry in plumbing. Like, for me, what really changed my mind, it was like I was working in a kitchen in a hotel, and I wanted to help in the kitchen itself. I was washing dishes by that time, and seeing people treating so badly food, not bad in the way
Mm.
that they were not hygienic. No, they were doing their thing professionally. But it's like in my life, food is something absolutely important. It's something people evolves around food to have family around, and you have a meeting with friends and anything food, right? Nice. You prepare it with love and with passion and everything. It's magical in the kitchen. Okay, so I go to this kitchen and they're just handling all of the tappers, get the product out, get these minutes in, then add the sauce here, and boom, super mechanical, and boom, 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 boom. I'm not saying they were not working with passion, but the way they were handling the tools is like, I need to get this done, and this needs to go out, and bloop, bloop, bloop. It was like one after the other. And an art is exactly the same. Like you have your tools, you have your understanding. Some things are harder as a stew, or sometimes you just need to do a sandwich. And even if that sandwich is simple, you need to have the right crunchiness in the bread and the right amount of sauce so it doesn't overwhelm other flavors, you know? So even the simple things have their technique. But you need to do it because someone needs to eat that sandwich. So even if it's not the best sandwich ever, you need to do it. You
Yeah.
deliver it and you get it done. Yeah,
That's great.
art. But then I still feel like, damn, food. Could you just treat it with more respect? It's like, aye, kitchen.
Yeah, I think cooking is quite interesting. I don't know.
Hmm.
There's a lot of stuff to play with. The entire eating experience is quite big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
By the way, how is food in Nepal?
Oh, it's wonderful. Every day, usually main dish is rice, and then what different good fresh vegetables, a lot of what curry, yeah, a lot of garlic and ginger. That's good. Yeah, you're not that far. You in Japan. It's not. I think it's actually pretty similar.
Sounds that sounds actually really similar.
Yeah.
Like a lot of rice and veggies. Well, they don't eat that many veggies here. Like I'm upset about it. Like it's not like I'm vegan or vegetarian, but I do like a rich vegetarian meal, and they're so much expensive compared to any other thing. Like you can get
Really?
fish every day for really cheap, and
Uh,
then your veggies you need to really adapt the cooking to that. You're
uh,
gonna get cabbages all of the time. That's cheap. You get sick of eating cabbages all of the time.
yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Fast.
Yeah. Damn it. But yeah, rice and some veggies. Yeah. Yeah, the curry. Curry is super like famous here, and
Yeah.
ginger and garlic also. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you're making me hungry.
Yeah, I didn't have breakfast because I was like, oh no, I'm late.
No, no,
I
no.
didn't have breakfast. I'm not complaining. What I'm saying, I think this is a beautiful feeling because of the art block I passed. It's been a long time. I don't actually sit down and say, fuck food. I'm gonna just draw. I wanna do this. I don't wanna
Yeah.
waste time
Okay.
preparing a meal or something. This is a good feeling.
But art block is scary. I hope you don't like. Hope you don't have to go back there. You know. It's tough.
The art block, you mean?
Yeah. It's like
Oof.
yeah. It's bad.
It is bad. It is very bad. It is a mean, bad, ugly guy.
Mhm.
Now, to be honest, I'm still confronting it. So some days I
Yeah.
will feel, as we said before, overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And not even by comparing to others. It's just you're not in that mood to do anything at all. Even how can I say?
Damn.
Like if it's gonna be something that someone asks, because I'm working on it, of course, yeah, because it's like external, other people job, money, winning, earning. I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay. I can do that. If it's for me that I need to go into the, I don't know, those pieces of the brain that maybe you don't want to show up right now because
Mm-hmm.
it is hard. So that's why I'm here. Thank you so much for doing this Bridgman
Oh,
study. I thought
shit.
that was brilliant to just get into a good mode of drawing, and I'm getting there.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's like, sometimes I'm like this, like straight away, boom, you get to do it. And sometimes I already plan in my head what I'm doing. I have my references, and I sit and I start having literal pains, like
Yeah.
headaches, arm pain. I feel like
Damn.
overwhelmed, suffocated, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go for a walk.
Mm.
That's my art block is like that most of the time. It's a really strong one, but hey, therapy helped a lot. It's basically done with therapy. I need to do like a closing session someday soon.
Ah.
But it was like a lot of negative reinforcement, let's say, because I was maybe freaking out, and instead of going through that wall, I would just go for a walk instead of trying to pass the bad moment and trying to do it. Like it's not even about results, or it's just that you get into this bad space that you freak out literally, and if you don't go through that and conquer that part, the feeling gets stronger for the next time, right? So it's like conditioning thing, like the have you ever heard, guys, of the Pavlov's dog?
Yes.
So you reinforce that salivating through food. Well, I was reinforcing my not ability to draw by not facing the freaking out before, right? So the hardest part was sitting down, like feeling like shit, and try to do something. But then again, the Janos challenge that he put in the art zone, that I'll drop a link. I don't know if there is a link in his YouTube something. Yeah, the same. He proposed this 60-day drawing challenge, and I thought, okay, I cannot force myself in like an unhealthy way. I can do like just some little lines on a paper, and that will do the job to face this mental space, and it worked. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if I can. But yeah, I don't know how. Do you have many experiences with our blog, guys? Like,
I don't think it has been physical. I don't know. Like, that sounds really, really intense.
oh yeah, it was actually when I was talking to Stephen once, one of the first, because I was one of the first students before he had the, the workshops. And I was lucky because then he got really busy and it was impossible, right? But he
Yeah.
was always ready for us. So let's say that one of those talks was like, yep, I think this is one of the hardest I've ever heard from. Like, I've never seen someone going through levels of pain and so strong, right? That's why I thought, yeah, apart from Steven helping me, I needed therapy, like actually to fight this. Because if I was doing this as, you see the problem here, I'm doing this as a living. I wanna jump into a next stage, doing like more complicated art.
Yeah. Okay.
Portfolio.
Yeah.
I cannot do that, right? If I don't have a portfolio to show to people, I cannot just jump into the next step.
Mm-hmm.
And that would
Well, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, though. That's like.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
one of the factors, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for remarking it. Like, I didn't see it, but then through talks and experience, I saw that yeah, it was like a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that takes time. That takes time to overcome, guys. It's a hard one. So I hope you never go to that mental space, right? Like,
Yeah, I
I
don't know
really
if I
wish
had.
you.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if I ever had that like that really strong art block, but I was probably just heavily demotivated and like in general a bit depressed.
Yeah.
Like a bit like I was just really like pissed.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Pissed in general, at life.
Oh, I had my phases.
Yeah.
It was like year 2020 was like the complete collapse for me. Like I had to like figure out my life a bit completely because I was just like I finished school, But right before that, basically, the relationship with my ex-girlfriend like kind of fell apart, and that's a interesting topic because it's not a really like a usual relationship. She had a I think it's called DID in English, like the multiple personality disorder.
Wow. Okay.
And that was, yeah, like I couldn't handle this. I was too young, and yeah, of course, that's like now that I look back at it, it's absolutely crazy for me to think that I could handle that. But at the time, I thought I was capable of handling it or like even helping. But obviously, there's no way.
Yeah.
I'm not professional. I can't do this, and
No, that makes total sense.
Bro, even
really what?
even with like not so serious issues, you can't help your partner. It's like they have to figure out. Yeah, that's wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I have a friend that has DID, so I totally get it.
Wow.
Yeah, so we couldn't have like a real normal relationship, and she had to be like away from me most of the time because personality stuff. Personality switching and personality is used for certain things and other things, and personality is getting triggered by certain things, and for her the switching of the personality took like a lot of work, like mentally and physically. It was hard for her, especially if she had to force it at a moment. Yeah, I didn't. Of course, it also had some influence on me, and I wasn't feeling so well, and then this fell apart kinda, and
Bro.
we kinda ended in a fight, like over chatting online, and that was no fun.
Man.
It's but it all came together because then I was like, okay, what am I gonna do with my life? I wanna after school I wanna go to like an art college. I wanna do this now, and I try to learn painting in like 4 months. Crazy stuff. Like I never considered doing anything in color, anything in acrylics. I never touched a brush really. And just I wasn't really feeling it. Then I pushed through the entire time. Burnt myself out in the meantime, like once, like almost, and because I tried to set myself up for an impossible schedule. On improving for myself, and
Shit, man.
it's odd. It was rather painful at the time, but I have to laugh now. It's a weird reflex. Oh man. And then I got rejected from the art school, and then I was like, fuck.
No, but just keep good.
Things are not working for me right now.
Wow.
Yeah. But then 2021 was basically my way uphill, slowly but surely. I got more. I don't know. I hadn't much time to reflect and to think in these years, also because of COVID and my situation that I wasn't in school, or I was basically just at home. I was quite isolated also, but I had friends to play games with or like meet up with every now and then. So I was being kept sane. Yeah. But then I finally got into a good art community. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was tough. Like, I mean, it's all of the aspects. It's not only like couple partner problem. It's also all of it. everything.
Yeah. It just combines and it adds up.
Yes.
It stacks.
A lot of weight.
What do you say, Skate?
It's like it's a lot of weight. It just
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah. Also, for a long time, I didn't talk about this with anyone, so I just kept adding.
Yes.
Not good. Really not good.
Yeah, that's also something in therapy. Like, well, my little brother, he's a psychologist. So if I start dropping like silly psychology things, it's because
nice
of but basically, and this is something Ahmed Aldori also talked about, that he uses his journals to put down all of this information, right? That he needs to face, and he just dumps. But what we were talking before about talking and how that internalizes a problem or solves it. It's just that, like, even imagine you're not brave enough to talk to someone. Just grab your, go to the toilet and talk to yourself in the mirror. That's it. I mean, it sounds insane because if someone listens to you, like, is he talking to them? Oh my God, we need
I'm
now.
talking to myself all the time.
That's it. That's it. But it's really important. Like we forget to verbalize those problems, and once we verbalize, it's like they go later, and it's easier for the brain to accept the information and to go through it. And even if you feel you're not gonna, I don't know, not in the mirror, maybe with the phone you do a video that you can delete later. That's also good. But yeah, it is hard to talk about these things. It's not. Yeah, that happens to everyone. No, it happened to me. Damn it. Really hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did start journaling in 2020. I for some I don't know how I got into the psychology stuff, but I just kind of slipped into it on YouTube, and then I learned a bit more about it because I got interested. Yeah. Also, Ahmed talked about it, like Ahmed. Oops.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, this is. He talked about it in some of his videos, like the psychology stuff.
See, I was the kind of person I wouldn't listen to Ahmed. I feel awful about this. Don't ever tell him if you ever meet him. I was the kind of person that found that he had some lessons for me on YouTube, and I would just mute it and go through the tutorial. Like, I would see the tools he was using, I would see the technique he was doing. I would just shut him up because I couldn't just deal with all of the information, right? But one day I was listening to him, and I thought, man, this guy is actually saying beautiful things, right? And I was like, oh shit, I've been I've been doing half of the job, like half of the message watching his words, right? Like, oh damn it, I felt so bad. So I started to catch up in most videos, and it was too much. So at some point I stopped. I tried to catch up with the new ones, but then the new ones is about the courses he was doing, right? The new classes he was preparing. So there is not much content like that. But yeah, he's been talking about that a lot. Helpful. It is helpful to put it out and see that people go through similar stuff, even though you experience it yourself as an individual.
Gee, true.
Yeah. Yeah, when it hits in the feelings, it's hard to listen to people, okay? It's like, damn, I don't want to listen to this. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need your stupid diaries.
Oh, man.
Poor thing, he was trying to help. Are you enjoying those fingers, Ben? Because I was kind of arriving there, but then I thought, I think I'm gonna skip the fingers. I don't like fingers.
Yes, same. I don't like these drawings, so I'm just getting through them. The hands were fun, but
Yeah. This is so weird because I understand you need to practice them, and I've been looking at my hand lately, and I don't have round fingers. I have like kind of a square, boxy fingers. That's weird. So when I see these practices and I see all these worms going around the drawings, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it. It's just,
Yeah, they start stirring up at the end, kinda. At least my ring finger does.
gonna tell you something that is not elegant, but I'm smelling like an artist. Like I need a shower.
Oh, bro.
You know when you get so intense in your drawing
Oh,
that
yeah.
you're sweating and you're like, oh damn.
Oh
this
yeah,
is
that
like...
happens to me all the time when I'm painting.
Are you serious?
Really?
Yeah, I get it's like a physical workout. I stand there in front of my easel and I start sweating after a while. I'm like, shit, this is hard.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
Y'all be working hard.
Oh yeah, more. I don't know.
No, I have the... Benny's like, no, I actually have this under control, guys. You don't need to see a doctor. There is a difference between busy sweat that you're like, actually doing this, and because you're in such postures, you just start sweating. That's like a natural workout painting thing. That's fine. Problem is when you have those cold sweats that you're like with the art block and you're like, oh no, it's coming again. I'm not gonna make it.
Oh no.
Yeah, those are so say no to cold sweats. Say hello to warm, smelly armpits.
That's a nice perspective.
Alright, I'm actually gonna go take a shower now.
Oh god, just after that conversation.
Oh boy. Oh.
And you guys talking about sweating? I'd be cold. I'd be wearing my onesie.
Oh, where? What?
Is it a cute onesie, like an animal onesie or something like that?
No, not an animal. It's got snowflakes on it.
Wow,
So wonderful.
it's cool. Like,
I feel like I live in this thing. And my mom, she sits next to me in color, so she'll have like her tiger onesie on.
wow, matching.
Nice.
That's fun.
Yeah, so if you ever need comfort, buy your onesie from Amazon.
Alright.
That's a good one. I've never had one and want one, so I'm gonna take this seriously.
Yeah. And drink tea or coffee or pineapple and pickle.
What's that? Pineapple and pickle.
Oh.
Yep, pineapple and pickle. Hot water, pineapple and pickle.
You drink it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
You can eat it too. Get your fork.
Ah.
Take it out.
From all the art practices I've heard today, this is the most original one.
Yeah, this is the original, and it sounds what? Like, this is the one that's good for health, actually. Oh, this is good.
Yeah, if you have heartburn, eat a pickle.
Oh.
I thought that was counterproductive.
Hey, help. I don't know why. My mom told me and I did it and I was like, damn, this worked.
Nice.
I'm gonna grab some tea now that you mention it. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, stay hydrated. Yeah, after a certain time of the day, I don't have access to the kitchen anymore.
Bro, I'm worrying about you.
Right.
What?
This is right next to the kitchen.
What time do you usually sleep?
Oh, that varies. That varies. Sometimes I want to go to bed earlier. It's like 12, and now it's like 3 a.m. and
Damn.
it gets late.
Damn.
I don't know how you live.
Yeah.
I don't know either, but it just depends on what my appointments are on the next day. And tomorrow is Sunday, and I literally cannot do anything because I can't even call like the university to get my information. So I'm just gonna chill.
Okay.
Are you getting enough sun?
I hope. I like to go outside sometimes, but it's just really cold nowadays, like right now, and it's kind of sometimes it's wet and stuff. I mean, I like it when there's nobody on the street, so I can just enjoy my alone time outside. But yeah.
How cold is it?
Like around like 0 to 4 like degrees Celsius. I don't know what this.
That's cold.
Fahrenheit. It's cold enough.
Yeah.
It's like freezing temperature. But
No, I'm Canadian, so.
Yeah, bro.
Celsius as well.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
What a relief. Metric systems are interesting.
I was back in the prairies where I'm from in Canada, and I was there for a month, and for most of the month it was like minus 40.
Minus 40? 40?
Fuck.
Yeah, it was cold.
40 Celsius.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to survive that. Just don't go outside for longer than 5 minutes, probably.
Yeah, it's rough.
So you're from way far up north.
Not too far.
Yeah. Just all of Canada is pretty cold.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Also, Sky is your name. How do I say it? Skies? Skies.
Oh, Skays.
Skays. Okay.
But Sky is fine too. I'll answer.
I think I'm back with the hot tea.
Guys, I'm gonna be so bad today. I'm gonna eat ribs.
Wow, how's that bad? That sounds amazing.
That sounds
Oh
really
man,
delicious.
I've been eating healthy and it sucks. Man, I can't wait.
Yeah, the best diet is the one that works.
Yeah.
It works for you.
Yeah, bro.
Like from Texas Roadhouse or something.
Mm.
Where do you live, by the way, if I'm asking?
Oh, I'm in Nevada, Las Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah, Sin City.
Yay, that's what I was to say, that if you're eating ribs, no one's gonna talk about it, because whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. What's life over there? Because, to be honest, look, as European, all what we know about American civilization is movies. So, Nevada looks like a really quiet place out of Las Vegas.
It's pretty fun. Without the corona, I mean, when it gets better, it's a lot of walking down the strip and going to the mall. I mean, people are still doing that right now, but I'm staying in. They had like I wanted to go to this bar that has figure drawing.
Ah.
So you can drink and draw the artists on stage. What else? Oh, museums, shows. There's always something to do in Vegas. I find that people either they love it here or they hate it here. And if they hate it, they probably gamble too much. They be losing their money.
Yeah.
They be doing things they shouldn't. Like I mean, but yeah, I would say I love it here. It's a pretty good state.
Nice. Like, yeah.
A lot of food places.
Yeah, I've been always fascinated by the rations. Like you got like the proportions of the food over there. Like my friend going and telling me that they would do lunch and they, because it's not apparently from what I know, you need to tell me here if it's right that it's not polite to order one meal and share. If you order, is each one everything each one that he everyone likes, and then if there is a lot of food, you just get whatever for the for the dogs or to eat later. And he told me, well, because he was around New York when he went, and he was like, well, we will do lunch every day, but then we will not have dinner anywhere because we will have so much food that it was insane. I'm like, oh, okay. It's
Yeah,
in-
probably go to the like the right restaurants. You could probably eat twice. Oh, I miss the buffets. That's the one thing Corona took away. Is the buffets. They do have buffets open, but they're like the really expensive ones on the strip. They're just like, no way.
yeah.
Um, but the local casinos, they had their own buffets, and it was it was awesome. Ah, I miss it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I also miss buffets here because of Corona contingency measures. They were not doing them, so it's sad, not because here in Japan they eat like quite light, but there's so much variety that if you go to a buffet for Thai food or anything, it's amazing how much variety you can find, right? And they just strike them off. They're like, nope, this is not for this situation. You order by person, and that's it. You're like, oh, okay.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yep. I mean, it's not like the end of the world, but when you have many things going on and you feel like you want a nice meal and you want that kind of situation and it's not happening, well, okay then, yeah, it is.
Yeah, that food comfort.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. You know what I'm talking about. I like my food. Yep.
Sometimes when you have a bad day, just eating some good food can fix
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, totally. That's why I was so traumatized by working in kitchens, right? Not because the food was ugly or they were on the floor. No, no, everything was right. It's just the insensitivity. Like there was no love for the product. It was like really quick. Everything was like, oh, my food. Yeah.
Man, and the worst part is it's just like the restaurant's not making it and closing down. Like, oh, no.
Mm,
I'm surprised they they're
yeah,
still so
it's really
strict.
sad. Yeah. Mm.
Like there's still like buffets are closed. Still restaurants are like not opening.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
some people are having just enough, right? Like there is this fried chicken place around the corner. They just decided to close because they didn't make it through the first wave.
Oh
And it's
wow.
funny because
Oh shit.
it was like it was this kind of place that I'm talking fried chicken, and you'll be like, KFC. Why would you miss this place? No, it's just because Japan has this big tradition of they call it karaage, and you get your rice, your rice, and your chicken that it has like a really specific blend of it's not even that many spices. It's just simple, and you get your salad, and it's all the full thing. That it's you would say it's simple. The guys were like 60-year old, so they've been there forever. I think they just retired because they wanted to, playing Corona maybe I don't know. But it was just sad because it was like a nice small place, and it was always full of students because I'm living near one of the universities here. So imagine cheap, nice food. It was packed. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Have you guys ever had mochi donuts?
No.
No.
Sounds like a cute donut. I don't know.
Oh yes, it's really good. I
Ah,
should show. Actually, they have an Instagram. I'm gonna show you
Mochi
guys.
donuts are taking over the world.
Yes. But I can't get enough of this place, but I had to stop going and take a break. It was awful. I want to go so bad.
Let's
But
take it
it's a
out.
place in Vegas. And they just have different flavors each week.
wow.
Okay, I didn't know they were like. Oh, okay, I'm silly. I'm I'm falling asleep. Of course, those are mochi donuts. Yeah. Those look amazing, by the way. Wow.
Yeah, fun places like this in Vegas. It's just
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh,
This is so cool because you see from where I come from, yeah, we're having like a lot of food from around the world. Uh, and now you have more like Japanese recipes and you can find ramen, but that wasn't like that like 5 years
Mm-hmm.
ago. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's really really recent. And when you tell me that you get those super amazing donuts around your place, it's just amazing. Like because of course
yes.
I understand that Japan and the States share a lot of history together and all that, but this is still quite amazing to me. Like I cannot get around it. Like it's awesome.
Yes. Uh, it's amazing how food travels.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, I think it's because in Spain we have such a long tradition of recipes and food that it's hard to bring over like new good recipes. I mean, like good translation of it. Because when I was living in the UK, for example, the curry was amazing. I've never tried Mexican food till I was there. They had these amazing chimichangas that I've never tried before in my life,
Oh, yeah,
and they do
chimichangas.
it so well. But it's just maybe it's because in Spain we have this big food tradition. Is like we get lazy around food over the world, but damn it, I'm like, eh, I wish we had more.
Maybe one day it'll pick up.
Yeah, I hope so. One day, if I need to go back, take care of my families.
Y'all are
You
making
know.
me pretty hungry.
Yeah,
I'm
same.
sorry.
We're hungry for art, dude. You keep drawing, keep drawing.
No.
Yeah,
So
all I
many
want is
hands.
those crab legs. All you can eat crab legs.
What the
Come,
fuck?
just
Wow.
come back.
Man, this guy's at the arms right now. That's insane.
Bro, but I'm
Oh, we're
I'm
I
doing
want to
arms
do
already,
arms.
and I'm still in the thumbs.
And it still looks like the thing. Like it's
uh,
actually executed well. Yeah, it's the hard
bro.
part. Oh
But
man.
uh,
I'm gonna jump into arms, I think, because I'm bored of doing things.
yeah. I do feel sad though doing this. I realize like this isn't gonna help me at all in terms of like making finished work. But
No, I think maybe if we were not talking shit right now, like I am, maybe focusing in the real actual. I think you're getting something out of there. Like it looks like a lot of things to digest.
yeah.
You
Yeah, at
get it,
least you got
digest,
like
because
a.
we're talking about food.
That's fair, man.
I can distract really well.
Yeah.
I think I only did one page
Oh, that's fine.
in my small little sketchbook, and I'm like, yeah, I'm content.
Yeah, that's good. See, that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
let's
Yeah.
be content. Let's be happy with what we're doing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about copying and anatomy and stuff, and I think I'm not using that much anatomy now because the drawings I'm doing for work are really simple, but I still need to do people.
Okay.
And I was thinking the other day going through some anatomy reviews, I was like, damn, I've been copying and copying and copying this over like when I was in high school because I can do things that I didn't remember I could do. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing those Bridgman studies and you keep doing them, at some point they just integrate. It just becomes part of yourself. And one day you're doing like a shape somewhere, and you're like, yeah, this is it because it is because it was there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes sense. But
You do.
my goodness, this man has been for nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, we're all together though,
Yeah.
Oh my
right?
God, but I started like 1 hour later.
No, please. Oh God, don't worry.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, bro.
Oh man. There's a lot to get through, that's true.
I think the only value of like doing everything at once is just to see like everything one time, like so it doesn't seem like this so much mystery. Like there's so many mysterious muscles, but if we just go through it all once, just see everything, and then I think that's the only value.
Agreed.
Think how crazy it is that you're gonna do the whole.
Oh gosh,
Oh boy.
we're not even halfway there yet.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice 10 hours.
What kind of energetic drinks do you have in Nepal? Like a lot of green tea or?
Drinks. Mostly I just have like mostly I just have instant Nescafe.
Yeah, that's really from Nepal, definitely.
They have good tea from Ilam. Yeah, green tea. Yeah. If you've ever heard of Darjeeling, it's like Darjeeling tea or what? Sikkim in India, they're like kind of all famous for their tea.
Oh wow.
But
No, because in Argentina, no,
Hmm.
did you say Argentina or Argentina?
Argentina.
They have this tea that it's called mate, and
Yeah.
it sounds pretty, but then you try it and it's absolutely a bitter.
It's interesting.
It's like human suffering in one cup.
Really? It's bad.
Oh my God, it's just so like bitter. It's like why people would drink this. Like I understand it's cultural and because you drink it as a kid, it's nice, right? But no, not my case.
People drink coffee, you know?
Yeah.
But coffee's okay, no? I mean, I like coffee.
I like it too.
I didn't like it when like I don't know, a few years back. It was like I need this because I need it, but not because I enjoy it. Now I found techniques to enjoy it.
Yeah, you kind of tend to like coffee after a time of consuming it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought in Nepal maybe there is some kind of cool drink that it's like Nestle instant coffee.
Yo, a lot of things in Nepal are similar with Japan. Like they also have rice beer, rice alcohol.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I like that.
drink that for drawing? I mean, like, I'm gonna get ready.
I do more than I should admit.
Whew. That's a lot of fans. Shit.
Oh, bro.
That's the giggle of destruction. It's like
Really?
there is a lot of book to go through.
I'm running out of water. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, bro.
Hey, we need to keep sweating. We need to keep drinking water.
Those arms are looking so good, Ben.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll take some pictures. Let's see how it is when we're done.
You're looking great from the video.
Supinator.
What page are we on?
Oh my god. Bro.
Oh, hello,
He kills
Sam.
everyone. We're lost in a sea of pages. You pick up the one you like. And
Yes.
keep going.
Yeah.
Just no, I'm okay.
Bro, how's your game?
What's that?
How's your game?
Oh, we won some, we lost some, just like real life.
Yeah.
Magda, I saw you posted. I didn't know that Janos had a Discord server.
Oh yeah, he has, and as I'm saying, it's as a New Year resolution, I would like to go more there because people are also really nice. These mentees are getting like really structured instructions on how to get where they want. So it's a different approach from what we're doing right now with this Discord. It's really let's say rich. I like it very much.
Wait, what's the Discord?
I put the link on the open meeting chat.
Okay.
Because in the beginning he was only accepting patrons, but then one day he said, "Nah, everybody enjoy the art," and he just opened it. So if you go to his YouTube channel, you have the link there just in case this one doesn't work. Because I don't know if Discord generates like automatic or random things to get to servers. So there you go. So if that doesn't work, you can go to the YouTube community and you'll have there.
Got it. Yeah, he's also he's super hot, so.
I've seen him around this Discord. I think like he's been around.
Yeah, he's definitely been active on here.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Janos, he has his own YouTube channel. He's a really nice guy.
Ah.
I have a massive crush on him.
It's an amazing artist.
Yeah.
Really, really good artist. Like I'm surprised how he can render so naturally.
Yeah. He's a professional concept designer.
Ah, okay.
Designer, yeah. Yeah, he's like very, very technically good.
Yes.
Yeah. And very nice. God, I still have a crush on you, don't worry. I can have crushes on multiple people.
He's angry with you.
No. No, let's still be friends. Is Guy even still here?
He's just getting water.
Oh, okay.
Or he's just stewing in his hatred of.
Oh no. Ben, what do you use for your camera? Are you just using like a laptop or an iPad or something?
Well, I'm using a Sony camera, but it's a very bad angle because I just have this short, like a micro HDMI cord. But it is a Sony camera, alpha camera.
No, mostly because I want to have a different camera setup for when I go paint traditionally.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because it's in a completely different room, and I like I can bring my audio in because I have a wireless headset, but I actually like seeing what people are doing while I'm reading.
Yes, yeah.
I guess I only have a work laptop. I kind of don't want to use it for that purpose. Okay. I'm wondering if I need to actually do anything else with the. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I'm trying to debate whether I need to do anything else with the skyline for now. I'm not at the final phase of rendering yet. So there will be more opportunities to get into detail. I just want to get the big block, just a big block in for everything. I think it's pretty good for now.
Bro, how big is your canvas?
What's that, Ben?
How big is your canvas? How big is your canvas?
It is it's big enough that if you print it out, it's good quality. And
Wow.
I forgot what the exact. Let's see. Canvas properties. Hi, guy. I was talking about. I missed you. It is 16 inches by 12.26 inches at 300 dpi.
Wow,
The
okay.
file size is quite big.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, but I have a very large SSD, so it's all good. Yeah, I think this looks good for now. And then I can move on, and maybe start working on the dragon rendering.
Oh, the dragon's my favorite part, man. I fucking love that dragon.
He's very cool. I'm extremely proud of him. And yet it's unfortunate because I also need him to be not as important in this piece.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. We're gonna collapse that down. We are going to. Let's see.
I was thinking before when you were saying, yeah, this is not a good angle because I have the camera here, so. And I remember this trick from our school. Like, our teacher was telling us, if you're not happy with what you're doing, try to take a picture from it from this angle that you have, because the brain will try. Anyone watching it, their brains, they're gonna try to reconstruct the right shape. So if there is anything going wrong, their brains naturally gonna correct it, and they're not gonna realize it because of the perspective. So when you say this is a bad view from the camera, I think is an excellent view from the camera.
Wow, okay.
It's
Yeah.
like the beauty treatment. It's like it's a natural filter.
Okay.
Anything.
I agree. Yeah, but when you said that, I was like, oh, I kind of like it the way it is because it should also because you have really cool depth of field.
Okay.
There's interesting blurring going on, and so it feels like you're you could have an OnlyFans and I'd pay money for it.
Oh, bro. Bro, that's wonderful.
It's only fans not accepting any sexual content anymore, no? Like I was talking.
Yeah, they're not, which is good luck.
Suicide. That's yeah.
That's what it thought. That's what killed. What was it? Tumblr, right?
Yeah, it did. It really did.
It's there are very good legal reasons why, but it's sort of like okay, well, goodbye forever. Not that I'm into pornography. I don't know why you guys would think that. I'm not into that kind of thing, so.
Oh, bro.
So.
I'm gonna keep this chat for whenever we're not live on YouTube, but I have a lot of words about it.
That's what I forgot.
Don't worry, no one's gonna see this. Don't worry. No one's gonna see.
I forgot about this.
No one's gonna see.
Elegant. Let's see, there is elegant stuff that can be done. So porn itself, it's kind of hard on my taste because it's mostly directed by guys with, some strong points of fetish. But if you go to
Japan,
erotic, then the thing goes playful again, and there is a lot of stories to be told. Your brain will fill up the gaps. So I think that's much more tasteful, enjoyable. It's been a long time. I don't grab nothing like that because in Spain we have more culture of it. But in Japan, everything. Oh, come on. Japan. Do I need to talk about Japan and hentai?
Yeah, no.
They have so many weird fetishes that I'm not fetish shaming, but I need to say that it's prominently a male heterosexual.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even the not even the heterosexual, but also the what's the name for those I'm gonna say the male. I have
Misogynist?
when
No.
there is a name for like porn for guys that I don't remember the name, but let's say that one is famous among girls because they have all of the romantic stuff and you have all of the sex also.
Is
But
it?
some of them go really hard, rapey stuff, and that I don't think that's healthy. But
Yeah.
me, but I don't like it, then I don't consume it. So from Japan, I cannot tell much of the content because it's like really strong for me. Like too much on the. It's also the. How can I say? It's like the lack of perception in human relationships. The same. Creator of the Studio Ghibli was saying that he doesn't like anime because he's like an incest in the art. Like people are stop learning like real anatomy, like we're doing here with Ben, and they start like copying from copies of anime. So it gets really what's the name? It doesn't get natural anymore. So for a lot of pornography content in Japan, it happens the same. It's like they forgot that those are human beings having relationships, and they go so far for me that it like no, this is not enjoyable. So yeah, from my point of view, it's been a long time I cannot enjoy any erotic stuff because here it's mostly impossible, and I didn't invest enough time to look for it. Yep, that's it. We're talking about penises.
No, God.
Penises are weird. As the owner of a penis, they are very strange.
I was drawing this thumb from Bridgman, and I was thinking, this thumb looks like a penis.
Probably does.
Everything's a penis. Everything can look like a penis if you try hard and believe in yourself.
Oh wow.
What?
I wish Sean was here. Sean Fitzpatrick, he is this artist also in this community, and he was doing this t-shirt brand. I don't know if you got to see it. I'm gonna try to find the Instagram. And he was doing, let me see, what's the name? Meticulous Leaks on Instagram. Don't worry, there is nothing harmful to the eye. You can click the link without being attacked by leaks. Let me see. I'm gonna find the address because I cannot find it. So basically, he was talking about how art focus was. Art was focusing a lot into women, and he had this idea to do these sweaters with. Ah, look at that! He's just talking to me. Let's see if I can find it from here. So he had this idea to do these sweaters with like Moby Dicks, but with. Well, I will just say in a second. I'm gonna pass you the link. What is this? Here. Yeah, basically Sam is right. That's what he said about everything can be a penis. Okay, I couldn't find the Instagram, but here is a link to the Twitter, so you can check out the products yourself, and he will be totally agreeing with you. Everything looks like a penis at some point in life.
I hope so.
I hope so. My God.
Did we lose someone because they were like, I don't want to talk about this anymore?
Yeah.
That'll be bad.
Oh, it was Ga. Ga left.
Yeah, I told you he was angry with you, man.
I knew it. I knew it.
Damn.
No, I see in the text he said he'll be gentle. What is going on?
No, that was from earlier.
I think internet gone. That's what he said. Yeah, talking to something similar but not weirding it out. Actually, if you follow Steven Zapata on his Instagram, he recently went to New Orleans to enjoy some. Um, I think it was erotic. What was it? The name? Poetry. So I
Oh
guess
yeah,
it might be
that's
something like cabaret, and it looks really interesting. So trying to go into this conversation with a healthy part of it. Okay. Like, yeah.
Steven definitely likes penis. He likes
True.
it. I know this.
Mm.
So I think I'm gonna push these values down even further. Steven reminded me that, or told me that, uh, as long as the tops of the buildings are darker than the surrounding sky, it'll read well. So I am going to do this. I'm going to. Yay, you're back!
Finally win.
Bro.
Nice,
Oh,
me
he
Ah.
happy.
thought.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, we were talking about penis.
Oh god.
But then genuinely changed into the painting conversation.
Oh yeah, now I'm talking
Linking
about the
back.
painting. I'm
Ah.
trying to push the values of the skyline back even further. And Steven was saying as long as the tops are darker than the surrounding sky, it'll still read like a building.
Hmm.
I just didn't want it to be too prominent, that's all. Cause there's a lot of cool stuff in this painting, but like all of it has to make way for Michael. It has to be about Michael at the end. Okay, that looks pretty good. Alright, I guess it's dragon time now. Time to render that
Ah.
dragon.
That's one long snake as well.
Gonna be a lot of work. Let me just check the values. I wish Clip Studio had a way of turning to monochrome really easily.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that you're using Clip Studio. How is it
Yeah,
feeling? Cause I bought it and then I had problems with the computer. Then I have it back, but the sensitivity on the blah 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 blah. Excuses. I didn't install it again, but I want to.
I
But
love it. Yeah, I love Clip Studio. I far prefer it to Photoshop. Although I should confess that I didn't paint that much. Photoshop I used to use it primarily for graphic design, um,
mhm.
but I did paint in it, and I just far prefer this. Partly the brush engine is really good.
Yeah,
Like
cause
you
yeah, sorry.
like making your own brushes?
No, both are pretty good for that. No, I'm talking about the actual like the brush engine, what actually renders, like what actually
Ah,
causes the brush to make marks in the software
okay.
is just it feels better
Ah.
in Clip Studio. Pappy papu boop doop. Gonna just blur this edge a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Blurring the edge so it's not so sharp. So now it looks like the dragon's the top part is more in front of the back part. That's very cool.
I'm absolutely like I don't say you need to stress about it, but I'm stressing in your painting about the water effects. That looks like a lot of work.
It's gonna be a lot of work, yeah. It's gonna be a lot
I'm
of work.
I'm seeing it and I'm like, what? I was watching the other day because I finally got Disney Plus because I wanted to enjoy some shows, and I've never watched Frozen 2, which I don't recommend, but I'm publicly admitting that I watched it, and
I have no interest in
um,
watching it, but thank you. I'm glad you watched it for all of us.
um,
Tried.
you know what? The special effects were amazing. It was actually
Oh, that's cool.
getting getting you out of the animation because it looked so brilliant that it nearly looked real. So at some point that brought me out of the movie thinking those special effects are really really well done. Like people put a lot of thought in it. That might be I don't know. I just stressed. I was thinking, oh my god, if I should do that, where should I start? I don't even know how to start. Yeah, just that feeling. Sorry, I don't want to panic. Um,
Oh no,
I
I
know
have
you
enough
have
panic for both of us.
that's it. You have your thing. I think yeah, that's a word.
Nah, but I actually weirdly am confident about it, mostly because I feel like it'll be actually more forgiving than I think, because it's organic, right? Now there is a danger with organic forms where you just do random scribbles, and that's really dangerous. And I'm gonna try to not do that. I will say that the Drawbox, for those who haven't done Drawbox, the Drawbox lesson 2 exercises are really good for understanding texture. And I actually went through it. I actually went through those, so I actually feel fairly comfortable in my ability to figure it out. Pete Moorbacher has a tip for doing organic forms, which is study how others have done it, and then do that, and then just put all of them to the side, and then work from intuition.
Yep.
So I actually I'm actually gonna study. Do you guys know Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah, so how they do the water bending. Let me see if I can pull it up. I have the art book, and it's awesome.
Nice.
I didn't watch yet the Legend of Korra, but
I like it. It got a really bad rap. I think the story was not, the characters and story weren't as strong as the first one. The animation is still kick-ass. If anything, it's even better.
Yeah, that's it. I've been told that.
Yeah. Because I mean, they got better, right? As So let's see. You guys can see all the Kindle books I have. Here we go. So wait, oh yeah. Let me see if I can find the water. Here we go. So yeah, studying how they do water stuff. There's a set of pages with Katara that are really helpful, and I think I might have bookmarked it, but I forget how to look that up. Let me see. The story of how they came up with Avatar is pretty sick. This book is one of my favorite art of books.
Looks very nice.
It is a blast, yeah.
How do I look up bookmarks? View.
I have no idea.
I don't
Take your time. I'm still figuring out.
I feel like you could be a voice actor.
Yeah, same. Wow.
I used to love that. I wish when I was watching, what was the name? Mr. Doubtfire. I thought, wow, that's the job I want to do when I grow up. When he was doing all of these
voices.
Yeah, I love Robin Williams, and it was like, that would be a blast. But yeah, again, the same. That wasn't an option in Malaga, so it's like, yeah, I'm gonna stick to drawing. But hey, if you have an animation project and you're a little low on budget, I'm happy to help you with some voices.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
I need to find for this video, but one of my friends had this app on the iPhone, and you could put like an animal face, and you could just. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I just did some silly voices, but it was just fun. I'm not saying this is vital for anything. I'm just looking for it because I think it's fun. Let's see. I'll let you find your files. I'll find my files. If anyone wants to say anything else. Let me see.
God, I do feel sad knowing that it's late over there. I hope you're doing okay, man. I hope you're doing okay, bro.
I'm getting like more headway than ever before, because I have I tried to work through the book, through the parts of head parts once, in 1 week, and then I quit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I wish I didn't quit, but I just couldn't do it anymore. I just couldn't take it much further.
Yo, but that's important knowledge, why we have to understand what makes us not want to draw. I gave my friend a bunch of lessons, anatomy videos, because he said he wanted to learn anatomy to draw, but then he never did the lessons, and he also quit drawing. But that's not
Yeah, so
But
this is a really important thing to meditate on because I had a moment today where I was looking at my former atelier, Sadie
mm,
Valeri, and I was going through her oil painting stuff because she's a really good oil painter because I'm getting into oil painting. And as I was watching the video, I saw in myself the desire to oil paint start to evaporate. And
yeah.
I think it's because by watching the lesson, I was starting to feel like there was only one correct way of doing it, and it
Mm,
started to evolve from excitement into obligation.
yep.
Hmm.
That's yeah.
And I'm
That,
not, yeah. Now here's the thing, I still think like there's a value in learning from courses and things, but I think we have to check that and make sure that we're in touch with that,
mhm.
so that it doesn't take over, right?
Yeah.
It also depends on the teacher. For whatever reason, working with Steven does not trigger that part of me.
Mm.
He's like a total wizard. I,
Yeah.
I only ever I only ever feel excitement when I study with Steven. That's a sign of a good teacher for me. But yeah, like I think part of it's because the atelier is like the atelier stuff is all about the correct way of doing things, right? It's like about accuracy. And so maybe I shouldn't be playing in that arena. Maybe I should be studying from oil painters who are more playful
Mhm.
and explore, intrepid. But anyway, yeah. So it sounds like a lot of people go through what I go through.
Yeah, man.
I'm having trouble finding the water stuff. I am almost positive it's in this book. It might be in the core book now, though. Now that I think about it, which I think I have. Actually, yeah, it probably is in there. Let's see. And then also Loish has a bunch of stuff on how to draw water, so I'm gonna study that as well. And then here's some references I pulled up for water stuff. I'm gonna study is like water. Then I'm gonna try to see how it, like, what are the texture, what is the shape of the water, streams of water. This one as
That's
well.
beautiful. You see, that's my kind of reference. Oh, look at that. Hmm.
Yeah, so see how does the color come through? It's just shapes. You just look at the
Yeah.
shapes, right? So I mean that's why I'm not too worried about the water part. Um, the wavelets will be interesting, but I'm not too worried about that either.
Oh my
So
goodness, the waves. I have this friend. It's a coworker from my office. He's one of the it's in the selling part of the company, and he started doing watercolors, and he's so good. I'm just gonna try to put the link. He just loves surfing, and he translated that love from surfing to watercolor. And for a beginner, it looks amazing. Let me just
I
show
love it.
you.
I love it.
Um,
Oh yeah, here's
let's
sorry,
see.
I finally found some.
Oh, yeah, look at
Here's
that
like
water bending.
yeah. There's a way to zoom into this, and I forget how. But yeah, so I'm gonna study that, and oh, it's in guided view. Get out, please.
Mhm.
Some more water stuff. Aminals. Yeah, this book is great. Okay, that's it. Oh. Ooh. Damn. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, they're good. Like he just started on his own. Like what? He's been painting for a year, and he totally gets watercolor. And like
He totally
I'm
gets
like,
it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
It's
he
about
gets it.
going
It's
with the
like
flow. I see he
if
just
you
used
go,
he
yeah,
masked
there
it
is
with tape on the borders and then just let washes, just
everything.
let the washes bleed in. Yeah, it's perfect. It's
Like
wonderful.
this guy is standing on top of the wave. I don't know if you can go farther down or something like that. There is one specifically that I wanted to show you. That one in the middle. Up, 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 up. Go up
This
a little bit. Up, up.
this one? Oh,
No,
this
the
one?
one up. That one. Yeah. You
Oh, I
see
thought this was a photo.
Wait,
that
what?
control of the water he just
Yeah.
understood how to do it through layers, and it's amazing. So
Beautiful, beautiful.
if he can
Yeah.
do it,
Damn.
we can do it. Come on.
What I
Back.
love is he clearly let some of the white stay come through, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he understood to put this gradient at the around it and bleed into it. Yeah, that's someone who has spent a lot of time with those scenes. I think he's probably very intimate with those scenes.
yeah. That's a point. He spends a lot of weekends with the water, so I
It's
guess
wonderful. And then
that's
what
the
I'm pulling
thing.
up is the Lowish video on. By the way, if those of you who have not considered it, like Lowish's Patreon is probably the best Patreon that I'm on. It's she's so good. She comes up with tutorials like every month.
Shut up!
Damn.
This is the best patron.
It's definitely the best page. Oh, this one, Steven's okay. So this is Lowish has a video on rendering water, which is really helpful. So I'm gonna study that
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
pretty cool.
I'm saving that for the end. That's gonna be the beautiful, beautiful icing on the top. But so I guess the question is, Sam, what do you want to work on next? I'm pretty happy with the sky. I don't think I'm gonna do really any more with that. Um, I guess the dragon's next, and I don't think
Yeah.
I want to work on that tonight. I don't think I want to work on that tonight. I think I'm gonna let this sit. Maybe adjust the values a little bit more. Something feels weird with the dragon's tail. It's better than before, but like it should be desaturated like that, right? Like it should because it's farther away. It just seems so ghostly. Why? I just wish I could get. Can I just get a dragon model, like a model dragon, to like come out of the water for me?
Please.
This is drawing fantastic images. That's the problem is you can't just get like an elf to pose for you. Um,
Too
no,
bad
I'm
no one
probably
has.
overthinking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sky.
I was like, too bad nobody has like a pet snake, and then they can rearrange it. I don't know.
Yeah, snake could
Well,
work.
I used to have a snake, and I think that's why this looks so sinuous. Like it looks very snake-like. I
What
based
happened to the snake?
Oh, I actually had him until he was like 5, and then I had to go to law school, and the grad student complex didn't let snakes in. But actually, around the time that that was happening, for about 6 months, he had not eaten. Which actually, snakes can go for a really long time without eating, but it was still not good. I think that he had gotten freaked out by something in my apartment,
Mm.
and the final straw was ball pythons are famously very skittish, and they're really cute as far as snakes go, but they're like very very fickle. So if like anything even goes slightly wrong, they just like don't, they just can't deal. I think maybe like I fed him a rat that like startled him at one point or something. Because when I brought him back to the vivarium and they babysat him for a week to check him out, he ate no problem. So, taking everything into consideration, I was like, I'm actually going to give him back to the vivarium. I didn't even like, I just gave it back. And last I checked, he's dead now because they only live until they're 11. Um, uh, Last I checked, he got picked up by a hobbyist, like a hobby herpetologist, so he was just having sex and laying eggs and chilling out. So I think he had a pretty good life. Um, yeah,
The guy or the
he was
snake?
the snake, the snake.
Okay. Yes.
He was such a. So I have that snake tattooed on my left arm.
Wow.
His name was Ash.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
He was a
that's cool.
cutie patootie. I actually don't have any photos of him because this is before I ever had a smartphone, so I didn't really take any photos. So it's a shame. But here are any of you deathly afraid of snakes? Like, would you hate it if I pulled up some snake photos?
Oh no, please. I used to
No.
pet one. I used to have an ex-boyfriend with a massive
Okay.
snake, and I'm not
I
talking in code here. It was.
Oh my god.
Okay, here we go. Strongly recommend looking up snakes with hats because it's a whole thing on the internet. So this is a ball python. This is the kind of snake I used to have, and they are so cute. They have like these like puppy eyes. They're like little puppies. Yeah, they're like
He
little.
is super cute.
Yeah.
They're
So
super
this
loving
one's-
animals.
This
It's
is a ball
just
python. Yeah.
What's
This
up
is also a
with
ball
the
python.
That's so
Look
cute.
at the hat. Oh, look at this guy. Hello. Hello. They're very very cute. Yeah, Ash was. Oh, I love this one. Ball python.
My whole world is blown. I did not
Yeah.
know this was a thing.
This is a great. That's a great drawing of a ball python.
Nice.
Yeah, they're like they have these little puppy faces, so it's just let's see what.
Yeah, but is it? I think, how can I say it? Your dragon looks ferocious, you know, and when I see these snakes, I see all the sweetness. Do you
This
think
is
your
this is one of
dragon?
my this is one of my favorite memes, by the way.
Puppy mouth. Do you have a puppy mouth?
Yeah. But yeah, I used to love. I actually one of my early paintings was. Let me see if I can find it. Last year was of a snake, and I really focused a lot on how the body moved through space. It was a emerald ball python, or sorry, emerald tree boa. Let's see if I organize this well. 2020. Oh, you know what? It's not on here because I did it on my iPad, but it is on my Instagram. Sam T. Lamb. That's me. I'm the guy. Look at this. Look at this asshole. What a dick. This guy. Look at how cool. Look at the danger noodle. I was just really interested in.
Rar?
Yeah, the tension. Yeah.
It's so cute.
The danger noodle.
Yeah. Noodle. So that
Yeah,
it's really fascinating how the stuff stays with you because like when I did the snake it just kind of came back like it came into it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was about to say. Like, it's amazing how these different references that stick with us, and we cannot go through them until we actually, what you're doing.
yeah. Thank you for your voice actor files. These are amazing.
Yeah, there you go. A friend of mine, she was trying this app, and I didn't know what was about, and she just put the phone in front of me, and I was like, and I didn't even know she saved the file. She sent them to me like months after. Um, I just enjoy those. So yeah, if you wanna hire me, please do it. I have no experience at all. I just enjoy the job.
Wonderful. Okay. Julio is playing video games. He's playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. How dare he? He should be here with us.
Who that?
Julio, he's he is a decently active member of the server.
Yeah, like I said before, my New Year resolution is trying to be more here. But as I said before, it's like so many messages. Sometimes I just get overwhelmed. It's like.
Yeah, it's a lot. It got really active. It got really active after the workshop people joined.
Yeah, because you workshop people are really cool, and I get you have the brotherhood sibling relationship there.
I'm just kind of rendering some of the forms here, or darkening this a little bit. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm still in the first arm. I got distracted, and Ben here it's been killing arms like here and then. I'm still in the first one.
You guys had the arms.
Oh man.
Okay, no more streaming for me.
Oh.
I'm gonna move on to oil painting, I think. I'm gonna
Wow.
bring you guys into the living room with me.
Yeah, bro.
See, maybe there's a way I can set up my iPad. Let me see. Or even my iPhone. Yeah. Because it's just about you guys seeing me and my beautiful arms, that's all.
Please.
Gross.
Especially with your arms. mighty and strong, you know.
They're actually totally covered up right now because I'm trying to keep from getting sick. Okay. Let me see if this works.
You know, like those Bridgeman forearms that are very tasty.
That's I love drawing arms because they reflect me and my true nature.
I love this voice acting. I love the alien. I love all of them. The monkey. Yes.
I'm telling you, I was just playing around with the app, and I don't know even the name. I need to check it out because I really need to start doing something over there. I really enjoy it.
Have you ever considered like making a profile on Fiverr and doing like little voice acting gigs?
No,
That'd be
no,
cool.
I'll actually think about it because the problem with my contract finishing now is that I need to go back to freelance. And
Oh wow,
the problem
that's
is
scary.
not being freelance. The problem is in Japan you need to. It's like a fake freelance. You need to
Yeah.
have like a sign from a sponsorship from a big company that they're gonna assure that they're gonna be providing work.
Yep.
The visa thing, it's a thing. So I thought, hey, instead of only drawing, if I can do many other things like translation, as I was doing in the beginning, then maybe I could pull many things together, or no, or I should do follow my heart and do the best portfolio ever, and get another contract instead of having to be freelancing. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, voice acting, it's gonna be because they're normally looking for people here in Japan. There's a lot of French, Spanish, English voice actors for ads and stuff. That's good. Thank you. I feel hopeful now, full of hope. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought they were so silly. Like I enjoy those silly things. The spice of life.
Okay, I'm gonna briefly jump off. I'm gonna try to figure out if I can get onto my other Discord through my phone.
Yeah.
So BRB.
Okay, but don't get lost. Come back.
I might fall into a hole. There's no way of knowing.
See you soon.
Okay.
Man, you've been going 4 hours.
Oh my god.
And that's
Don't. Oh man.
anybody else still drawing?
I'm trying to
Yeah,
finish this page. man.
Yes. Yes.
I feel
I think
so
this is the last page for today.
I feel so lazy. I did one page and I'm just like, yeah.
No, please. Yeah, that's wonderful. One page is enough. One
Feel
page.
like it. That's great. Yeah, it is great.
Yeah, I think that's really important to listen to yourself and say,
Yeah.
this is not specifically the task I want to do today.
Yeah.
It's very important. Yeah.
Oh, I think his food is here. Oh snap.
Oh, you ordered.
Got some ribs. It's
Oh wow. This is genius.
Yeah, you're gonna get those fingers a little bit busy.
Yo. I might come back if you guys are still on.
Yeah. Okay. Enjoy.
I should grab some food too, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll just put mute and headphones on.
Okay.
That way, if you guys are still here. Alright.
Alright.
See y'all.
See ya.
Me.
Hello.
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 Who's that?
How does video? Okay, let me see. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay.
Wow, look at that handsome man.
Oh wait. How do I? I do this so you can see? Okay, cool. So we're being
Wait.
friends.
Look at this handsome devil.
Yeah, please.
You can just see my setup. It's I don't know. Maybe
Oh,
that's fine. Okay, cool.
I got
Okay.
used to your pretty face.
See, and then here's I have a lampy lamp, and then I have can you see the oh wait, I'll give you guys the tour.
oh yes.
And then there's that stuff, and then here. This is my setup, and then
Wow.
here's a plaster cast of a nose.
That's a nose, yeah.
Yeah, although I don't think I'm gonna. Maybe I'll paint that later. But okay, it'll
I
be
love-
kind of like the bend thing where you'll see stuff and you'll just see glimpses of me.
Glimpses.
If I can, okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, that's weird, but okay. All right, oil painting stuff. Okay, I have so many oil painting things. First, I need my paints. I'm gonna put it here. Oil paint. Yeah.
Clink, clank, clonk.
God, I just want to say the rendering on that hand is so nice.
Whose hand?
The guy posted a nice hand he said he was struggling with, but it looks delicious. It looks fantastic, man.
Gauze better than he lets on.
Rendering makes a huge difference. Rendering makes a huge difference. I'm just kind of like speeding through, but like, rendering makes it look actually good.
Yeah. 100%. We're gonna open these new solvents.
Yeah, but this image was like rendered by him already, so I just had to copy the rendering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But like the other images are like give a lot of space to interpret.
Yes. Yeah.
Look at my little solvent cups.
Let's see.
Oh, they are cute.
Okay. We're gonna have.
I love that easel. That easel is so nice.
It's an H frame.
It looks very pretty.
We're gonna do three solvents. We're gonna do walnut oil, walnut alkyd, and lavender spike oil. It smells good. It smells like freaking lavender.
Does it have like a chemical something going on?
No, it's yeah. I don't have anything like that.
Did I wake you?
Hello, Angelo.
I'm feeling like that's a good idea, but I think I will finish not so late.
I'm only checking
Already
in with
almost
him, like,
halfway.
saying hi, cause I gotta get on Uber.
Okay.
So, but I'll
There's
be
Sam
on in
and
like
Discord people. But it
15
doesn't
minutes.
matter. Okay, actually this doesn't mean anything.
Okay, I like you.
But I'm gonna go straight.
Bye.
We'll have a break for kindness.
All right. I got my paper up there. I got. Actually, I have a checklist. I have a checklist somewhere of all the stuff I need for oil painting. It is a little bit, for those who haven't done it, it is a little involved. There's a little bit of stuff. Yeah.
I would be put off by all of the things you need to do for the setup. I mean, like, I remember having this kind of house studio when I was in the UK, because I would leave every single thing just anywhere. That was the funny thing that.
Testing. Hey, you can still hear. Okay, testing. Okay, yeah. Hello.
Gray pad. It's palette paper. That's disposable afterward, which is really cool. And it came with this like flyer, so now I'm kind of getting distracted a little bit and looking at everything else they offer. This is very nice. I'm gonna save this actually. Cool. But actually, I think I'm gonna paint. So they set this up so that you can actually hold it. You can hold it, but I actually prefer to just tape it onto the onto the easel. So I just reach over, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Nice.
Yeah, because I'm working on a very small surface right now. I'm actually thinking maybe I can cut this in half so I can save it. Although it has 50 sheets, so it's not really a huge deal.
It's like funny because you would tape your palette to your easel, and I have like a very similar size easel, but I have my palette on the table next to me, so I always have to bend over, and my back is taking like a few hits.
Yeah, one of the nice things about this easel is the fact that it actually is really good for my back because I can stand up. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get my slippers though.
Save your back if you can.
Yeah. My slippers add a little bit of cushion. Okay, I need paper towels. The unsung hero of painting.
Oh yes.
A shit ton. We're gonna do a lot. I have so many paper towels. Several. And for oil painting, I like to do, or at least the way my approach is having them folded up because so that you can pull the pigment off in the folds of the paper. So I'm gonna do that.
That sounds like a fart.
I like the ripping sound, yeah. Oh.
You guys are weird.
Adult humor. Farts.
Weirdos. And then, all right, so we're gonna put, you guys are on top of my paper towel there.
So kind.
What else do I need? I think that's it. Oh, the brushes. Yeah, that's important. I was like, what am I gonna pick with? I actually just got these brushes from the UK, Rosemary and Co. Have you guys heard of them? They're yeah, like I asked Steven about them. He's like, oh yeah, Rosemary and Co. have been in for like a decade now. They're really inexpensive. I got the set of 5, including shipping, like FedEx International 2-day shipping for like $60 US. And apparently they're really, really quality brushes. Compare that to the Winsor & Newton ones I got that my shop recommended to me, which did come with this case, which is cool. But they're already starting to fray. And I did some research, and a lot of people have talked about that generally speaking, Winsor & Newton have good products, but for whatever reason, their oil brushes are not great. So that's unfortunate. Because I spent a lot of money. Each of them were like $15, and I have 5 of them. Yeah, so I kind of regret that, and I kind of wish I'd done just a little bit more research and gotten the Rosemary instead. But it's all good. It all worked out. And worst comes to worst, I have a few extra brushes.
Brushes are quite expensive, especially if you try to get bigger ones.
Yeah.
They get really good expensive.
And if anyone's curious, the brushes I got are they are essentially all flats. There's 2 short flats and 2 long flats. And then I got this one that's kind of like a liner brush. And the guy who recommended to me, Chris Fornatero, he goes by Paint Coach on YouTube. He actually is a former football player, American football player. So he's like very, very jacked and very good looking guy. But he came from a family of painters. So he's been painting since he was a kid. Both his painters were oil painters, or parents were oil painters. So he decided to do that after USC, after college instead of football. It's probably a right call. Football will kill you. So American football is brutal.
Kill you too.
What's that?
Art can kill you too, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But look how enticing this is. Look how the brushes catch the light. Look how shiny they are.
Nice.
It just makes you want to it makes you want to fucking paint, which I want to right now. And there's nothing you guys can do to stop me. Let's fucking go, cats. Okay. Now I'm gonna put just gonna put a little bit of each of my medium things. I'm gonna put a little bit of, and the objective today is I'm just gonna play with marks. I'm not gonna try to paint anything unless the mood calls for it. Oh no, it's so
are you more
little.
Are you more about the feeling of the materials, or are you about getting a little shape or something?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. I think I might just like play with just precise, just black and white, and I really want to try my different mediums, the different fluids, and see what they do. Because I've been reading about them, but they don't. I think the words don't make sense unless you actually just give it a shot.
Yeah.
Because it's things like this walnut alkyd will increase the flow of your paints, and I'm like, I'm sure that means something. Like, so tonight I want to play with that and figure out what exactly that means. But if I feel up to it, I might actually try to paint a nose. It smells so good. Magda, it smells so good. It just smells like lavender, just like the lavender plant. That's all it smells like. So I'm just gonna put a little in because I don't think you need a lot. All right, and I'm gonna close that just so it doesn't like. Despite the fact that I like the smell, I don't want it to be all over my apartment. And we are gonna put some. I feel like I'm doing a demo or something like that. We're gonna put some walnut alkyd, and this is gonna probably be my main medium. And this is supposed to, like, if you ever play with oils and it's cloud thingy, and you find that it's like scratchy because it's too thick. This is supposed to like help it flow better. I think that's what that means. So I'm gonna figure that out tonight, and then doesn't smell like anything. That's great. Yeah, with Magda, have you done oil painting?
No, in my life, like I was saying before, I bought some materials like cheap stuff when I had that little studio, and I was so busy with work and everything that I never tried. And by the time I wanted to try, I didn't. The same, I gave it away to a friend,
Got it.
and that's it. The turpentine, the
Sure.
solving thingy that was ecological meant to be. It was so bad. The smell. Like,
Was it the Terpenoid natural?
yeah, it was like an ecological brand something, so to make
Yeah,
it
yeah.
less
It was
harmful,
it
apparently.
was part of the terpenoid, but it smells like rancid
Oh,
citrus. Yeah.
it is just no. It was
Yeah,
weird.
good for the environment, bad for your mental sanity.
My nose.
Yeah.
But anyway, I felt like I wasn't that attracted to oil painting because it takes a long time, and I'm more of a quick player.
Yeah, sure.
I like to do my sketches really like slow, but then when it's about color, I really need to pick up a pace because if not, I just abandon it. Basically, I need to have a study every part of the color because it's a weird state of flow, right? When
Yeah.
you know where your light is coming out, you know your shape, you know that you wanna give some room to experiment with some gradients that are gonna happen accidentally with the paint, but
Mm-hmm.
if you don't put those nicely together, then suddenly you're like, okay, I solved this in my head. I don't want to do it anymore. That is what happens to me a lot. It's like, so and fighting is still that part of me. Like, yeah, you see it on your brain, but people don't see it. So would you please just put it on the paper so people
Yeah.
can see it? Yeah.
Hey, can I show something off? Do you know what I got from my easel? Do you see there's this brush holder? It's a brush holder on the side, and you can put your brushes in.
Oh my
And
god, this
and
is
it
so
rotates.
fancy.
And it rotates.
That is really
Yeah.
fancy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And my palette knife. Also, see, this is okay. So there is a lot of stuff in open. One last thing is the brush cleaner. Okay, cool.
I'm so envious. Like I'm always running on the road, and I'm like, whatever. This plank that will work. This surface this will do. When it's this like
Look at
lovely.
he jumped on my seat. He jumped on my seat.
Oh,
It's like
that's
you're not
cute.
painting today.
Hey, Oliver, I'm gonna paint, okay, dude? All right, this is cool. This is a brush cleaner, and oh, why is it like wet? Huh? Wonder what that's from. Oh, that's the oil. That's the lavender spike oil. Okay, that's what that is. Or maybe it's this brush cleaner and it is leaking. I might need a. I'd heard about this happening. Is that the actual silicone thing is good, but you might need to get a better mason jar for it. So I get more paper. Okay, here we go. Here we go now.
This is the moment. Everybody stop breathing.
No, it's just okay. We're gonna do precise. I'm just gonna do. We're gonna do ivory black. I'm gonna do a lot actually, because I'm gonna be primarily painting with it. And we're going to do. They also gave me this gray to try out, which seems as like a sample, but I'm like, why can't I just mix the white and the black? But what do I know?
Maybe if you don't want to have black in there, you just use gray.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it for fun. I'm gonna put it on the side here. See what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very nice. It's like a very cool gray. Just like me. I'm very cool gray. Okay. Alright. We are going to play with this flat. I love the size flat. Okay, and we are going to first things first, I want to thin this. Okay. Wait. Okay, just a little of that. Drag this. Oh yeah. You really don't need a lot. That's really nice.
What's the ratio, sir?
It's very it's a very it's a very noticeable smell. Okay. I'm gonna try to do a value scale actually. I'm gonna do value scale.
And that's one nice thing about oils, I suppose, because when I try to draw paint with acrylics, I use so much water in there that it would just run down the palette if I held it this way.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
now I'm gonna.
acrylics are hard with a lot of water.
I like them
At
that
least
way. I don't know.
I love it. Actually, people say that wash is like thick watercolor, but to be honest, acrylic also get that feeling that you can get like a really light wash, and the problem is that the more water you add, the more pigment you lose, right? So
Correct.
to keep it really bright, it needs less water. Mixing acrylics can get really muddy, in my opinion. I mean, wash also, but it's like. But the problem with wash then is like you get all these colors and they're gonna get mute down like a couple of tones. So it's really hard to calculate. Okay, I want it this bright, so my color needs to be
Yeah.
at
This
this
is
level.
why.
It's just yeah.
Yeah. This is why like I permanently go over it with like more and more saturated colors to bring out some some shine in there. Like to the point that I like almost paint complete out of the tube the red color or something that I need on there to make it more intense. Yeah.
Okay, the lavender is nice and it's non-toxic, but it is very powerful smell. So I'm gonna run the fan.
That's
That,
good.
yeah, and it
That's
is.
what I was afraid of. I was saying like if it has a little of a chemical, smelly, probably
Yeah,
not, but it's intense.
yeah, it's very intense. It's pleasant, but it is still very noticeable. So that's gonna get to my head eventually. So we're gonna do
And
this.
that's when Sam knew that the party got started.
Soft lavender smell. Okay, I'm going to open this window. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. There, that should help a little bit. Okay. All right. Try this gray. Let's try this gray that they keep talking about. Actually,
Tell us, how does it feel? Is it soft?
What I'm trying to do is okay. So the lavender spike oil definitely thins the paint, which is really cool. But I actually don't know that that's necessary to do that to increase the flow, which is the primary thing I'm trying to get at. Actually, let me see how much it actually if it does a lot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool. Sorry, this is very sensual. It's very sensual for me.
Just
Oh wow.
you know,
Okay, yeah. So
paint work.
this is great. So it's
You
like
do
it
you,
creates a
boo.
really wash. If I add even more, I wonder what happens. It becomes almost like watercolor. That's very nice.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
oil painting, I don't know if you know
great.
Vanessa Lemon. Let me
I
just
do
check
not.
her
Yeah.
Instagram. Let me just check because she does really dreamy, powerful stuff.
Ah, beautiful.
And she uses all of these diluted oil with like kitchen palettes to get some effects that are really cool. Let me just look for that Instagram. Vanessa.
Yeah, so this makes me really happy because then I can paint on top. Who just joined?
Angelo,
Steven?
Stop,
welcome
cutie.
back.
Angelo is back from his Uber drive. How was it?
Dude, the Uber was insane. Actually, the dude had a Tesla, and it was like so cool.
Nice.
Fancy.
How come
And you know
you're
how they say like the Tesla has like 0 to 60 acceleration in like 4 seconds or 3 seconds, something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, when he would like stop at the stop sign and then accelerate, like I could actually like feel the, I was like sinking into my seat. It was pretty cool.
So why do you take Ubers
Nice.
a lot?
Huh?
Why do you take? I noticed you take Ubers a lot. Why is that?
Oh, I still don't know how to drive.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Yeah,
That makes
I'm
sense.
illiterate or whatever.
Okay, if we get married, I can drive you around.
Okay, that's
Let's-
enough
So,
hands for today.
I can tell you guys right now, I don't like holding the palette, and I don't know why people like that. Because there's too much stuff to do. You know, like I want to go down to my solvents, I want to go down to my medium, and then I don't want to have to put down my palette. So actually, I think I'm gonna just tape it. I'm just gonna tape it because the oil is so thick, so it doesn't fall down, which is pretty awesome. We're gonna tape it over here. Mm.
So I just passed that link through the open meeting chat for that artist, and she's quite experimental. She just goes with the transparencies and she goes with like kitchen palettes and she just experiments a lot. It's really cool.
Cool. Oh. Yeah, so I saw several oil painters I know do this, and I think this is just gonna be how I approach it because holding it is the worst.
Oh, I got 15 pages more to go, but just for the hands.
Gross. Sorry, buddy.
I will do that another day. I think I did my pages for today. Oh.
We're gonna add a bit Gulpid. Let's see what this does. Oh. Oh. Oh, that seems wrong. That seems wrong.
There's no wrong answers.
Where's my phone? Oh, here.
So I need to ask, Angelo, where are you talking from? And I don't know, tell us something about you, because I've been recently in these open meeting chats, and I think I've only read posts from you.
Oh yeah, Angelo, you haven't met Magda. Magda's one of the veterans on this Patreon server.
I'm in the shadows.
Shadow.
Oh, you wanted to know where I'm from and all that stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, when I was born in the Philippines and then I moved to the U.S. when I was 7, and then Texas when I was or before middle school, and now I'm 22 years old. It's my life.
Nice.
That's my life. This is somebody my entire life.
And I take Ubers. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and Ubers.
Mhm. Yeah, I have a lot of friends from the Philippines here. Actually, most of my Philippine friend hits are the artist ones. So yeah, that's a funny a funny coincidence. Like,
Walnut oil is nice.
Wait, so you're from the Philippines?
oh, like my friends. I have many friends from here. Like I'm living in Japan right now. I met these people working here and there. They all do like tattoo, or maybe they are working in hospitality, but they are doing like big paintings, and they're quite artisty. Very
Cool.
cool people. And they understand the insults in Spanish because of because of Philippines and Spanish language. But that was funny.
Yeah,
Filipinos are the Latinos of Asia.
I'm being
For sure.
racist.
Yeah. Whoop whoop, hot mama.
Yeah, ivory black is so cool. It's like this like see, are you guys familiar with the Zorn palette?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, Anders Zorn was a Danish painter. Do I have that right, guy?
I do not know where he's from,
Yeah,
but he is very good.
yeah, very good painter, and it's specifically portrait painter. And it's argued, we don't know for sure, but it's argued that for most of his paintings, he used only four colors or four paints: titanium white, ivory black, uh, yellow ochre, and a bright red. Probably something like a alizarin crimson or something like that. Although most people now use like a cadmium red. And the idea is like with those four, you are theoretically able to make a wide range of colors. And the black, because ivory black is kind of bluish, it kind of plays as almost like a blue, because relative to the others, it looks bluish. And it's really obvious to me right now as I'm playing with it.
Ben is back. Ben, hello, Ben.
Oh,
Who's on the screen? Let me see.
hey, hey.
Looks like Angelo.
Yo, hey, Angelo.
Going strong. Nice.
Hey, Hardy. I like you. You're my friend.
Sam, you're doing some values or colors or just enjoying?
Yeah, I'm literally just playing with the different materials and seeing what the effects are, rather than trying to guess what they are from reading. So that's really nice. So I put this wash down and it already dried, which is pretty uncharacteristic for oil because I thinned it first, and now I'm painting over it and it paints great. That's good to know. Yeah, honestly, the oil paint by itself is so nice, but you would add more medium to get it to flow a little bit more, so it's a wetter, if that makes sense. But I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to use medium.
I want to show you guys one. I have like a few of these stacks of paper. This is like,
Sorry, what did you say? You have
this is the kind of stacks we buy. Okay.
Nice, dude.
Whoa! Look
Wait.
at that paper. That's insane that you go to the guy and say, "Give me 2 kilos of paper."
Yeah.
Yeah, top. Nothing to share or anything.
Yeah, you think so, but I've never done oil, so I think it's quite cool.
Uh,
I always think about like creating like a YouTube channel with things that we never tried. Like the try guys, but in art version. So we get Sam to try everything, and we get him to talk to two people in that moment. One that knows what he's doing, and the other one that knows shit about it.
I actually
And
really
then
like that. That's a really cool idea.
I'm
Yeah.
trying the thing. I think that would do like a decent YouTube channel.
You know, I actually have had several people say that I should like write more. Like my buddy Manny from Benson My June Workshop, we were on this chat the other day, and I was talking about oil because he's never tried oil. He's like, Sam, have you thought about actually putting this on a blog? I was like, yeah, actually, one of the things this actually runs in my family. My brother and sister are the same. Is that we have a wide range of interests, but whenever we enter a community, we become a knowledge base very quickly. And it's just something about us that we just absorb knowledge super fast. And I don't think that I think I underestimate its value. I also organize information really well, and mostly for bad reasons. It's like I'm very neurotic, but the benefit is that the result is I have all this information. Like that's why I came up with that list of what I needed for oil painting. So yeah, so there's something to that, to what you just said. So it's, even though I'm not the best artist here, at least I know a lot, which is kind of cool. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not about being the best. It's about doing it.
Yeah, which I do. Which I show up. I show up all the
Totally
time.
do.
Yeah. I do show up a lot to the art for sure.
But yeah, it's the same. Like people, I remember the usual friends telling me, "Oh, you should open a YouTube channel and stuff." And like, look, you know how much work is that?
Yeah, for sure.
Like that's really thick information. You really need to do your research. You really want to know. Even if you flow through the conversation in the channel, you really need to have like a little aiming point that you're gonna go around. And I don't think people know how hard are those things. Yeah, but I think you could make it together. You could put it together, I think.
I believe I can fly. Oh, wait, R. Kelly is canceled, right? We've canceled him, so I can't sing that song anymore. Actually, might actually try drawing something. I might try drawing this. This nose. Who dat? Who just joined?
Use your nemesis.
Identify yourself.
I can't see the list, so that's why I asked.
It's midnight.
What's up? You're cute. I like you. Okay. Graphite pencil.
I'd respond, but I'm too nervous.
You can watch me try out my oil paints if you want. I am going to pull this black wing pencil to draw. Okay, let me actually. There we go.
Everyone else working on?
I've been doing all of these sketches with
Oh yeah.
that he's doing the full Bridgeman thing, so I jumped to do some sketches. But to be honest, I'm running out of mojo here because
it's a lot.
I like more flow, and I see these drawings that they are really technical, and I enjoy copy. But at some point, I start doing some flowy lines, and I stop copying. So I'm like, yeah, maybe that's time to grab some food because it's 12:41.
You haven't eaten?
Sunday already. No, I forgot to have breakfast. You see, when you have art for breakfast, there you go.
Oh, you have morning time. Oh.
Yeah.
I know also morning time.
Yeah, guy, you already transferred to the next day.
Yeah, guys, it is tomorrow. It's the future where you are, guys.
I'm living in the future.
Yeah.
Man.
Everything looks the same. Don't worry.
So
it's late.
No, bro.
Yeah, I gotta get
all
some sleep.
Yeah, man.
Owls over there, right?
Oh boy, it is like a quarter of an hour to 5 a.m. and
Oh
I
God.
think I gotta go.
Yeah.
God,
It was
take
very
care.
nice
Yeah.
to do this drawing challenge with Bridgeman, and it was very
I
nice
hope
to you all.
Yeah, man,
hope
it
you
was
like
great.
OnlyFans.
Oh, can you give me the link?
God, it was
Couldn't
great
give it,
talking, man.
Oh yeah.
Guten Nacht.
That's good. That's good stuff. Yeah. Hope to see you. Hope to see you all again. Yeah.
Take care, man.
It's
Bye, my
good times.
friend.
Bye bye.
Okay. They talk about how a lot of painters I bet are like, some people who study painting don't know how to draw.
Yeah.
So the fact that you guys draw is already a big deal, I think.
I find that fascinating that people. I have a friend, one of my friends. He's really good at color and painting. He always gets stuck into the drawing part, and I find it fascinating because that means you understand form in absolute, like a natural way. Because to be honest, drawing it's something that we made up, right? It's like a
Correct.
proper language
There's
that we just decided it was pretty and we wanted to go for.
yeah, there's no lines in real life. It turns out.
Well, mind blowing. I think that because
Yep.
I love lines, right? And but yeah, and so people that can paint just out of the blue without a drawing, wow.
I know some of them. They're insane. Yeah, I know some of them. All right, we're going to pull this gray out. We're going to make a wash, and there's nothing you guys can do about it. Something I want for myself right now. I'm going to fucking do it. Creating a pool of stuff, loading up the brush. Yeah. Oliver, can you turn on music, please? Oh, they don't have opposable thumbs. My cats suck. Like they just like, I really need to just get a job or something, you know?
Would that solve the opposable thumb issue?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. God, you guys are worthless. Oliver, you're worthless. He's just looking out the window. He doesn't even care. Okay. I need this to be
Something he could do like a tail slap on.
That would be great. Maybe they should have an OnlyFans. Right, Oliver? He's cute though. Oliver's super cute. I was on a huge, I don't know if it was the fact that I have strep or something, but I was on a huge cuteness aggression overload today. So I kept running around the apartment chasing my cats trying to kiss them.
Aww.
I succeeded multiple times. Oh yeah, I have strep throat. For those who don't know. So crazy. It's just so funny because we're so worried about COVID, but then it turns out we still have all this other stuff we need to worry about still.
Yeah.
I got it from I imagine from my goddaughter's birthday party where there was a bunch of kids around the age of 7, and kids are famously disgusting, so adorable, yes, but also disgusting. I'm getting too precious about toning the paper. I should just lay down the wash, call it a day, let it dry a bit. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Oh no, now I can't see the graphite. Oh, because it dissolved the graphite. Well, I guess the solvent works. Huh. What do people draw with? Charcoal? When they paint oil? Oh well, I'll just
To be honest, I think they just do like a little sketch with acrylics.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, it's okay. Or maybe I'll just call that a lost edge. We'll call that a lost edge. Okay.
Brilliant. I'm about to give up soon. I'm gonna just try to put
Go to bed.
together. I'm gonna go to have lunch because it's nearly 1 p.m. here.
Oh damn.
I'm just gonna try to put together what I've been doing, which is nothing compared to our friend Ben here.
Oh, don't say
I try my best.
that, but that's not true.
It's been a journey. I'm quite happy with the study. I mean, at least I've been starting the day the way I like it, which is doing something I like first instead of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and please
I needed.
don't put pressure on yourself. Please.
It's impossible. That's why I'm paying the therapist for to tell me just chill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't tell us that, Ben. We're here to be stressed out. That's the goal.
Yeah.
This is the way.
This is the way. Okay. Look at me pretending like I know how to oil paint. Trying things out.
You look the part though. You look great.
Thank you. I want to be the buff dude who also oil paints. Like that's my goal. My energy.
I think you're doing it right now.
Oh damn, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh nope, that hasn't dried yet. I fucked up. That hasn't dried yet.
I know. Yeah, that's a problem with oil painting. It's super slow. It's like you first lay down like a bunch of flat colors that you think they're gonna match, and then you start blending, and it's just so this. I get stressed by thinking of it. It's like
Hey, I think I'm gonna lean into it. I kind of like it. I think I just need to like breathe a bit more.
Have you
Than with water-based.
have you talked with Avi at all about oil painting?
No, has he oil painted?
Yeah, I think he's doing it.
was doing that.
That's my future husband. And some of you may be wondering, like, I hit on several of you, and it's like, well, who are you gonna marry? I'm like, I'm also poly-friendly, so it can be all of us. We can all get married.
Yeah, I'm surprised that every time someone comes into the chat like, you're my friend, I like you. But then I think, what happens the day he says, I do not like you? What's gonna happen?
That's right, hardcore. That person deserves it. So watch out. I think I put too much medium. Now it's a little bit too wet. Too wet, that's what she's. Who all still in the chat?
I am.
Hi.
I'm listening. Let me see. Today is the 16th.
Damn.
Yeah?
You never have considered making a YouTube channel?
Oh hell no! God, that sounds so stressful.
I would love to.
What would I have to offer?
Just watching you paint just like this. I would watch this.
But like in a tank top or shirtless?
Yeah.
No, just keeping all of the art stuff for the art stuff.
Yeah. No, honestly, I actually, and this is gonna come off really arrogant. I already know that would be actually very successful.
Yeah.
But like not necessarily for the reasons I like though. That's the problem. I don't just want to be loved for my butt, okay? Okay. I don't like that I'm making this too wet because now it just seems like I'm painting in watercolor, which is like, what's the point? I might as well just paint in watercolor at that point. So I think I need to. How do we solve this? Oh, walnut oil. That's what that's for. Now I understand. Now I understand what each of these things are doing, like what each of the mediums are doing. Okay, that's cool. Yes. Okay, good. I do wish there was music though, playing right now.
Yeah, you don't want me singing. But you can sing if you want.
O'Malley's on top of the chairs.
Who is?
Hello.
Oh, hey buddy. Yeah, you can come up. I actually don't need the seat if you want to come up.
how were the ribs?
The what?
Sorry, I was
Enjoying.
I was watching my mom chase the cat. The ribs were awesome.
Did you have cornbread as well? Or no?
What?
Do you get a cornbread side? Or they don't offer that.
I ate yam with the ribs and bread.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have ate that bread. It was awesome though. Oh yeah, and green beans and corn.
That's why I'm leaving, because I'm too hungry now. I'm gonna, let me see. I'm gonna just drop what I did for today. Thank you for inviting us, Ben. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, but we have to do again. We'll do again?
That's all what I have time to do. Yes. That's it. I think I'm gonna leave you doing more art.
Let's keep it.
Bye, my friend.
See ya.
Bye, Makuda.
Okay, bye. Bye.
It's a pleasure meeting you all finally.
Yes.
See all your
Yes.
messages. I'm a very big fan of yours. Bye.
Bye, my friend.
Bye.
I don't know how to disconnect, so keep. Let me see. You're like, I'm gonna leave. No,
There
I
should
know
be
how to-
there should be a disconnect,
see
like
here.
X button.
Cerrar. No, close. This is Sam. Hello, Sam. I'm gonna.
It's an X next to like a phone from the 90s that most of you probably don't recognize.
No, I'm activating the camera instead. That's it. I found it. Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm not lost anymore.
Bye.
That is a phone from the 90s.
Oh, I hate this gray. I hate this gray that I chose. Don't like it. I should have just mixed black and white together. Yeah, this is not a good oil painting, but it's all good. Whew, I messed this up so bad. it's not good.
Well, oil painting is way too stressful.
Nah, it's actually I'm having a lot of fun. It's just I'm just getting to know it, but I think I'm doing too much. I don't think I'm trusting the paint by itself enough.
Okay.
Like I'm adding too many mediums and stuff when I should just probably just let the paint exist on its own.
Usually I'd be in bed by now.
It's too fun to hang out.
Yes. This is probably the longest I stayed up.
What time is it?
Oh, it's only 8.
What?
Yeah, I go to bed at like 6:30
That's all. That's great though.
and
Enough.
and I wake up early.
Like
Mhm.
4 a.m.
Sometimes 3, 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I get into that sleep cycle sometimes.
Guys, what are you working on?
Nothing. Just sitting here watching. I'm watching Sam and Ben, and then I flip back to see what Angelo's doing. Michael.
Yeah, that guy's cool.
I'm just spying on all of y'all.
Also, how is Ben doing? Did he the goal was 2, right? Because Frazetta did 2.
Oh man, it's
To what?
2 passes.
2. Yeah, 2 passes.
Oh, gross.
Bro, I realize now Frazetta's full of shit. It's been like 5.5 hours and I'm only halfway through. And I'm going pretty fast.
You're going really fast.
Fuck.
Yeah,
And now-
isn't the math that you would have to do like one every minute or two, right?
1 every 45 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
What
right.
was it for him?
The goal.
Just like a whole day?
No, I'm gonna finish in like, I'm gonna finish, it'll take like 12 hours. I just want to do every drawing once.
How long did it
Yeah.
it say that Frazetta took?
No, he's just a liar. But he said he did the book in a night, so that's what I'm doing.
Twice in a night. You said.
Well, yeah, one place said twice, the other place said once. He probably changed his story. Like,
What the hell? There's no story. It's all made up.
it's lies, man.
It is all
Oh,
lies, for sure.
you know, you should make a review on YouTube. Why this challenge is a lie.
Yeah,
Frazetta's thing or whatever. Here's what happened.
yeah.
Like the title, Frazetta's full of shit.
Yeah. I'll get a lot of people angry.
Yeah, that's what you want, though. You want them to click that video all angry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the views.
That's what the kids call click a bait, they say.
Oh, I thought it was called clickbation.
That's what they call it, yeah. Because I'm one of the kids, that's how I know.
You're a clickbaiter?
I'm a master clickbaiter. You might say
Oh my
I'm a
God.
masturbator.
Oh my god.
Yay, the joke got made.
we were all trying to find an opportunity, and I went in there. It was on behalf of all of us. Okay, so already this painting is going. I'm doing a second pass. It's better when I don't fuck around with the mediums too much. I think I did too much, and everything just got wet and stuff. So yeah, just focusing on just the oil paint by itself is perfect.
That's not a real challenge, by the way, is it?
It's not a real challenge. I made it up.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because gosh, that's not normal.
No, hopefully someone else will do it now. I'll be the first world record, hopefully.
I got through like a dozen pages, and I was so drained.
Yeah, bros. Yeah.
Jeez.
Are you having fun though?
Oh, I stopped like an hour ago.
Okay, good. You can just watch me do my thing.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I wish I could see it a little better, but that's.
Man,
Sorry,
you guys
sorry.
are so hardcore.
Put your phone on your head, Sam, so we can see.
Here, I don't really, just my setup is weird. Or actually here, I'll just move my easel a little bit.
Yeah.
That doesn't really help.
Oh yeah, that's better.
So I'm just redrawing the nose.
What are you painting?
I'm painting the nose that's on my wall, the plaster cast. So that's the other reason why it's a little bit harder, is because it's not from like a photo or something. It's better though. I think drawing from life is just better if you can make it happen.
I've never drawn from life.
Yeah, it's not that different, but it is sufficiently different that it's like something to supplement your practice with. Specifically because like there's just a sense of 3D, like three-dimensionality that is hard to replicate with just photos. And then also this is kind of, I forget there's a term for it, but the way that the eye perceives depth, it kind of like vibrates, like because you're seeing two spots, right? And it's vibrating between the two. And it's I think up to the artist to figure out how to like mimic that well. Yeah, this is cool. I'm going really dark with the shadows. And there's nothing you guys can do about it. Can't stop me.
I really
Can't
wish I
stop, won't
could
stop.
attend some life drawing, figure drawing.
Yeah, I actually was going to start going this Tuesday near Stanford, but then I got strep, and I'm not trying to get anyone else sick, so I'm not gonna go.
That's such a shame.
Yeah.
Strep is a disease.
Strep throat is a disease. Yes, it's a bacterial infection. So I got antibiotics today, but it's gonna be like a four days of treatment. Actually, I already feel better now that I just realized I'm feel better.
You seem to be doing quite well.
I hope you make it.
The thing about strep is I actually didn't feel fatigued. And that's actually a telltale sign that it's strep, because it's a pure bacterial infection. So it's not a cold or anything like that. It's not a virus. And so, but I had a massive sore throat and my lymph nodes were swollen. So yeah, I did take NyQuil last night though, so that knocked me out.
You know what is in NyQuil that makes you sleepy?
Are you actually asking? Because I don't know the answer.
Okay, yeah, no, I was asking. Sorry. I'm just wondering.
No, I do not know. I'm sure that there's some ingredient. Just realized I can paint. I can choke up on the paint a little bit and paint a little bit farther. Nope, don't like it. Don't like it. Like just a little bit of control, not too much. It's a little lopsided, the nose. Oh well. Oh, it was definitely beginner's luck. I do not have oil painting mojo tonight. Sorry, what were you saying, Sky?
I was like, I'm about to show off my mom's coloring page.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's go.
Her coloring page she just finished.
Let's see.
I had her working with the colored pencils.
That's uncolored pencils?
Wow.
Yeah, and
Nice.
I had her smooth it out with Gunsil.
How do I? Oh, damn, that's hot. That's wonderful.
Hey, Mom, they like your coloring page. She says thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
You did good.
Tell her to join the Discord.
Yeah, I would love that.
Hey, I'll ask her to say hi. Hello.
Hi, Mom. Hey, Sky, where do y'all live in Vegas? I assume North Vegas.
Hello.
Where do you live in Vegas?
North Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Why you say that?
Oh, I know Vegas very well. I'm from LA. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we used to go out all the time. I'm Vietnamese. There's a lot of good Vietnamese restaurants in North Vegas.
Really?
Yeah. If you just look up Vietnamese food, there's like a bunch. I also used to go rock climbing at Red Rocks, and we would usually stay at on the west side and take what's that big road that goes to Red Rock? It's like the big east-west road.
That is Charleston. That'll take
Yeah.
you straight into Red Rock.
That's right. So we would go, and then we'd go to that Dunkin' Donuts where there's like I think it's like an Albertsons or something right at the end, and then before I went to the park. Yeah.
Because on Charleston there's the Red Rock Casino, and then
Yep.
across
Yep.
from that is the shopping center with Best Buy, Costco.
Yep. Bingo. Yeah. And there's a rock climbing gym actually around there, but then we would go outdoor rock climbing.
Oh, okay.
And then afterward, we'd sometimes we would camp, but when I got older, I was like, I just don't camp anymore. So we get like a Motel 6 near the strip, and then just like wash up, go to a buffet, stay the night. I'm near San Francisco now.
Oh, okay. You're in the Bay Area.
Yeah, I'm just south of it. I used to live in the East Bay. I used to live near Oakland for the longest time, but now I'm over here for work on the peninsula.
Oh, okay. One of my good friends stays in Sacramento.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Sacramento's a pretty cool town. But yeah, I miss Vegas is very special to me. Just like I think because my dad loved it and he would take us when we were younger. We'd go to like get buffets, go see magic shows and stuff like that.
Right.
I
Circus
never
Circus.
I never really got into the gambling part actually, to be honest.
Did
Sorry,
you
what were
go
you
to
saying?
Circus?
Yeah, all the time. That whole north end of the strip is like feels so ancient now, but it's actually one of my favorite parts. Like everything north of the Flamingo is like, it's like well, there's a few things. There's like what's the thing with the sky thing? What is that?
Are you talking about the stratosphere?
Yeah, the stratosphere. I never actually did that. That's on the north end.
No, we never went up. You know, they have a restaurant up there, but we
Oh, I
never
didn't know
did.
that.
Yeah, and it spins while you eat slowly.
Wow.
Oh, that sounds. I don't know if that's like kitschy or actually really luxurious. I can't tell.
Well, it's really expensive to eat up there.
Okay, that's some Vegas. That's a Vegas vibe right there.
Yeah, and you just can't go up there. You have to pay
Oh
before you
well,
get in
okay.
the elevator. Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess that you got the tickets to go up there and ride the rides.
I should do that sometime. I should do this just for fun.
No, I don't like heights, so I'll never be doing that.
Oh, that'll do. We're just chilling, Mom. Just
I
hanging
see.
out. Yeah,
I
I'm
see.
trying out my oil paints, which I just got into. And I'm just messing around with it.
Really? So you rather do oil than acrylic?
It's a great question. I actually have acrylics, but I don't. I think the kind of stuff I want to do, like I want to do a lot of like really beautiful spiritual scenery, and I just really feel drawn to oil painting because that's what I got when I got into art as a kid. It was through oil paints. Acrylics are a lot more accommodating. Also, all the folks here saw my setup for oil painting. It took like 15 minutes to set up, like 'cause I had to like get all this stuff. I have like two boxes. I have like paints in it and stuff. With acrylic, you just go for it. You just need like brushes,
Well,
paint, and water, right? So there's something to
right,
be said
because
for it.
I mean,
Well,
because oil you gotta wait. I mean, you gotta
yeah,
wait for it to dry to if you like want to change it or you make a mistake. Not like acrylic.
yeah. I think for me, like the
Mm-hmm.
kind of stuff I want to do, I'm willing to wait for it because it takes like the big
Okay.
projects. Yeah. But I wouldn't do a oil for like simple studies or something like that
Okay.
because it's not. You're right. It's like not even worth it. I mean,
Right.
I've already kind of messed up my painting because I forgot that it was not dry yet because it's gonna take the entire. It's gonna take until tomorrow to dry most of
Right.
the stuff I painted. So there's something to be said for that. But yeah, I think right now I'm just like excited to try oil. This is like a new thing for me when I have it as a tool. But I actually mostly work digitally, actually.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping some of the stuff translates over. I think it does. I think some of it translates over. All right. Uh, boop, boop, boop. Oh, that's a lot. It's a lot of paint.
Back.
It's a good Vietnamese place if you haven't tried it in Vegas. There's actually a chain. It's called Pho Hoa, HOA. There's like 5 locations in Vegas.
Which place, Sam?
Pho Hoa, HOA.
HOA.
Yeah, Pho Hoa. It's actually a chain that's on the West Coast. There's some in Seattle and stuff, but it's a super reliable pho place. But if you really, there's definitely mom and pop. There's like real legit mom and pop Vietnamese places in Vegas for sure. Because a lot of Vietnamese people move there. Vietnamese and Filipino people move there to work
Mm-hmm.
in the gambling industry.
It'd be good food.
Yeah, pho Hoa should also have like rice dishes if you don't like the soup. But if you like soup, I just checked my timer. I have drawn and painted today for 4 hours, and that doesn't include the half hour I met with my one of my mentors. I've been in a lot of art today.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, the moral of the story with oil paint, y'all, is I still have a lot to learn about it. It doesn't it doesn't cooperate the way that I thought it would. It's surprisingly complicated. Also, black and white's actually kind of hard in oil because oil paints are hard to mix. Um, so trying to get a gradient of black, gray to white is actually really hard. I think it's easier in acrylic or other mediums. So that's something to keep in mind. When I think this is made for color. I think oil is made for color.
I never tried oil. I kind of want to.
Yeah, let me know if you're interested in like what you need to get started. And also, I should note, they Winsor and Newton has water soluble oil paints. They're called artisans. I think you can get them from Michaels. And it's exactly like acrylic in the sense that you just use water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's non-toxic as you might guess. And although oil paint's non-toxic if you don't ingest it. And yeah, so it's super easy. I actually, my mentor actually mentioned it today to me. He said he uses water soluble oils, and he said that it's part of it's also for the environment. It's not just for your health; it's for the environment. Because solvents you can't toss down a drain or anything. You have to dispose of it as a hazardous waste. So that's like another element. And I don't use solvents. That's why I use all these alternatives.
Oh wow, so you can't put it down a drain. That's good to know.
Yeah. So yeah, oil painting is a whole thing. It's like a whole thing. So it's understandable if people don't like want to just do it. I'm not actually painting anything right now. I'm just like literally just fucking around with this part of my French, with the mark making, to see what I can do with it.
I feel like I could make a bucket list. Maybe work on a painting this year, and then remember that guy that I showed you on Instagram, how he worked on black paper. I
Yeah.
definitely wanna work on some black paper.
I would love to do like scratchboard, like on black scratchboard. That's something I've been thinking about doing. Yeah, do you guys have any goals for the year? I actually listed out my goals. One of them is I want to finish out my Archangel series by the end of the year.
How many are in your series?
There's gonna be 5, so I have 2 left. Oh well, sorry, Michael, and then 2 more after that.
Okay.
So doable. And then I also want to do a nice imaginary landscape. I don't care about the medium. I'll probably do it in traditional though. And then I actually added on a goal this year is I want to paint a portrait in oils.
Nice. I don't really have goals. Yeah, I'm a loser.
Yes, that's what we all think when we think of you.
But no.
Sarcasm. I was being sarcastic.
It's fine. I'm just hurting a little bit.
Okay. Deal. Actually, tomorrow I think I'm going to try to order. I need better mason jars for this cleaner because it's kind of leaking a little bit at the top. Let's see.
Cedric, are you working on another top secret thing?
No, I'm just doodling. Like I'm painting, but I'm really doodling.
Nice. And you said doing what Ben is doing, right?
What's that?
You said you tried doing what Ben was doing, like going through the Bridgeman.
Oh, I did. I filled like 3 pages of a sketchbook. So yeah, I did it for like a couple hours. Well, but I stopped a while ago. Yeah.
You didn't want to go through the whole thing?
I don't know if I could have at the pace I was going at. I think that would have been like 30 hours straight of
Yeah, shit.
no eating or anything. So I don't even know if I could have at the pace I was going.
Yeah.
What I realized is that this is actually absolutely meaningless.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You said it at the beginning.
Yeah, fuck.
Maybe after you'll become Frazetta, or at least have his skills.
Well, that was actually like my original like. That's what I thought was gonna happen. So let's see. Maybe it'll like start setting in like once I get more towards the end.
Yeah. And how much have you? You said you've done 5 hours.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Dang, I can't. I forgot how like big the book is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, cause I actually like gave my with like drawing books that I copy from, I literally like cut out the pages so I can like have them flat. Cause if it's like a book, it just like keeps
Okay.
So yeah, I gave my freaking pages to my friend just to borrow, but he still hasn't given it back. But
It was Bridgman. It was a Bridgman book.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Yo, do you like or have you gone through any anatomy books as well?
Through what?
Have you gone into any anatomy books before? Have you gone through Bridgman?
Maybe not like 100%, but there was a point in my life where I was just like going through. So I don't know if it was, but I definitely went through a lot of it. Like like from the start to how I got into it. Yeah.
Yo, Angelo. Angelo, what kind of art do you like? Like your stuff is pretty unique. Your drawing style is really
Agreed.
energetic. It's angular. It's like yeah, like who are some artists you like or like what do you like?
First of all, thank you. And then well, when I started drawing, I saw Frazetta.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. And I think for me, like the big theme, at least for me, like I want to draw heroes, like badass people.
Wow. Okay.
That's like my thing. So like seeing Frazetta, I was like, man, like the characters he drew were so powerful, and in a way, it was like him like doing what he did, with those powerful characters. It was like, oh, here's someone kind of like doing what I've always wanted to do. So like yeah, Frazetta is a big influence, and yeah, so it's like I wanna make just as or like maybe even more powerful characters than Frazetta, but in my own way. So
Okay.
that's kind of like my thing.
A lot of Frazetta's the power comes a lot from the staging as well, right? Like these compositions are so what tight.
Yeah, and the poses are so good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like, it's Frazetta, and then like, like how you have like a list of like your influences. Like,
Yeah.
so Frazetta is like, the big thing, right? Like it's like the big influence, and then like all the other ones are like pretty small. I mean, not that they're not as influential, but like the big name that comes to my mind is Frazetta, and and then I think if I list off the artists that's inspirational to me, it's just like what basically everyone else likes. Like Eliza, Kim Jung Gi, Alex Konstad, Evan Maul Munson. Basically what everyone else would list. But yeah, the big name is Frazetta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I went on mute because I'm eating chips and hummus, and I don't want to chew into my headphones.
Also, Ben, what kind of art are you making? Like, what kind of stuff do you want to do?
So I'm working on a big painting right now. It's like pretty heavily, even though it's like pretty heavily James Jean influenced. Do you know James Jean?
Yeah, the Fable, right?
He's like an illustrator. He did a bunch of like Fable, Marvel, like comic cover illustrations. What else? Wait, sorry. There's a lot. Um, I'm working on a painting right now. I'll try. Like a lot of the stuff I was doing before was like with clothes and like performance. Maybe I can drop like 1, 2 things here right now. I'm gonna just drop. Even man, basically I'm just working on a painting now, and I'll share it with you when it's done.
Alright. Do you have like what's your biggest dream, or like how if you could have anything or whatever, how would you be living and painting?
How living? How I'd be living?
Like basically your final form, basically.
Oh shit, man.
That's a tough question.
Yeah, that's a very tough question. Bro, I just want to get painting commissions. I just want to make like a little bit of money. I'm like, yeah.
Right now?
Yeah. Well, it's probably better to have like a bigger goal. But my like, that's a tough question. It's a damn tough question.
I think it's like basically the same with everyone. I wanna paint, what I wanna paint, and then like, not even like sell them. I want, by the time I'll be like so freaking good, like I'll be like rich, and then like the paintings that I make, I'll be like so good and so rich that I won't even have to like sell it to people, and I can just choose whoever
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't want to freaking sell it to some freaking dumb person or whatever. Like you don't know me or whatever. But yeah, I want to be like that. Yeah, and then basically ultimate freedom.
Ultimate freedom.
Yeah.
So how do we get there?
Be the greatest ever.
Even then, I don't even know. You need to get yourself out there, even if you were the greatest.
Bruh, come on, if you're the greatest, how
Well, who's gonna find you? Without you doing something.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that comes with how you are, like it'll build up as you get better.
Yeah.
But is that too much? Is that too much to ask if you're the greatest? Just to be free.
Bro, it's not too much to ask. Actually, I feel like I'm oversharing right now, but this is just my ego gone wild. This is
Dude, I'm the same. Oh, the pictures?
Yeah, man.
So are these like big sheets of paper?
Canvas.
Dang.
Man. But I had to change like course. I was doing like big shit, but that was all like unsustainable after COVID, and so I had to just go full just learning drawing mode.
Wait, what did you say? You were going full big shit?
Yeah, I just said
What did you say? Big what?
Yo, that is exactly what I said.
Oh, okay. You were making big stuff, and then COVID happened, and then you can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I also have like I don't know it's hard to find the way forward in art. Like I'm sure everyone here knows that. So like yeah, we're all just slowly finding our way. But I was like doing shit with clothes and paintings. I wanted to do like creative direction, but now I really just like to draw. So let's see. I'm excited to see all your guys like work going forward because you guys are drawing a ton.
Yeah, same. like imagine like like 5, 10 years from now, like we'll all have got the skills we wanted.
Yeah, man.
Or obviously we would always want more, but everyone here is gonna be a badass artist.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like that.
I believe that. Like I even in the last year, how much I progressed. If I were to project that out in like 4 years, yeah, I'm already pretty content. I'll be really empowered to do a lot of the stuff I want, and then spend the rest of my life just fine tuning and sharpening it and evolving it. And I would actually say the rate is actually, if you really approach it intelligently, the rate's actually much faster than linear, because I've been finding that the more I learn, the more what I know informs each other. Like
Yeah.
the more I paint, the better I get at drawing, and vice versa. So I think, so when I see a lot of the people that I really love, and I'm like, how the fuck did you get there? I actually think that that path is for me as well. I just like don't know how it's gonna look like exactly, but I actually trust at this point. I actually trust that it'll happen if I just keep showing up every day, mostly every day.
Yeah.
I think that's true too. So that's good.
And I believe, and I'm glad to hear that we all. I mean, I'm one of the most deeply insecure people in this group, and if I believe it, then I hope you guys believe it too. All right, I don't know if I want to do more with oils. I had a lot of fun playing with this. Some learning lessons for me is not putting too much shit on top of each other. I think I was like putting oil on top of like the walnut alkyd, and then putting it with the solvent, and the paint just didn't know what it wanted to do, and so just it became a muddled mess. So I think simpler is better. I think that's probably true for a lot of stuff in art and in life.
True. But yeah, Ben, I see that you were doing like big paintings.
Yeah,
Like
man.
that's actually a part of like my thing. Like I've always like wanted to draw. Like like my big dream is like I want to paint like 12-foot canvases. Like
Yo,
yeah.
yo. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm doing a 12-foot painting. So if I say go for it, I just have like a piece of wood, like a 6-foot piece of wood, and I'm just like have it hanging on that, and I'm just using acrylic. So if you have a little bit of room, I hope you can go for it and just do it.
Yeah.
I showed you my friend Michael Devine's acrylic art. I think you would really dig it.
You did a physical, Michael.
No, sorry, my friend. His name is Michael Devine, the artist. Um, if you guys, I'm not at my computer, but if you guys look up 10,000visions.com, you can see his art. And I think you would like. They're really big. He's a burner, like in the Burning Man community. Really big, like visionary art pieces in acrylic, and they're like fucking sick.
You said
They're like
10.
quasi abstract, quasi realist.
Yo, Angelo,
What?
you think you're able? Can you? Uh, I want to see your big paintings, man. I want to see what happens.
Okay. I mean, it's just like the like yeah. I mean, all I have is like excuses, but yeah, like yeah. I mean, I don't paint traditionally at all. So, and I'm just like trying to get good at digital painting, because like I guess like my plan is I don't know how rational it is, but my plan is like to go into like concepting. But right now I just like do character design, and I just kind of feel like that's like the best training ground at least.
Yeah.
And then and then I'll do that job, and then but at the same time like I'll always be trying to get better, and then I'll transition into the big ones eventually. But that's kind of like my plan. But I mean, I could honestly I could probably go for it, but yeah, it probably obviously it wouldn't turn out the best, but yeah, I could go for it. But yeah, it's just that I'd rather I kind of just want to focus on becoming a professional I guess like character designer, and then yeah, I mean yeah, I already told you.
Do you, okay. Yeah, bro.
But yeah, but I think it wouldn't be too bad to try it. Yeah.
The start, the investment cost isn't too high. Like I just have a cheap piece of wood and the cheapest possible canvas and then acrylic paints. Uh, and so acrylic, we don't need mediums or anything, just water. It's possible if you just want to give it a try. It's worth it.
Yeah,
You,
Yeah.
yeah,
like you
yeah,
should.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's like this year for me. The last few months I've been getting over my fear of traditional painting. It's this you don't have to jump to oil. Just like even acrylic is like very accessible, really.
About to head to bed, guys.
It's great talking.
Alright, guys.
It was
Yeah, it was
nice
great talking.
talking with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really nice hanging with you guys.
See you soon, okay?
Yeah, I would like to talk to us guys or skates.
That's good.
Have a
All
good night,
right.
my
Good luck
friend.
on y'all on your
Bye.
works.
Bye.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye. Midnight. Are you working on something?
Right now I'm kind of just thinking about like project ideas for the workshop.
Oh, you're also in the workshop. Nice.
Yeah.
Wait, Cedric, are you doing it?
No, but Gabriel is.
Yeah.
So I found out two people are doing it today.
What about Gabriel?
He's also
He's
doing
also
the
doing
workshop.
it.
And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
is Gabriel Midnight?
No,
No,
Gabriel
no,
is like
No.
sorry, we found out his real name today.
I don't think so.
What day are you doing it? Midnight.
Think I signed up for Wednesday.
Nice. Yeah, I'm also doing it.
Jeez.
The
Yeah,
workshop.
Finding this all out.
Sam blessed me with the lesson.
I paid for
Oh,
Angela's seat.
Did you get one of his? You did. You paid for like 2 seats, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Good man.
He said I'll get you a lesson if you give me your soul.
And it's a
Sounds like
delicious
a good
soul.
decent trade.
It's really delicious. So thank you so much for it. It's a great exchange.
I don't think you made the right decision.
I didn't know you were into souls like that, Sam.
But you're not surprised though, right? Like you didn't know, but you're not surprised either.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That really does make sense.
So delicious. They're just so creamy, you know?
Yeah, I'm on
Anyways.
Wednesday. What day are you, Angela?
Wednesday?
You're Wednesday too?
Yeah.
Wednesday. Wednesday.
Let's copy each other. Copy off of each other.
Yep, that's how
Yeah.
that works.
Let's win.
I hope you guys have a great time. I mean,
Steven will never notice.
It was. I mean, I don't want to speak for you, Ben, but like, I think for a lot of us, the workshop was life changing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can I copy your art life story? Can I copy your essay?
I copy your life story. It's so crazy.
I've been meaning to freaking write it, but every time I get off work, you guys are streaming, and I gotta talk with you guys.
Write it right now.
Maybe like I feel like maybe it'll end soon, or this thing, or not soon, but I stay up pretty late, so maybe when this edit. But right now, I just feel like drawing. I don't wanna think too hard about it.
Fair enough.
Did you finish yours?
Just give it to him in like a visual essay. It'd be like a comic book of your life.
You have like pictures posted with the essay.
I didn't. He asked for like a link to Word, so I sent like a folder. But
yeah, I just sent him my Instagram.
Yeah, that's what I did as well. Although Steve and I had already been talking at the point that I started working on a workshop. What I did send him was like a 20-page essay explaining my life story. Which like in typical Steven fashion, he read and like responded to every point. What a wild man he is.
He asked for it. He fucking
He did.
asked for it.
He yeah, and I think like he revels in it too. It's like, yeah, of course my followers would write long ass essays. Of course they would. It's like, yeah,
Definitely
you know what
to
you
be
signed up for.
expected. Yeah.
he goes into. I was gonna say this earlier when he was chatting with us, like earlier today, but you hear like almost like all of like the professional artists that are like, yeah, everybody goes through like that insecurity or whatever. But Steven will like intimately describe people like you're not special, and then like describe exactly what my inner monologue is. And I was like, okay, so he does get it.
Yeah.
And, so yeah,
He's terrifying. Yeah, he's terrifying. He says things and I'm like, yeah, that's exact. Like he'll say things that I don't even think I realize I needed to hear, but he'll say the right thing. It's very Buddhist. I'm pretty sure he's just like whether or not he's actually a guru, he's very good at playing the part. Cool guy.
Yeah.
I often forget. I know this sounds like a joke, but it's actually not a joke. I often forget about him in the context of this Discord server because we kind of have a community that doesn't necessarily need him anymore. You know, like we got our own thing going on. Obviously, he's a critical part of it, and we talk about him. So that every once in a while, I'll think about how significant he is in all of our art journeys. Just like how all he needs to say sometimes to me is like a sentence, and it just like knocks me out of whatever it is I was dealing with.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is that he's made a lot of like mistakes, and you can kind of like see that from the way he talks, and like yeah, because I kind of like got the idea with like do you guys know Ahmed?
Yep.
Yeah, and if, I kind of feel like how strong their views are is proportionate to how big the mistake they made. Going the opposite direction. So
That's
I
real,
think
dude.
he knows
Yeah.
from experience.
That's real. It's absolutely real. One of my favorite professors in physics at Berkeley actually studied Berkeley at physics and was a pretty bad student. He got a B minus GPA, which is actually pretty low at Berkeley because of the curve. And he's like was consistently voted one of the best professors, and I think it was pretty clear why. It's because he struggled to get his PhD, right? And he worked through it versus all the Nobel laureates who just like waltz into their career who didn't know how to teach shit. Yeah, so often the best people, the people who really know how to explain things, are the people who actually have fought the fight.
For sure.
Steven also comes off, he talks about this too, is like just his affect, the way he talks makes it sound like he knows a lot. And he does, right? But I think you're absolutely right that his actual history is that, he also talks about this, that when he was at Art Center with Med, he was a bad Baps person, at least relative to Ahmed and probably others. And he kind of clawed his way into becoming one of the best Baps people I know, honestly, alive. So there's a lot to be learned there. I think for me he's like the right teacher. It's hard to study with Steve Houston. Steve Houston's one of those people who I just think just waltzed into art.
How so?
He's just naturally talented. He has the curse of knowledge. I don't think he realizes how good he is. So when he explains things, he explains it at a level that he thinks is simple, but it's actually really advanced. Yeah, you just do this, and everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, you just do this. You just draw it this way, and we're like, "We don't know what you're talking about."
Like that, Mark, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. He's so nice that I think also that actually adds to it as well, is that I actually think to this day he doesn't know how good he is, or at least he doesn't know how to compare it against others, and he just assumes that we know better. And a lot of times we have to be like, "No, Steve Houston, we're dumb. We're not good at art. Please teach us." By the way, it seems like I'm a madman just making random marks, but I'm like still trying to figure out what each of these oils and mediums do, and it's not clear to me. I really like this walnut oil. Feels really good.
But yeah, yeah, I think it'd be cool. Like like when I start, when I become a professional, I want to like learn from everyone. Like how you said you were learning from Steve Houston. I think
Oh
it should
yeah.
be go on like a on like a learning spree, just like go learning from the best people around.
That's absolutely right. I think that that's true for everything. I think it's true for everything in life. Is like I do think it's good to have like I like that you mentioned that like Frazetta is your main kind of art parent and inspiration. I like, but that you named others. That's really cool. I also have like I would say three artists that I really consider like like the people I consider my inspiration for art. But I think learning from teachers, learning from different role models, adding variety just adds more ingredients for you to make your own. This is a terrible analogy, just to make your own stew. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to be like all you can do. All you can be is you, right? That's what the world needs. The world needs you as an artist to be you, but how you learn to express is informed by things that you like. And so I think that going after a bunch of things that you like, even bits and pieces of it, and bringing that all in is how you become a really, really well-rounded artist. Otherwise, you just become a copyist, which is
Yeah, and you
people
know
do
what's
pay. Yeah.
I always have this vision of the most badass thing possible, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
this guy did it this way, but I think it could be more badass, if they did it this way or in that way. And it's like basically, I kind of like realized like the most badass thing you can like think of. That's coming from yourself. That's you achieving your own ideal, and like no one can ever make it. Like as good as Frazetta is, he's never gonna make the most badass shit that I think it is. Like or yeah that I envision. So like you're gonna we're all yeah like we all own uh I guess the ideal, and it doesn't like no one can ever take it
That's
from us.
beautiful. That's really well put. I hadn't really ever thought of that before. Like that what gets you off, what gets you excited is your own archetype. It's like you are your own role model in a way. um, and following that is like there's almost a sense of like there's this concept in Buddhism, specifically Tibetan Buddhism, that when you begin meditating, you begin a session, you call upon, you take refuge in all of the Buddhas, and that includes the future enlightened version of yourself. And I always thought that was a really cool idea. That it's like there's a version of you that actually has already arrived at what you want as an artist, as a visionary, and it's latent within you. So I think it can feel egotistical to invoke that sometimes, to think that you're driven by this destiny. But I actually don't think. I mean, egotism is actually not inherently bad. Having a healthy ego is actually a good part of mental health. Um, but I do think that one of the reasons it's important to like be in touch with that part of yourself is that it's also a major source of resilience, because if you like your own art, it kind of doesn't matter what other people say, right? It just like kicks off of you. They can say whatever they want, and you can make your judgment call of what you want to bring into your sphere, right? Bring into your sphere of experience. But if someone says some shit and you're like, that's just meaningless to me, like it has nothing to do with what I want out of my art, you can just ignore it, and then just move on. But if someone says something, like if Steven says something that is like actually informs the way that I want my art to be, then I can bring that in too. Like let's say, so for example, I want my art to feel like it has a sense of awe. So if I showed you guys my art and you guys were like, I don't know, I'm not really inspired by this, that's very important information for me for what I want to achieve out of my art. But if someone says something like, I don't know, it's not hyper realistic, I'm like, I don't give a fuck, because that's actually not relevant to me. I'm not trying to be hyper realistic. Um, so yeah, I think it's important to be in touch with that vision of yourself, of who you want to be in the long run. I don't think we'll ever fully achieve it, because it's like asymptotic, it's aspirational. Shoot for the stars and you might hit the moon, that kind of thing. Okay, I think this is enough oil for tonight. I've made a mess. Here, do you guys want to see the madness? It looks like an abstract painting.
Yeah, man, that's it.
I'm not going to show you. This is nothing. It's just random marks, but it kind of
Wow.
It's just literally just. I'm going to save it, actually. I think it'd be cool to look at this, like, later. And to be like, what were you doing? It's like, I was just high on strep throat and friendship.
Wow, beautiful. It's beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Ben's my bro.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite people. All right. Put the palette knife away. The palette knife's so cool. The palette knife's really cool. I don't know, something about it's super romantic to me.
So what kind of shapes or how does a palette knife put down paint?
It's like a very buttery consistency. So when you drop on, it's like a dollop. That would probably be the best way to describe it. So you primarily people use palette. You can use a palette knife to paint. It's really good for like those highlights. Like if you ever go to the museum and you see like an oil painting, and you see like these like kind of like this like blob on a highlight, that's usually done with a palette knife. But it's you really need a palette knife to mix paint because you can't really use the brush because it's so thick. It's almost like you need to like, it's like when you like doing a cooking recipe, you have to like put the you have to mix the cheese in, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to wipe. I also need to figure out my process because I think I was a little bit clumsy with my process, like cleaning and so forth during this. All right, we're going to do that. And then I'm going to wash it with soap and water. What time is it? Oh, it's still really early. 9 o'clock here. BRB, if you guys can't see me, it's because I'm in the bathroom sink.
Cedric, do you know your final form?
Ooh, I want to hear this. Cedric, I want to hear this.
Frieza, final form, Frieza.
I want to build some worlds, pretty much. That's it.
Oh, I love that. That's a great answer.
Must be God, no big deal.
Yeah, essentially.
You know, honestly, Cedric, like I need to return to that that has been kind of like a side goal of mine a little bit that I need to kind of go back and think about. I think that's why I wanted to do an imaginary landscape, but making scenes where people feel lost in it. Like I used to love like concept art or just like a fantasy art where you like it was like it's just like amazing to me that people would like literally create these structures out of nothing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it wasn't nothing, but for me it felt like it was nothing. So now I'm going to ask the question that Ben asked, which is like, how do you think you're going to get there?
Well, I mean, like I'll do it because doing it that's it.
Yeah.
That's really all there is to it.
Yeah.
So I will, and like that's all that's on my mind actually, and that's what I've been doing for the last while. So
that's awesome.
That's good so far.
Like writing down, or like you've been writing down your ideas and stuff like that, and just slowly building it up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Drawing.
That's cool, dude. That's great.
But it's a really broad and vague goal.
But that's good. It's not that broad and vague. I think it's like, you know, my overarching mission that I have in my art journal is to evoke a sense of awe and inspiration, like I said earlier. And that's kind of broad and vague, but it's also not because it's a really good diagnostic to see whether or not I'm achieving my goal. So if your objective is something like, you know, creating worlds, if you feel like you're working on something and it comes off as like not imaginative or not escapist or whatever, like, or not like sufficiently novel, like that's a good diagnostic for yourself as well. Like if you're just copying someone else's world, that probably doesn't satisfy your vision.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
You guys are such good artists. It's an honor.
You didn't need to say it. I knew already.
I know, but it's good to hear sometimes.
When you say you want to make worlds, like you mean just through painting or through other mediums as well? Or?
I'd like to do comics as well. Good question.
Yeah. Okay. So storytelling.
Yeah, essentially.
Uh,
Nice.
Sure.
Good job, cats. Good job not eating any paint while I painted.
Do you have like top three influences or top three artist influence, or maybe not even the artist, just like a storyteller?
I'll have to think about that for a sec. Because like, yeah, but I gotta think about it. I really like the comics of. I'll just write it. I'm not even gonna bother. Um, and I grew up with comics all around, everywhere. I mean, my house and from where I'm from, it's there's dozens of shelves of comics. Like
That's so
all the
cool.
walls are filled with comics. It's a
That's
library.
cool.
Um, so yeah, they've been around me all my life. And in terms of other artists, I'll have to think. But in terms of comics, uh, Inyo Asano is my favorite comic artist.
wait, Pun Pun.
Yeah.
Yo, what a great influence. What a great artist.
Oh yeah. He's fucking great.
This is the creator of Oyo Sumi Punpun or Punpun.
Yeah, man, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, my brother like loved this guy's work, but he would always recommend it, but I never checked it out.
It's good. It's good. He's good. He's worthwhile.
I had to now.
Yeah, you're required. It's homework.
Workshop people, what do you plan to do in the workshop?
Yeah, great question. I want to know.
Midnight, you
Michael,
said
you
I'm not entirely decided. Um, I might want to make like a new playable class in the Diablo universe.
cool.
Uh,
That's sick. What about you, Michael?
I don't know what the exact thing is for the project, but I kind of I've created this like premise for a story and world that I'm developing like slowly. So I don't know like if I don't know if I'm gonna finish it during the workshop because it's kind of like just like a big, I set the premise, but like I didn't finish the story. Like I kept the world open for me to like develop it
Sure.
slowly, and there's like I could have a bunch of characters all living in it, but yeah, I have the premise, but I don't know. Do I have to like make it into a like a project where I have to like do like a book or not a book, but like a comic or something, or can I just like keep developing it? Because that's kind of like my project right now, like to just like develop the world.
Nice.
But I guess I have to like iron out some at least some fundamental stuff because yeah, I have the main idea, but there's still I guess like some plot holes, but yeah, I guess I'll try to iron that out. So when I articulate it to Steven, it'll be clear instead of I don't want to be like fumbling around and trying to like fix the story while I'm presenting it.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys see. I am taping taping the paper towel I used so that this dries out because I am super paranoid because vegetable oil like walnut oil and linseed oil technically can self combust if you wad it up.
It just catches on.
Yeah, it doesn't need a spark. It just goes on fire. And it's because vegetable oil doesn't actually evaporate. It doesn't have water, right? So essentially, it disappears through a chemical reaction. And um, if you have it wadded up, like in a trash can, that all catches heat and it can catch fire. So the risk with oil painting oils is super low, but it's enough for me to freak out. So I'm just gonna let it dry overnight.
Are there warnings on?
Yes, there actually are warnings on all of the bottles saying that it can self combust, but most people just ignore it. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna switch back to my computer. So I'm gonna disappear.
Also, midnight. What's your goals with art, if you don't mind saying?
Most of what I'm trying to get out of this stuff is I have like pretty bad anxiety when making stuff. And so I'm kind of like attacking it from that angle. Career wise, I'm older, but I've been a freelance graphic designer for like forever, and I'm okay with that for a while. Obviously, like having an easier time and being better at like illustrations and stuff, would help me with that too. And I may like search for that way eventually if I get to a commercial level, but right now I just kind of want to like stuff that I make is the goal.
Nice.
What's
So,
the yeah?
Oh, go ahead.
What's the exact anxiety about? Is it anything specific, or it's just like you don't like what you make, or what's going on?
Yeah, it's it it doesn't matter if it's like a study or like try to be like exact or like from imagination or even like something more abstract. And even with like my graphic design work, it's it's like unsatisfactory on a way that like impedes me from progressing. Like I realize I'll never be like completely happy with it because as an artist, your taste and your eye are always a little bit better than what you can do. Um, but when it comes to like drawing stuff, it's like yeah, it impedes me from like practicing and stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, so usually I've been spent like years like bouncing between mediums trying to find like a process I like more. Um, but it's never like similar issues, but then also on top of it, it's not like fulfilling because it feels like I'm trying to settle because I'm not like doing the thing that I probably actually want to do.
What's that? Dude.
So you're anxious because the fear of failure?
Uh, I don't know if it's the fear of failure as much as it is like the dissatisfaction of currently failing.
Damn.
Like when you're drawing, like it's not coming how you want it to come out. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
bugging you at the moment.
And I know the way to fix that is to like draw more, but it doesn't stop like my brain and my body from waking out. So
And you said you've been a graphic designer for a while, right?
yeah. I mean, I've always been interested in like all of it, since like a kid. But yeah, I've been a full time like freelance graphic designer for this will be my 10th year.
Uh,
So you think you're just like your expectations are just like so high that you kind of like have a hard time with your skill level at the moment?
Yeah, yeah.
There we go.
Welcome back.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We can.
the thing Stephen always reminds us about is that regardless of how we feel about the work, like the quality of the work is independent of our feelings. Like when I've been done stuff in the past, I felt like it was so great. I was such a great artist. I'm so fantastic. And then I like look at it after a year and it's just garbage. Um,
Yeah.
uh, so the more we can get away from our the more we can get away from thinking about ourselves and thinking about ourselves at all, like the easier the art like it becomes to do the art thing.
Yeah.
Letting go of your ego.
Or not even letting go, but not focusing on it. Like it's gonna be there. It's gonna be telling you're a piece of shit the whole time. Uh, but still the work, like whatever you're putting on the page, is still independent of that, like how you feel.
Yeah, and like the pain is in the resistance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how long have you been drawing? Like like I guess like representational stuff.
I don't know, like forever, but it's been like I said, like off and on. Yeah, I drew a lot as like a kid in school and I mean all through my like, entire life really. Um, I would do like different courses or like studies or something,
Mm-hmm.
and that'd make it like a couple weeks, and then I would try to do something that was like above my means, and it would get frustrating. And I'd be like, "Okay, maybe like I just like shouldn't be drawing," and so then I'd go do like like 3D modeling or like lettering or just trying to find like a different outlet where the process wasn't like as difficult for me. Um,
But
but
you
again, well,
oh, sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
it never works.
Sam.
And
Yo, this is
you
the
don't feel
time.
bored drawing?
Yeah, it always feels because like I know it's like an alternative. It's like settling. It's because I can't do like the thing that I think I want to do. So
Dude, I think I don't know. It's like I don't know if like I'm right, but I feel like if you can see what you want to like be, at least with art, it's like actually you can actually achieve it. That's just like what I think. Cause yeah, cause that's kind of like what I'm doing right now. If I can see the badass thing in my head, or maybe not even see it clearly, but have the feeling of like how it feels like. I feel like that's what's shaping me right now. And like when I look at the art, it's kind of like it's being influenced but by what I'm seeing in my head, or at least what I'm feeling in my head. So I think if you have that feeling in your head or whatever, you can definitely get there. Maybe you just haven't been practicing much or something like that, or maybe it just takes more time. But I feel like you can get there.
yeah, it doesn't feel like impossible if I could get past the the breaking point every time, and actually like put in the time consistently.
Yo, this is the time. This is the time, bro. We'll do it together.
Yeah. I don't expect Steven to like fix 20 years worth of anxiety.
Damn, yeah.
But his videos help because I already have that. I have a similar like it's kind of like a cynical like Zen monk outlook on life or whatever. But I've had a hard time applying that to art, and he does a really good job of taking those like same like philosophies and ideas about like how the world works and applying that to art, um, like through his YouTube videos and stuff. So I think there's definitely like some potential progress to be made. So
Mhm.
it'll be neat.
I think that this is probably the place.
Yeah.
I think you're in the right place. Yeah.
Sometimes when I'm like when I'm like making bad stuff, and it's kind of like difficult for me to like like your mind just like kind of like starts out because it's like what the fuck, like because it's bad. This is like something I kind of like uh figured out or like learned from like listening to like some Zen stuff. But I guess like the the title or like the title of the thing is like focusing on the process, not the product.
Yeah.
And for me, I guess this is like obviously it's like a badass thing I kind of like thought about and I guess like figured out or like learned, but it's like it's like kind of like dumb in a way where it's like I would forget about it and I would still like cringe at my art, but when I did remember it, it's basically like uh you focus like basically for the longest time, and I guess I still do this right now, but for the longest time whenever I would have the picture of the finished product in my head, and I would just try to race to get that exact finish. And like, I wouldn't even be paying attention to the marks I'm making at the moment. I would just like try to get there as soon as possible, or try to get to the finish as possible. And the only thing I would be seeing is the finished like product, and basically I'm just trying to like trace it, like in a way where it's like I'm just like so freaking end driven that I'm just like not even paying attention to each stroke that I'm doing. But I kind of figured out that if you can have the finished product in mind, in the back of your head, but like just like focus on each stroke, like okay, how am I gonna, how will this stroke or like this line be successful? And then if you make if you make a mistake, just like think of it as like, okay, that's I didn't that's not right, but I'm just gonna go fix it or whatever. And then that's as much room as you give it. You don't make value judgment like, oh man, I fucking suck or whatever. You just like, okay, that's wrong, just erase it and then do the next one. And then just like keeping your mind so closed in the present moment, like maybe you're only taking like one or two steps at the most, and just constantly just like looking paying attention to each each action. And then like you and then like and then once you finish or whatever, and even if it turns out bad, I guess the thing is like to like just don't just I guess the thing is like keep in mind that that you couldn't have made it good on purpose. Like it came out the way it is because that's how it was gonna come out, because of your current training and your current your current skills. So that that's fine. You couldn't have made it good if you tried, because that's the result of who you are right now. So you just like move on from that piece into the next, and trying not to have like trying not to create like or like make these like value judgments like, oh man, this sucks or whatever. You just gotta be like, that's just who I am right now, that's fine. Like that's how it's supposed to come out, and then just like keep moving on from there. But that's like something I kind of like thought about or like learned learned or something, but I I forget about it. But whenever I'm like really having a bad time, I kind of like pull that out of my pocket and try to remember it. But yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Hello.
Hello, Sam.
Hi. I'm taking notes from my experimentation, like what I found about my experience tonight.
What did you find other than your oils are going to explode?
I found that the lavender spike oil is perfect as a solvent, but it is so fragrant that I would have to ventilate my space anyway. So now I'm actually wondering if I should just simply use mineral spirits. Like, because if I want to ventilate the space anyway, like the mineral spirits actually are odorless. They're toxic, very toxic, but the wind will just blow through. So since I'm going to do that anyway, this is actually something that somebody else had mentioned to me. They're like, based on everything you said, like it sounds like you're still going to be opening the window, so you're still, you know, it's still going to solve the same problems. Now, the thing is, as we talked about earlier, solvents do, they're not environmentally friendly. So the nice thing about lavender spike oil is I can just like toss it down the drain and it's no problem. So that's something worth thinking about. So that's one thing. And then I'm actually trying to read up on the two mediums I use because I still don't know the walnut alkyd I got. It's some kind of drying medium. I don't know what it does because it didn't seem to do anything I wanted when I used. The walnut oil felt great though, so I will probably play with that more. I think I stayed away from walnut oil because I was afraid of the self-combustion thing, but I think that's low risk enough where I don't need to worry about it. So yeah, it's just good to get to know your medium.
Ben, where are you in the challenge right now?
Yeah, I'm into head, so I'm on page 120 out of 217. I really regret this.
Yeah.
Oh man. Uh, I learned very little from doing this.
You're going through constructive anatomy?
Yeah, constructive anatomy. I just want to do every drawing once.
It only has like 170 pages. You're on heads though?
The one I have is 217.
You don't have the complete guide?
So I do have the complete guide, but the quote about Frazetta was about constructive anatomy.
The constructive anatomy, yeah, which is a shorter book.
Yeah, the complete guide's like 300 some pages. I would die.
Yeah. It's like 1,000 drawings. Yeah, no.
If you want to be better than Frazetta, you gotta do the complete guide.
You're right, man. You're right. I should have thought of that. But he just lied, so I can just lie about it. I can just say I did it.
Yeah. Make an even better lie than Frazetta.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just really starting to see the quality of my drawings drop, sadly.
me, I'm just digital painting.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end the night on working on my Michael piece until I fall asleep. It's still really early here. I'm just blown away by how in the zone I've been all day with art. This is exactly what I wanted, like out of art. Like I wanted to be able to like, if I looked at an entire day, just be able to like fill it with art. But I would always get anxious and weird and like I'm so bad and like, oh, this is turning out so bad, and then I would just like distract myself with video games or something.
Yeah, man.
So the fact that I've been at it for like almost 5-6 hours today, not continuously, of course, is like insane to me. That's like awesome. That's like almost a full-time job. And well, partly thanks, in great part thanks to you guys, because it's easier to get in the zone when you're with people you like, you know? Time flies when you're having fun, yada yada yada. I like most of you, not all of you, just most of you.
I wonder.
Well, I'll never say.
Awesome.
Yeah, you guys also had a freaking chat in the morning, right?
Yeah, Steven was in. He was writing something, I think for his YouTube channel, and so he figured he'd jump on. There was just a few of us. I think most people were busy, you know, Saturday morning.
Lucky. Actually, do you guys have another person other than Steven that you're kind of like listening to or taking notes from?
Good question. Lowish is very important to me in my learning journey. Her Patreon is probably the best Patreon I'm on, even better than Steven's. She puts a lot of fucking work into it. Like, every month we all get free shit. Like we get high res versions, like PSDs of stuff she works on, so that we can see her process. She also tries to do a tutorial every month or every other month for us. So her Patreon has like 2 years worth, because she's been active for about 2 years, like 2 years worth of tutorials, and they're all super substantive as well. And she's very responsive on Patreon. If you write to her, she'll respond like pretty much the next day.
Does she have a Discord?
No, actually, that's been brought up several times. She just doesn't feel like, in her explanation, she feels like if she were to have one, she'd want to be active, and she doesn't have the bandwidth for it now, and I respect that. But she has a lot of, as you might guess, she has a lot of people on there. I did the math, and like, I'm sure a lot of her salary is just from the Patreon. I think she makes like, here, actually, I can check. But yeah, she's pretty, but I guess I don't look to her the way I look to Steven, and that's not what her brand is. Anyway, she doesn't talk about, you know, like mindset. But she's just very inspirational. I'm sure she would agree with almost everything Steven says. It's just she doesn't talk about it. So she has at least 4,500 patrons. So at
Jesus
5,
Christ.
yeah, 40. So that's $5 is she only has one tier, is $22,500 US dollars a month.
Yeah.
In addition to all of the commission and client work that she does. What is that? So what is that a year?
She does like
That
professional concept work too. So
240
yes.
a year?
So she makes about 270K a year just from her Patreon. It's insane. I'm sure she gets taxed on it, but like, you know, it's a lot.
You got a Lambo.
That's more than I make as a corporate attorney, and that, again, that's not counting all the stuff we just mentioned. So, she's good. God bless her. But I think I really respect that she feels a certain sense of obligation to her patrons, and she's so responsive. Pete Moorbacher is probably the other person I would list, and I'm also on his Patreon as well. He has 816 patrons, and he has different tiers though. So what's the math on that?
Don't they get like taxed by Patreon or something? Or what?
I'm sure well, if they're in the U.S., they just get taxed by the IRS. You just get taxed on income that you make, and income's
yeah, I
defined
think
in
Patreon
tax.
does get a cut. I don't know what the
Oh, I
and
see what you're saying.
then,
Yeah. I actually don't know what it is either. Oh yeah, so actually maybe she makes less, but still, I wouldn't be surprised if even after Patreon's cut, um, Lois still makes more than I do in terms of gross income from just her Patreon.
You need to step your game up, Sam.
I don't think that is a gamble I'm not willing to take. I'd much rather have a much more stable career as a lawyer. I'm gonna actually look. Patreon cut percentage.
they might
5%.
do it. Is it a straight 5%? They might do deals with different creators too, kind of like Twitch does.
Yeah, it says 5 to 12% depending on the plan you pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't. I'm sure there's more deals. Oh, here it is under the support page. Yeah, so. Yeah, so Pete Morbacher is the other one, other person I follow.
Yeah, he also has he makes those YouTube channels, right? Or not YouTube channels, YouTube videos talking with other artists about basically their experience making art.
Sorry, are you talking about Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, One Fantastic Week. So it's him and Sam Flegel, who's this like cool, whom I also really like, Viking artist. Not really my style, but like I really respect him as an artist. Adam Morrill, who's the guy behind Obsidian Grove that some of us hang out with. Adam had like 6 months mentorship with them. So like for those 6 months, like their podcast was basically like tutoring Adam. So
Whoa.
if you want to see it here, I'll post some of the videos.
That's
Who's
so
that?
weird.
Who is that? The tutor?
Adam Morrill is uh it's Sam Flegel and Pete Morbacher.
Okay.
That's so weird because you know, like these art YouTubers are like, you know, these people, or like even like Adam, like they're kind of like people that I wouldn't I think, you know, like I would never talk to, but I'll freaking talk to Adam like whenever he's on or whatever, and we talk like, you know, like buddies or whatever. It's crazy.
All these people are really good people. They're really like, I've talked to Pete as well. He's a giant, you know, but super down to earth. Part of it is I think art just kicks everyone's ass, right? So like if you get to that point in your career, you probably have been humbled by art itself.
Yeah.
Unless you're a unique. I mean, I'm sure that there are some dicks, but I actually am struggling to think of who they would be. Like, can you guys think of anyone right now, contemporary, in this space who we know to be an asshole?
I would consider myself one.
That you're not an asshole, but
I just haven't shown you my true self.
Kim Jong-il like is a giant. I think he knows it too, but he doesn't come off as an asshole. He just comes off as skilled.
I think he's a kid.
He's
which
a
is
kid.
like so cool. Yeah, I think he has like a childish mindset, which is like so
it's
cool. Like
so true. It's
yeah.
so true. Absolutely, I love it so much. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
He's drawing
So,
like Pikachu with like nipples and stuff like that. You know, like he's
yeah.
crazy.
You get the sense that he's just playing all the time. Like no matter what he's doing, he's playing. So this is awesome. Yeah. So it kind of reminds me of surfing and rock climbing, where to get to the heights of those activities, you have to fall on your ass quite literally over and over again. And so it's not impossible, but it is rare to get people who get to the higher tiers who have not been humbled. So and so I think art is a little bit like that. So I've yet to meet like out and out assholes, and now some people are super busy. Like I believe that. So it's cool that I have like that all of us here have access to Steven, but he's obviously created space for us because we're like part of his community. But yeah, I'm often amazed when I'm amazed when I start talking to Steve Houston, honestly. I now pay to do that, so so I'm not surprised. But but like when I first started talking to him, I wasn't, and he was super busy, but surprisingly. So what he would do is, if he doesn't publicize this, but if you like kind of hang out in his spaces at all, he will eventually drop a link to his he has like a scheduling site, and you can actually schedule time, like half an hour to meet with him. I don't know if he's still doing that though, because he's been really busy this year because of our mentorship program. Yeah, that's why he brought in assistant instructors, but he was doing that last year. That's how I got to talk to him. Atrophy is alone in the Obsidian Grove Discord server. I think because Adam is streaming right now on Twitch.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
No, I think he wants to hang with the Obsidian folks. He started being less active here. I think because he's really into all the Obsidian's a really cool community, and I think he like really resonates with them a lot, and he really benefits from the challenges and stuff there. So I can take credit for introducing him to that Discord server.
You introduced me.
Oh, that's right, I did. I forgot about that.
Literally, my first time joining, or maybe not my first time, but like my second time joining a voice chat. You were here, and then you just like, hey, yeah, we're in this Discord server, and yeah.
That's right. That's right. I remember now.
And did you recruit Mystery Ham?
Yeah, I recruited Austin as well. Yeah.
You're a double agent.
I mean, it's like it's deeply related to this space since Adam is really close to Steven. Because Adam was what like has been one of Steven's students for like years now. I think way before Steven had a Patreon or anything. Steven was doing these mentorships through his website. Just direct one-on-one mentorship. But this is I think right as Steven was like on his meteoric rise. No, he doesn't have time for that. Like I actually asked him about this. I was like, "Do you do mentorship?" He's like, "No, I don't have bandwidth for it, but I'm just available for people whom I already consider students, including you, and that would include all of us here." So you guys have seen how available he is. Like if you send him a DM, he'll respond with feedback and stuff. I try not to take advantage of that too much, but I do know he's there for me. I think part of it's because he knows each of our journeys, so he doesn't need to be caught up. You know, like it's like he has his he knows what we're all working on.
Yeah.
Music. The silence is deafening.
Yeah, nothing music.
Why'd you have to interrupt it? I was starting to think about my life.
Sorry. Didn't want to ruin, or didn't mean to ruin your samadhi moment.
What are you listening to?
I am listening to a Spotify radio based on Mikel, who I just realized is coincidentally similar to Michael. But Mikel is in a bunch Mikel is in a bunch of here I'm actually gonna share this if you're interested. There's also an option, by the way, in Discord to listen to what I'm listening to if you use Spotify.
What?
Yeah, Adam used the other day to listen to the soundtrack I was listening to. But Mikel shows up in a lot of like these lo-fi playlists I listen to, so I guess Spotify was like, "Hey, do you want us to make a radio station of this person?" I was like, "Sure," and it's now one of my favorite playlists. Damn, Angelo, look at this shit.
Yeah, you like my self portrait?
Yeah, it's beautiful. You're beautiful. You're talking about the boar, right? That's you.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't draw anymore, just paint.
Painting's pretty cool. Painting is super fun. I've been painting a lot lately too. Or I've been drawing with a brush pen. So it's kind of like almost like a hybrid between the two because I can lay down regions of value super fast.
True.
Brush pen and a water pen. You ever do that?
No, that's actually a really cool idea. I actually have both of those right next to each
Yeah.
other in my sketchbooks.
Isn't
Yeah.
that what Carl Kopensky does?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I have a water brush pen here. I should play with that sometime.
True. Yeah, I mean, since I've been like quote unquote painting a lot more, I feel like my mind will be a lot more receptive to using like brushes, like especially like well, not especially, but like ink brushes, like you. So I think I'll probably try it. Yeah, because like I have a lot of like free time at work, so probably just have my ink there and just doodle. Scheiße.
All right, I'm off for the night. Thanks, everybody.
There, Midnight.
Good luck with the arting.
Bye bye. Oh no.
I've been here for so long. I've got to go too sometime soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave soon too. I thought I could do more, but I'm actually kind of tired.
How long have you guys been here?
I think for like 9 hours or something.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was like sending like, I'm so jealous you guys are talking and you guys didn't stop then.
Yeah, I was there a few hours, like maybe 4 or 5 hours before you sent that.
Damn. So you guys got some good drawing in.
Yeah, I did a lot of drawing.
It can also like be mind frying because sometimes you're talking a lot.
I didn't talk too much.
yeah, Cedric, are you trying to be like a concept artist like everyone else, like me?
Um, yeah, I'd like to talk about this. Um, I don't think so. um, I think I could, but I don't know if that's what I want because it seems like I'd be put into a tricky situation if I started to if I became a concept artist. I feel like my art practice would become kind of a scary thing where I'd be walking a line between um, working for someone, working for a vision that I don't really care for, and it's the thing that, and it's like it's a battle between that and what I do care for. So I'm kind of afraid of that of working with for um for someone else's vision. I don't know. What do you think that you s-
Yeah,
you s-
yeah.
you
Oh, go ahead.
no, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because, like, I mean, for the most part, that was just like whatever the plan for everyone. Like, be a concept artist, and then you make good money, and then you'll probably be at least doing something cool, I guess. But now that I'm like doing my own project, I'm like, do I really wanna, like work for other people? I just kind of like want to keep drawing my demons and keep having fun.
Hmm.
I think maybe the answer is to pick to try to make my portfolio. I mean, I haven't started, but try to make my portfolio as intentional as possible. So I don't want to be working like freaking for Call of Duty, designing guns and stuff like that. Like at least if I'm gonna be working for someone, I guess I should at least like work for like I don't know, Diablo or like God of War or something like that. Something that I actually might enjoy instead of like doing something else. But yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it as well, and I'm not like I mean I don't know how I'll be a professional just like with like my skill or meaning like I'll be a professional as like a solo artist, almost like a fine artist, with my current skills. So I feel like maybe it's important for me to do like concept design or like character design to like get the skills or like to have a job while I get the skills to finally become independent. But that's probably something I'll bring up to Steven, and maybe he'll have his 2 cents there.
Yeah,
But yeah, I got what you mean.
he'll give you some good advice for sure. Are you trying to put together a portfolio to become a concept artist right now?
Dude, honestly, I don't know if I should be doing it right now. I feel like I still have like so much to learn. Like, I mean, I'm getting my drawing and like drawing from imagination down where I can like I'm getting a lot better with drawing people in different perspectives and all that stuff. And then I'm also getting better at painting. Or like painting is like the big thing. I feel like painting is like the thing. I'm like it's in construction right now. It's like I'm still building up painting. So it's like I guess my biggest weakness at least. And then I feel like then once I get painting down, then maybe I can start actually try to build my portfolio. But I just feel like my painting is like so weak that it's like I don't think I'll be able to do anything
I
without
think
that painting.
you mostly I hear you just need to be able to design really well. And I think you can get away being an okay painter if you're a really good designer in the concept artist industry. Concept art. I don't know though. That's just what I hear.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely I could be a lot more intentional. Yeah, definitely. Maybe I'm just like in this like mindset where it's like like I just want to be like a good artist, uh, to a certain extent or whatever, and maybe like I don't need to be I don't need to be that good. Well, I don't need to be that well rounded and good right now, and yeah, because I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm just like stuck in like this like mindset where I just want to train and train every day.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm like starting to do my project now, but still, I kind of feel like I'm still like I have to train and improve everything. So maybe I just need to take my head, like pop my head out of it. But even then, I feel like I still gotta work on my stuff. But yeah, I'll,
Do you still work on your projects and finish them and stuff, or do you
uh,
just train instead?
I mean, honestly, so like I've only started doing the projects, or I've only started doing a project, uh, basically for a month or two, and it's like the story that I created. I was talking about it, but and I've like designed some characters, and it's not like concept design where I make like 40 designs and stuff like that, but I've created some characters, and that's pretty much the extent of the project I'm doing. I haven't really been doing projects at all, uh, except for like the past month. Uh, yeah,
I think he's gonna get you into projects in the workshop.
yeah. I mean, I already have my idea for maybe not like a specific project, but like a world, and what would the project be? Because I mean, I'm kind of like the thing I'm doing right now is I'm designing my characters, and then I kind of like wanna paint the character like standing up, and then like maybe do like a turnaround, and then maybe do like a scene for the character. So it's almost like a full on like
Like
I don't know,
concept art.
like an illustrated thing.
Okay, yeah.
So I can like I want to capture each character, and then I can move on in the story. So, but maybe yeah, but maybe I can like turn it into a concept thing where I have to force myself to do like 40 concepts, and then out of the 40 pick four of them, and then do 10 more specifically targeting those four concepts. I don't know, but yeah. What kind of projects would people or do people usually do?
Well, I mean, it's just the idea of projects being important, like very important, is what I think Stephen will put, because he did for me, um, in my workshop class. A big emphasis on projects.
Is it a project meaning like something personal or like a product
Something
project?
that's like a manifestation of your goals and takes a considerable amount of time and effort, I guess. Not practice, basically.
Yeah, basically achieving something you want to achieve instead of like just like practicing.
Yeah, realizing one of your goals.
Yeah, I guess I'll probably have to. Yeah, because I talked about like the 12-foot paintings or whatever, and they're basically like illustrations. Or I mean, I guess like every painting is an illustration, but I guess the project would be to illustrate a scene in my world.
Nice.
But the big thing is painting though, because I still suck at painting, and yeah.
Mm, yes, because you don't want to trade. You don't want to like put off that that painting that you want to do because you don't think you're good enough at painting it.
Mm.
Because then you'll never get to it.
Yeah, you guys will definitely talk about this during the workshop. I
Yeah,
guarantee you. Yeah, this is
definitely.
that notion that you are like that it's almost as if you need permission or like you need to hit a certain level to work on stuff is actually backwards.
What if
Because
I fail?
well, that's actually impossible. Because what does that mean? Like, what does it mean to fail?
It means I
But
didn't hit my goal.
even if you fail by your own standards, that's part of growing. And yeah, it's like this one term that we used. I don't think it was new to the group, but that we used a lot was study purgatory, where it's just like people just
Ooh.
yeah.
That's beautiful.
Called study heaven.
Oh, did you guys not talk about this in the workshop, Cedric?
Not
In
the
your
word
guys'?
purgatory, no.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
love
But
that.
we used it in both of our sessions during the junior workshop, and it was just a phrase that when several of us heard it, everyone was like, "Oh, that's what I'm in."
It's exactly
Uh,
what, yeah.
yeah, it's like you're just like you'll never leave. And what's crazy is Stevens talks about it's like no matter how long people have been doing art, people in study purgatory for some reason always feel like they're 4 to 5 years out from getting to work on a project. There's something
Yeah.
about 4 to 5 years out as a horizon that is like stuck in people's heads.
Yeah, 4 to 5 years out.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And his yeah and yeah, so the big thing that a lot of us took away was like just how important project like Cedric was saying, like that projects are actually a
Go
key
for it.
a key. Yeah, there's a you go for it, and part of it is that through working on a project you will actually diagnose what you actually need to improve on to do the art that you want to make.
Exactly, because it's gonna fit your goals.
Exactly. That isn't to say that there isn't space for pure training. There is. Steven does it too. Like he like has phases where he just like draws anatomy, right? I mean, he literally has courses on exercises like that. The point is that there's an overemphasis on that in online art learning these days. That people feel like that's all that you're supposed to only do that, and you're supposed to do that for like ever. And then you somehow are given permission by someone to finally work on your own projects, which is it's a weird thing. Yeah, I'm glad. You will benefit from the workshop.
He's telling me he's gonna force me to finish something.
I know it's terrible.
Fuck him.
Yeah.
I'll never
I mean,
finish.
it's wild to me to think like I take for granted now that I can finish projects, but like that first one I did, the sandal font painting that I did, I mean, that was like emotional for me to finish because it wasn't just about finishing that piece, which I'd been thinking about for 16 years. It was about finishing any piece. I literally had never done an actual project that I cared. It was just insane that I was like done, and I was like, and it wasn't about whether it was good or bad. It was just about the fact that I did it at all. It
Yeah,
was amazing to me.
it's exactly what happened to me in October.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
What did you work on?
I did a painting, and I spent, I don't know, like at least 30 hours on it, and that had never happened. So that was pretty important, and it changed my art practice a lot.
Yeah. Sick. So sick. All right, guys. Um, Ben's a beast. I can't believe he's still going on. I'm
Yeah,
gonna head off.
seriously, me too.
I think I'm just gonna chill out and go to bed, but I'll probably be on tomorrow.
Same.
Bye, my dudes. Have a
Bye,
wonderful
everybody.
evening. Good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Ben.
Bye, Benjamin Franklin.